Hey, it's me, MLB. Here is the completed book of Gage, Shigaraki, ex-female listener. Enjoy. You got off the train at your station and inhaled the cool twilight air, looking up at the sky and locating the first star in the sky to guide you to your family home. With a smile on your face, you headed for the station exit and adjusted the straps of your bag over your shoulder. Oh, this is going to be such a good semester break, you thought, as you walked down the steps and turned right, your muscle memory taking you the shortest route home. I've got the League of Legends convention, I'll catch up with friends, go and visit all my favourite shops, help Dad with the bakery, visit Mum. The smile on your face faded slightly when you remembered your mum, lying quietly on her back in the hospital bed. I wonder how she is. It's been a while since I saw her. You sighed sadly and looked around as you walked, noting that a lot had changed since you had left 2 years ago for college. Wow, you thought, when you saw some kind of rubbish in the gutter nearby. It's kind of odd. Rubbish? You looked up as you came to the corner and smiled as you rounded it to head down the long road to your family home, but the smile faded once again as you started to walk down that line of shops. What used to be a really vibrant little street with quaint little shops lining each side was now different. You walked past the shop that used to be a flower shop and noted that it had a big roller door pulled down over the front of the shop now, graffiti all over it. I don't remember there being a roller door, you thought as you passed it and then looked to your right. More graffiti and more roller doors, and bars across windows met your gaze, and you tilted your head and frowned as you tried to remember what the street had looked like before you had left for college. Yeah, no, I'm so sure there were never roller doors and bars across the shop fronts before, you queried, stopping for a second to look back behind you. Something is up here, you thought, as you slowly started walking again and looking up ahead. Ahead of you, from the crossroads ahead, came 3 guys from the street on the left, all walking in the same direction as you, but ahead of you, as they turned the corner onto your street and kept going. Because the street was so quiet, you could hear their chatter clearly and listened in closely to hear what they were saying. Or we could smash a couple of windows, you heard one guy say, and another one laugh. Why not? They think bars can stop us, the other retorted. Or hey, we could hit up this joint ahead, the third offered, and you looked up ahead past them and noted one shop was still open, no roller door down the front and no bars on the windows, with the light still on inside, and you smiled when you realised it was your dad's bakery, and your family home. You had grown up in the apartment above this lovely little bakery, and had lived your life with your mum and dad running the shop below, and when you had gotten older, you had helped as well, taking over more of the roles when your mother fell ill. Your memories were suddenly interrupted when you realised that these guys ahead were talking about vandalising your dad's shop. Wait, why was this guy talking about your dad's shop? These guys were clearly up to no good. You paused mid-street. Nah, bro, don't even think about touching that place. Do you want the League to come after us? The first guy replied quickly, sounding immediately terrified. As if the League would care, the third retorted. No, seriously, don't even test them. They're ruthless. This is their place. Anyone that messes with this place gets the chop, the first guy said. It's your funeral if you decide to lay a finger on it. Okay, whatever, the third said. It's boring anyway. You hung back until the 3 guys had passed your dad's place, and then you quickly slunk to the bakery door and opened it, and then went inside. What was all that about? You wondered, as you closed the door behind you. Dad, I'm home, you called, noting your dad wasn't in the bakery, nor could you hear any noise out the back, so you headed for the stairs to go up and see if he was in the apartment upstairs. Is that my Tibbers, my little yidden bear? Your dad called from upstairs as you got to the base of the stairs, and you ran a little quicker to get up there to give him a hug. Oh, yin bear, your dad said excitedly when he saw you come around the corner. Dad, you replied brightly, running over to him to give him a hug. It's so good to be back. It's all changed so much around here. The street is so different. Yes, your dad said sadly, his deep worry lines increasing as he wrinkled his forehead. A lot has happened since you left, Yin Bear, but don't you worry. Come and have a seat. You nodded and let him go, and then walked over to the small round table by the kitchen and sat down, smiling when you saw your dad pull a cake out from the fridge and started cutting 2 slices, using the back of one of his hands to push up his glasses and set it higher on his nose. It's today's cake, your dad said with a grin and a wink. Special, just for us. Oh, I can't wait to try it, you said with an excited grin on your face. Oh, Dad, you'll be so proud of me. My cooking skills have come such a long way since I started the bakery course at college. I'll be able to cook you some things over this break. You won't be disappointed. Oh, I've never been disappointed in you, my bear, he said kindly as he poured 2 cups of tea that had been steeping and then placed them on a tray with the cake slices and carried them over to the table for you two to enjoy. Oh, I've been so looking forward to this break. It's been really intense, this course. Good, but intense, you said, as you got up a little to help him set the cake and tea down on the table. But how have you been, Dad? You asked as he sat down. How's Mum? Your dad looked sadly down into his tea and then smiled sadly up at you. She's not doing very well, he said in a soft voice, but I know that she'll be happy inside when she hears your voice. Are you going to see her soon? I was thinking tomorrow, you said softly. Your dad nodded. Do go. Go as soon as you can, he urged. Do you need help in the shop tomorrow? You asked. Is tomorrow going to be busy? No, your dad said as he shook his head. No, unfortunately things have been a little quiet on this street. Yeah, I noticed all the roller doors and bars and stuff outside, you said as you took a sip of tea and bite of cake. What's happened here? Your dad sighed again and glanced at the clock and then looked at you from over the top of his large round glasses. This area has fallen into the hands of thugs and ruffians. It was subtle at first, but now, when you walk outside, you can see how the area has declined. There's robberies, thievery, stabbing. Dad, you need to get out of here, you said, placing a hand on his. Thankfully, I've been okay, he said, glancing at the clock again. Yeah, I heard some guys outside saying something about this place being protected, you asked with scrunched eyebrows. What's that about? Your dad looked a little uncomfortable but cleared his throat to reply anyway. Yes, he said. Yes, protected. I've been fortunate, he said, standing up. Do excuse me for 1 second. I just need to, see a customer quickly. You stay here. Oh, yes, I noticed the lights were still on downstairs when I came in. I thought it was maybe for me, but you're expecting someone to come and pick up an order? You asked with a smile, standing up as well. That's great, Dad. Is it for a wedding? I'll come and help. We don't want you to drop anything. Oh, no, it's okay. It's not a problem. You rest here. I'll be back in a moment, your dad said, trying to placate you and get you to stay still. Is it a large order of cupcakes for a fete or something? You asked excitedly. I can hold the door. No, stay here, your dad said sternly, then quickly smiled when he saw that his sternness had been a little too stern. I'll be back. Please sit. You've had a big day of travel. Okay, you said, remaining still by the table and watching your dad walk to the stairs to go down to the bakery, and as he left you heard the door to the bakery open downstairs. Good evening, you heard your dad greet politely to whoever it was who had just come in. With curiosity getting the better of you, you snuck quietly to the top of the stairs and crouched down so you could see who it was that had come into the shop below. There were 2 guys, one with greyish light blue wavy shaggy hair hanging low over his face so that you couldn't even see his features, and another guy covered in scars, burns and tats with turquoise blue eyes and spiked black hair, and you froze. These guys looked like they were bad news. You've got what we've come for? The guy with spiked black hair asked your dad as he stood beside the other quieter male. I'm so sorry, your dad said with a worried look on his face. I don't. But please, if you give me a little more time, I can get it. Business has been a little slow lately and... I'm not here for your excuses, the shaggy-haired male suddenly said, stepping forwards and reaching for your dad's collar, before grabbing it in his fist and pulling your dad into him. Pay up, or we'll kill you and burn this place down. Please, your dad begged. My wife is very ill. We don't want your dead wife, we want money, the black-haired male retorted. I can get it to you, please. Just give me 1 more week, your dad begged. We've already given you 2, old-timer. Pay up or else, the black-haired male snapped. Wait, you shouted, suddenly running down the stairs and surprising the 2 males. Stop, let him go, you added, running over to try and wrestle your dad out of the shaggy-haired male's hands. Hey, now, hold up just a second, the the black-haired male said with a smirk, grabbing you by the wrist and pulling you back towards himself. Might need an introduction here. Who's this little hottie, Gramps? Please let her go. She's got nothing to do with this, your dad begged the ravenet male. Dad, what's going on? You asked, still being detained by the black-haired thug, while your dad was being held by the shaggy-haired male. Oh, so it's Dad, is it? The black-haired male smirked. Daddy hasn't told you what's going on? Dad? You asked, your terrified, watery, scared eyes locking onto him. Dad, what's going on? Your dad looked at you, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. I'm paying them protection money, he said in a broken voice. That's the protection you heard those guys mention before. No, you whispered with fear. But old mate here hasn't paid up, so the protection is about to run out and his business is about to close, as well as losing his house, his wife. Might need to pay her a visit too. And you? The male added, his turquoise eyes glowing as he smirked down at you. And you, well, stop it, Darby, the shaggy-haired male suddenly said. You're pissing me off, he added, raising his free hand to his neck and scratching at it with annoyance. You gonna go soft on this man, Shigs? The man holding you, named Darby, asked with surprise. No, the shaggy male, named Shigs, replied. He's gonna pay up, aren't you? You know what's at stake. Wait! Take me! You suddenly said in a panic. Take me! Take me as a holding fee! The room went deathly silent and both Darby and Shigs looked at you, and then Darby suddenly roared laughing. What's your name? Down payment? He cackled. No, your dad begged. No, Yin, you can't do this. Dad, I have to. This is for you and for Mum, and for the bakery. You'll have the money by next week, won't you? Keep me until then, you then added, looking at Shigs, who was watching you from under his hair. Darby laughed again and then yanked you backwards towards himself, and you stumbled into his embrace. You sure you want to come with us, deposit? You know I could use something to deposit into, he added with a leering smirk on his face. Suddenly Shigs let your dad go and lunged at Darby, punching the male in the collarbone, and he let you go so that he could retaliate. What the hell's your problem, man? Darby snapped, getting ready to fight the shaggy-haired male. Ugh, you piss me off so much, Shigs replied, using both hands to scratch at his neck, and you took 2 steps back and to the side to get to your dad, and then you spun and wrapped your arms around him. Yin, run, your dad whispered into your ear as he embraced you. Run or hold them off. No, Dad, I can't. I need to do this to save you, you whispered back, breaking down while you held on to him. I couldn't pay because I needed to pay for your mum's hospital bills, your dad whispered into your ear. I'm so sorry. I will have the money by next week. You're coming with us, the voice of Shigs said suddenly from behind you, and your wrist was grabbed and your body yanked from your father's embrace. Dad, you called as you were dragged to the bakery door. Dad, you'll have the money, right? Dad! I will, Yin. I will, your dad said as he took 2 steps towards you and reached out to you, but you had been taken out the door by then, and he dropped to the floor and started sobbing. I love you! He heard you scream from outside before your mouth was covered with a hand, the rest of your screaming being muffled by that hand as you were taken off into the night. You don't remember how you got from the front door of your dad's bakery to this other really run-down, abandoned place, but all of a sudden you were there and being walked through the front door into the darkness and stopped in the lounge room. Phone, the man named Darby suddenly demanded of you, putting his scarred, burned hand out to you. What? You asked. You had heard him, but your brain was too freaked out and fried to have understood what he meant. Give me a phone deposit. I know you got one on you. Hand it over, he said, curling his fingers to indicate for you to hand it over. You thought for a second. You knew that you did have your phone on you, but maybe if you lied you could still keep it and then call the police or something. You weren't sure if that was a good idea, but still having your phone on you could be super beneficial. I don't have mine on me, I left it at home, you lied to him, looking up into his turquoise eyes. Is that so? He asked with a smirk as he roughly pulled your body against his, pulling your front to his as his rough, free hand roamed down your side, reaching around behind you to caress your rear, and you shuddered with horror. All of a sudden, the shaggy-haired guy reached around you and grabbed Darby by the throat, keeping his pinky finger averted as he easily yanked him off you. Don't touch her so freely, the shaggy-haired male, Shigs, growled, shielding you from Darby now that he had removed him from you. I was frisking her for a phone. I know she's got one on her arsehole. What's your deal? Darby spluttered. You touch her again, like that, and I'll crush your neck, Shigaraki replied darkly, throwing the raven-haired male away before turning around to face you. Give me your phone, now, he commanded, and you quickly took it from your pocket and handed it to him, and then lowered your gaze to the floor. Was this guy going to attack you like he had done with the other guy? You had just lied straight out and been caught. You were done for, surely. Follow me, Shigs then said to you, turning and walking across the darkened room to the stairs that led up to a kind of half-level up. Surprised that he hadn't bitten your head off, you did follow, and he led you up to the next split level and to the first room on the right. Your room, he said, as he grabbed for the door handle and twisted it and then pushed it open. I won't let him in, he added, jerking his head in the direction of where he had left Darby after throwing him off you. Thank you, you whispered, as you quickly stepped into the room and then turned around just as the door was closed on you. Seriously, what's your deal? You heard Darby shout at Shigs. Why are you being so soft with her? Let me have some fun. We only have a week with her after all. We can hand her back, a little battered and bruised. You can have some fun too, man. Stop being so stiff. You heard the sound of someone being punched, and you grimaced as you heard the groan that came after it. I told you, if you lay a finger on her, I'll kill you. You heard Shigs growl, before the sound of footsteps walking past your room came, and then another door being slammed closed could be heard. Wow, how am I going to survive here? You wondered, with a lump in your throat, as you walked over to the very old rickety bed that was just a mattress on a metal bed frame, and sat down and then placed your hands over your face and cried. Dad, please have that money ready after a week. Please, you begged silently into your tear-filled hands. I don't want to be here any longer than I have to. You didn't sleep that night. It was a Sunday night that you'd been taken, which meant, as the sun rose the next day, that it was Monday, and you had 6 days to go before you could hopefully go home, if your dad had what these two thugs wanted. You raised your head and looked at the dusty, dirty window to your left, blinking as the light of the day got brighter and brighter outside your window and filtered through to show you the dump of a room that you'd been placed in. It was very bare. It only had a bed in the corner that you were sitting on, a cupboard that was all locked up with chains and a lock, a broken mirror on the wall, and dirty floorboards. You hummed with disappointment as you thought about having to spend 6 more days here. Sadly and with swollen eyes, you got up and walked to the window to look outside. You didn't know where you were. Nothing looked familiar. Man, even if I did try and run away, I wouldn't know how to get back home, and they would come for Dad and kill him even before I made it back to the bakery, you thought sadly, as you walked back over to the bed and sat back down again. As you did so, you heard a knock at the door and your petrified eyes looked up and stared at the wood. I have food, the voice of Shig said from the other side of the door. It's okay, I'm not hungry, you replied quickly. But your door still opened and food was pushed in on a plate before the door was closed again. It was just a slice of bread, but you still didn't want it. Man, what if it's been poisoned or drugged or something? You thought, deciding to leave it there. That day was the slowest day of your life. You got up and moved around a bit, but that was about it. You weren't game to leave the room, and you were too scared to eat the bread, so you just wasted away that first day, keeping quiet and praying time would move faster. That night you felt faint and nauseated. Oh, I'm starting to feel thirsty and sick, you thought, as you went from sitting on the bed to laying on it. I think I might need some water at least. You looked at the bread still laying on the plate on the floor, and your stomach growled so fiercely you had to clutch at it to hold it steady. I can't eat it, you thought, as you scrunched your eyes closed. Even if I'm hungry, I can't eat it. Because you hadn't slept the night before, you fell asleep quite quickly, but then woke at some ungodly hour of the night, feeling so parched your tongue felt like sandpaper in your mouth. Water, you thought, as you slowly sat up and listened to any sounds inside the house. I need water. Slowly you got up out of bed, grimacing as it creaked loudly under you, but still going ahead with getting off it. I really need some water, you thought desperately. I'll sneak out to the kitchen and get some, and then come straight back. It'll be okay. It sounds like everyone's asleep anyway. To your door you tiptoed, then gently grabbed for the door handle and twisted it open. It gave way, so you pushed on it, and the door slowly opened, screeching and groaning out into the dead, quiet house. God, you hissed to yourself, scrunching your nose up with disdain at the loud noise as you temporarily escaped your room. Leaving your door open, you walked softly to the top of the stairs and looked to the level down, and then walked the 7 steps down and turned to your right to walk into the kitchen. It was silent in there too, and you headed straight for the tap to take a big drink, but as you reached for the tap you wondered if it would even work. Does this place even have water and electricity to it? I haven't heard or seen anything on this house. No lights, you thought, as you reached for the tap and turned it on. Thankfully, water came shooting out and hit the sink with a loud screech as the pipes sang with the sudden release of water. Oh, too loud, you thought, but you were desperate for water and plunged your head sideways under the running faucet and damn near inhaled that water, drinking it so fast it almost hurt as it hit your dry, cracked throat. Oh, God, this is heavenly, you moaned internally as you drank way too much. Then once you had had your fill, you pulled your head back and switched the tap off, and then using the back of your hand to wipe your mouth, you turned with the intention to head straight back to your room. But as you spun around, you saw a shaggy-haired person blocking your way, standing there just looking at you from under their fringe. You stood there, frozen, looking at him while he looked back at you, only one eye visible from under his hair. "What are you doing?" he asked in a low, even tone. I just needed a drink of water, you said hesitantly. "Did you eat the bread?" he then asked. "No." You shook your head. "Why?" he asked. I don't know what's been done to it," you said, then immediately felt bad for saying that since he had never done anything to you to make you feel like he was that kind of person, but you still didn't want to eat it. I don't trust that other guy, Darby. He could have put something in it to drug me or something," you said. Shigs didn't say anything, just stood there, and you took a tentatively step forwards towards him, but off to the side and squished yourself up against the wall. I'm going back to my room now," you added quickly, as you slipped past him and ran for the safety of the stairs and then the room, quickly getting back inside and closing the door behind you. Oh my God, that was scary, you thought, as you walked back over to the bed and lay down on it again. He didn't do anything, though. The next morning you were woken by a knock on the door. Being a little on edge, you woke up and sat up immediately, staring at the door. When you didn't answer the knock, the door opened and in walked Shigs, holding a plate that had another slice of bread on it. He saw the other bread on the plate on the floor and bent down to pick it up, and at the same time put the other one down. "Darby hasn't touched this one. You can eat it," he said, before turning and leaving the room and closing the door behind himself. Did he say that just to make me feel more at ease, or did Darby actually do something to the other piece of bread? You wondered, as you got off the bed and walked over to the plate on the floor on wobbly legs. You had never felt so weak. Eyeing the food on the floor, you wavered and then accepted hesitantly, bending at the hips to reach down and pick up the piece of bread. You inspected it closely as you stood back up, looking it over and sniffing it to see if it had any weird smell, but all it smelled like was delicious fresh bread, so you took a small bite out of one of the corners and chewed slowly and then waited to see what would happen. Nothing happened, so you tentatively ate some more, but you were still unsure. Leaving it at a few mouthfuls, you then went back to the bed and flopped back down on it again, feeling really drained. I feel horrible, you thought, as you curled up there and fell asleep again. The next time you woke, it was as the sun was setting on Tuesday afternoon. You'd basically slept all of Tuesday, and you woke feeling crampy and uncomfortable and realised your period was coming. Oh, crap, you thought, as you lay there curled up thinking about when you were due. Yeah, it's around this time, and I don't have anything on me. You grimaced and sat up, holding onto your lower abdomen, and it was then that you realised just how badly you needed the toilet. Your poor bladder was fully extended from all that water that you'd drunk last night. It honestly felt like it was going to burst. In a fit of panic, you got up off the bed and immediately collapsed onto the floor, your jelly-weakened legs unable to hold your body weight anymore. Oh no, this is bad, you thought, as you continued to hold your abdomen and tried to get up on your knees at least, but even that was proving difficult. Because you were fully focused on yourself, you hadn't realised that your fall had made a significant sound and had been heard throughout the house. As you had thumped to the ground, both Darby and Shigs in the lounge room on the level below had looked up in the direction of your room and then looked at each other. What was that? Darby asked Shigs, who shrugged in return. I'll go check, the raven-haired male offered. No, I'll go. You stay here. She doesn't like you. Shigs replied sharply, getting up off the lounge and walking to the stairs. How would you even know that? You haven't even spoken to her, you giant baby. You're scared of girls, Darby teased. I am not, Shig snapped, reaching for his neck to scratch at it as he glared at Darby for a second and then spun and headed for the stairs. From inside your room you could hear footsteps approaching and you froze. Suddenly there was a sharp knock on the door and you looked up. I'm okay, you can go, you called to the door. What happened? Shigs asked as he opened the door and looked at you on the floor. Does he have to barge in like that? You deadpanned, thinking your thoughts quietly to yourself. He stepped into the room and walked over to you, but you didn't want him to get too close, so you tried to get up by yourself, but you couldn't. Shigs could see that you were struggling, and he reached out and took you by the arm, which made you flinch and squeeze your eyes shut. What is it? He asked. Nothing, you lied. Why did you fall? And why are you holding onto your stomach? He demanded. I need to go to the, you mumbled with embarrassment, looking at the floor. What? He demanded. Well, I drank a lot of water last night, so... You sassed back quickly, irked that he was making you say it out loud. It only took him a second to connect the dots, and then he grunted and took you by the arm to pull you up to standing, but you almost sank back down to the floor again. Ow! You punctured sharply. Why can't you stand? He asked bluntly, with mild annoyance. Because I haven't eaten in 2 days and I'm weak and there's other stuff going on and can you just not touch me? You said firmly, your watery, low-key sad but angry eyes meeting his that were still hidden behind his fringe. I'm going to carry you, he said, before quickly slipping a hand under your knees and other behind your back and lifting you bridal style up in his arms. Wait, no, I can... Put me down, you protested, but he didn't listen. You can't walk, but you need the bathroom. I'm not putting you down until we get there, he said firmly, but with annoyance. You shut up then and let him carry you, and then once he got to the bathroom door, he put you down. Can you stand? He asked, one of his free hands reaching to his neck to scratch as you looked at the floor and did your best to keep your jelly legs from imploding under you. Yeah, you said bluntly, and then shuffled inside the bathroom. It felt awkward knowing that one of your captors was standing on the other side of the door waiting for you, but you were busting to go, so after finally finishing, you got off and went to wash your hands and try and compose yourself. As you opened the door to step out, he was right there and you recoiled quickly. I'm fine now, I can walk to the room myself, you said stiffly. He eyed you and then stepped back and you passed him while giving him the side eye before quickly running, as best you could, back to your room. Once there, you fell back down onto the bed and clutched your cramping abdomen with both hands, grimacing as a tear slipped from your eye. Oh, man, I need to get supplies, but how do I do that without telling him what's actually going on? This is so embarrassing. I don't want him to know, you thought as you slowly fell asleep again. When you woke again, it was night time, and you were again parched. More water, you moaned internally as you sat up. The cramps had eased now, but you knew that you were going to get the real deal any hour now. Somehow I need to get to the shops, you thought, as you got off the bed and wobbled to the door. As you opened it, it again creaked and groaned and you grimaced as you stepped out. As you did so, you heard another door in the house open and you froze and waited, seeing someone moving towards you in the dark. As they got closer, you recognised the figure as Shig's and you relaxed a little. I'm thirsty, you said to him softly, intending to say that you were going to go to the kitchen to get a drink, but he cut in before you could say anything else. I'm taking you to the store, he said. Let's go. Wait, what time is it? You asked him. Who cares? Let's go, he said, walking towards you, but you shrank back and flinched as he reached out to take your arm. Your reaction made him pause, and he dropped his arm instead and then turned to the side. Follow me and stay close, he commanded, before heading off down the hall towards the stairs. You watched him for a second and then meekly followed, doing as best you could to keep up despite not having any strength. Out of the house you walked after him, feeling very self-conscious about being outside the house all of a sudden. Man, I haven't showered in 2 days. I stink and my clothes haven't been changed. I feel so gross. I don't feel well either at all. Am I going to be able to walk to the store? You thought silently as you followed him. Shigs kept his head down and also pulled his hoodie up and over his head, and you glanced at him and then looked around and back down at the ground again. Could I run? You wondered. No, there's no point. They know where I live, and they'll come for Dad if I desert. How is Dad? You looked up at the back of Shigs walking ahead of you and noticed that he had his head turned slightly, looking back at you. You quickly looked back down again. Why is he looking at me? Is he thinking I'm going to run? You wondered. He could probably catch me easily anyway, with the way I'm feeling. You stumbled a little, and Shig stopped and turned around. You're struggling. I'm going to carry you, he said. No, I'm fine. I can walk, you replied quickly, taking a step back as he took a step towards you. He stopped. Do you really hate me that much? He suddenly asked, reaching for his neck to scratch at it. I've given you food, and now I'm taking you to the store so you can get your own stuff, and you keep stepping away from me, he added, scratching at his neck harder. I've done nothing to you. I'm sorry, you said quickly, as you watched him scratch at his poor neck. You're my captor, so... And my dad, he... You offered yourself, he barked. I know, but I only did that to protect my dad. You were going to burn the place down if I didn't, you shot back. Stop acting like you're the nice guy. I never said I would do that. That was Darby, he shot back at you, his scratching getting worse and worse. Please stop scratching, please, you begged, suddenly changing the subject. You're going to hurt yourself. Oh, now you care, he pouted. Is he pouting? You thought, falling silent and just watching him for a bit. Then you had an idea. If I let you carry me, will you stop scratching? You asked. He paused in his scratching and then lowered his hand to his side. Yes, he mumbled, looking away from you. What is up with this guy? Is he sulking? You wondered, as you took a step towards him and then another until you had walked right up to him. Okay, you said. How do you want to carry me? Like before, he said, picking you up bridal style like he had done before. Isn't this a little awkward? You asked as he started walking again. No, why? He asked. You turned your head and looked into his face to reply him, but this was the closest you had ever been to him, and you saw his features a little more clearly. But not much, since he still had a lot of hair covering his face, and the hoodie was still on. But his eyes captivated you. They were tinged slightly red in the darkness, and you stared into them for longer than what he was comfortable with, and he looked away with a slight scowl on his face. Don't say anything then, he muttered, still looking away. Suddenly you remembered that you didn't have any money on you. Oh, how am I going to buy this stuff? I didn't bring my wallet, you said. I've got it covered, he replied, without looking, and his reply kind of made you tingle. Okay, that's oddly dependable, you mused to yourself. Once you got to the store, he put you down and jerked his head towards the door. Go in and get what you need. I'll guard the front of this store and keep an eye out, he said. Get everything you need, like food, water, whatever. Put it in the basket and carry it to the front cashier, and then look at me and I'll come in. Okay, you said, as you wobbled inside the store, and then gingerly picked up a basket and looked at the male cashier who was smiling at you, and he did his usual store greeting. You felt very grubby and thought that you must have looked a fright with your hair all over the place and messy, and your face unwashed and possible bags under your eyes, but you did your best to smile back and then wobbled into the closest aisle to look at the items there. Okay, first of all I need uterus stuff for unhappy uterus times, you thought. Then I need pain medication, food, bottled water, fresh clothes. Slowly you walked around the store, carefully picking up the basic essentials that you would need. You didn't want to have to be indebted to this guy standing outside any more than absolutely necessary, so picking the bare minimum was a must. Once you had gotten everything, you carried your basket to the cashier, as instructed, and placed the basket down and then looked at the door, catching the red eyes of Shigs outside. He nodded and then turned and entered the shop, hoodie on and head down, postured up and looking threatening as all hell, but this time you didn't flinch as he approached you. Get the manager, he said in a low, even voice to the cashier, who paused in his scanning of the items and looked at Shigs. Sorry? He asked. Get the manager, Shigs said again, and the cashier slowly put the scanner down and then backed away until he could reach for the door to another room behind him. He knocked quickly, then opened the door and then spun and thrust his head through the gap, calling the manager's name. The manager then appeared and stepped out through the door, freezing as soon as he spotted the man beside you in the hoodie. What do you need, sir? He asked Shigs. We'll be taking this, Shigs said, gesturing to the food and other things that were midway through being scanned. Yes, of course. Take it. No charge, the manager said nervously, his brows dotted with sweat as he tried to keep his nerves in check. Wow, you thought, as you looked from the manager to Shigs and back again. This place must be under the protection from these guys as well. Plastic bag, Shigs then said to the cashier, and the manager quickly pushed him to get it for the hooded male. Hurry up and get the plastic bag, the manager hissed with fear. The cashier did as asked and handed it over to Shigs, who then took it and reached out and picked up the food, water and supplies and dropped them all in the bag. You were so focused on worrying if he had seen your time of the month supplies that you didn't initially hear him telling you that you were leaving, and he turned to face you. I said we're going, he said sternly. Yeah, okay, you said softly, as you meekly followed him to the doors of the store and then glanced back as you headed out of the store behind him. As he started walking off across the car park, you called out to him. Hey, Shigs, you called. His form prickled and he spun around to face you, his face looking flushed, or of what you could see of it anyway. What did you call me? He asked, sounding embarrassed. Shigs, you said softly again. That's what Darby calls you, isn't it? Don't call me that. He pouted with embarrassment. Oh, but... You tried to protest. My name is Shigaraki, he said. Oh, sorry, Shigaraki, can I please have the bag? I'm really hungry, and I'm really weak, and I really need some food, please, you begged. He walked back to you and held the bag out to you, which you took gratefully with both hands. Thank you, you said softly. Can we stop somewhere to eat? I really need to eat. Shigaraki looked around and then jerked his head towards a more protected end of the car park that was slightly behind an electrical box of some kind, and then looked at you from under his hoodie. There, he said, and you nodded and walked over with him following. Fully focused on your food now, you grabbed for the first bun that you could see in the bag and yanked it out, and then ripped the packaging open and shoved the entire thing in your mouth. Oh my god, this is so good, you moaned internally. I've never tasted bread this good. The look of pure delight on your face was taken in by Shigaraki, who was watching you from under the safety of his fringe, but he didn't say anything. As soon as you had inhaled that bun, you reached in for something else and pulled it out to devour it as well, doing so for the next 4 items before realizing that you were just being watched by Shigaraki, and you felt kind of bad that you were just eating literally everything in front of him. Did you want some? You offered, holding out your pocky sticks to him. He looked at them and then took one and put it between his teeth and slowly chewed it down. It's good, huh? You asked. He nodded but didn't say anything, so you offered him another one, which he took as well. You then looked off into the night as you ate, chewing thoughtfully on your pocky sticks, your mind mulling over some things. Tamura, Shigaraki suddenly said. Sorry? You asked, looking back at him. Tamura. Call me Tamura, he said, looking away as he said it. Oh, you said. Not Shigs? No, he said darkly, looking back at you, his red eyes finding yours again. Call me Tamura. Is that your first name? You asked him. It doesn't matter what it is, he said, reaching to scratch his neck again. Just call me that. Hey, you said, reaching out to his hand that was clawing at his skin. Don't scratch. Your hand met the back of his coarse one, and he froze up and then stepped back and yanked his hand away from you. Don't touch me, he said, an embarrassed blush dusting his cheeks, unseen by you, of course. Sorry, I overstepped. I just don't want you to hurt yourself. You keep scratching, you said worriedly. Why are you so worried about me? He pouted. You hate me. No, I don't hate you, you said softly. I know that this whole situation is a little screwed up, but you haven't done anything bad to me or my family yet, so I don't hate you. His shoulders softened and he gave you what you perceived to be a bashful look from under his fringe. You couldn't tell if it was a bashful look because it was very dark and he had a hoodie on as well as his fringe covering his face, so it was well and truly obscured, but that's what you felt like the look was like. Maybe I'm dreaming all of this, you thought, as you put the now empty pocky packet back into the bag and closed it. Shall we head off? You asked. Yeah, he said, walking past you to lead the way back to the house. As you started to follow, you asked your next question, going from walking behind him to walking beside him. Hey, Tamura, have you heard from my dad? You asked hesitantly. No, he replied. Oh, you said sadly, looking down as you walked. You both turned the corner to head back out onto the road, but then you felt Shigaraki stop beside you, so you stopped as well and looked up. There ahead of you both was a gang of about 5 guys, walking towards you, and Shigaraki reached out and grabbed you by the sleeve and pulled you in behind himself. Stay behind me, he said. Well, what do we have here? one of the gang members called out as soon as he saw Shigaraki. The leader of the League of Villains, out on his own? Oh, wait up, another one said with a smirk. Nah, he ain't alone. He got himself a girl. Ha, a girl, hey Shigaraki? The first member asked with an evil chuckle. Well, maybe she should be with me. Go to hell, Chisaki. Shigaraki replied darkly. You know what happens when you mess with the LOV. Yeah, but it ain't the LOV, the leader named Chisaki called with a grin. It's just you, all on your own and your girl here. If I take you down and take her, then I'll be top dog. How does that sound? Sounds like you're ready to go down. Shigaraki replied, I got no time for games. You looked at the back of Shigaraki with surprise. Is that a Graves quote? You thought, your mind going straight to the League of Legends for some reason. Okay then, Chisaki yelled, running straight for Shigaraki. Oh no, you thought, as you watched from behind Shigaraki. He can't fight with me right behind him. I need to get away a little. Don't move, Shigaraki called to you when he felt you moving back. Stay right behind me. But you need room to fight, you called. Just then Chisaki got within striking range and reared his arm up with fist back and then let it fly, aiming right for Shigaraki's face. But Shigaraki had already raised his right hand then and swiftly used it to punch Chisaki's straight punch out of the way, leaving the other leader open for Shigaraki to use his left hand and punch him straight in the face. You heard the sickening crunch of a nose being broken and then a yell as some of the other gang members ran in to try and overwhelm Shigaraki. Despite you being right behind him, he held his ground as best he could, throwing punches and kicks and even grabbing throats of members to choke them out. This gang were making a hell of a racket, so it came as no surprise to you that after about a grueling 10 minutes into the fight, the sound of police sirens could be heard approaching in the distance. Are they coming for us? One of the members asked his comrade, the pair stopping and listening to the sirens as they got louder. Dude, I think they are, the second replied, the pair of them turning tail to run off, which set the other members off and finally Chisaki, who pulled his bloodied body up off the ground and threw one last verbal threat at Shigaraki before chasing after his members. Oh my god, you gasped once they had left, coming around the front of Shigaraki to ask if he was okay and to also check to see if he was injured. The poor guy had just taken most of the hits since he couldn't move with you behind him, and you felt bad that your presence had been a hindrance. As you walked around to face him, he staggered, and you quickly reached out and grabbed onto him to stop him from falling over. Tamura, you asked, are you okay? I can't see too well in the dark. We need to go, he wheezed out. Police. Oh, yes, you said, quickly turning so that you were beside him and lifted one of his arms up over your shoulders so you could help him walk back home. No, he protested, trying to lift his arm off you. No, listen, I've had good food and I'm feeling stronger. I can help you get back home. It's the least I can do to thank you for saving me, you said, your voice going softer on the end. How weird to be thanking the guy who's holding me as a deposit of sorts for money from my dad. Are you hurt? He asked, as you slowly moved into the side street, away from where any of the cops would see you. No, not at all. You took all the hits, you said. Oh, he replied, slowly trudging home. Getting back to the house took a lot longer than expected, and it must have been around 3 or 4 a.m. when you finally reached out and opened the front door. Slowly you helped him inside and then quietly closed the door behind you, readjusting his arm over you as you did so. You were intending to sneak him to his room and then go to your own, but suddenly a torchlight illuminated you both from a chair in the lounge room, and the voice of Darby broke the silence of the night. Well, where have you two lovebirds been? Sneaking off in the middle of the night? He asked with a smirk as the light lit up Shigaraki's face. He paused when he saw Shigaraki's bleeding lip and nose and mashed up face, and then stood up from the chair. Oi, he said as he walked over. We got attacked, you said as Darby walked over. Tamura took all the hits. Tamura? Darby asked with surprise, the torchlight switching to you. Hey now, you've been getting it on in the parking lot, haven't you? First name basis. It's not like that, Shigaraki growled. What are you doing up anyway? Oh, I got up to come and snuggle in bed with you, Daddy, but you weren't there, so I checked through the house and found, to my surprise, that you and my deposit here were missing in, action. He leered, reaching for his crotch to rearrange himself. She's not yours, Shigaraki growled, and subconsciously pulled you closer into his side. He's hurt, you blurted out. I need to help him. You didn't want to get involved in whatever these boys were talking about, so decided to try and bring the topic back on track again. I'm taking him to his room, you added. I need to see where he's hurt. Well, if you pull his pants down, I'm sure, Darby started, but his sentence was quickly cut short when Shigaraki balled his fist up and clean smacked him up with an uppercut to the jaw. Hey, oh my god, whoa, you gasped. Don't fight. Stop, please, you're hurt enough. Darby recoiled and snickered, but didn't come back in for a go himself. He knew Shigaraki wasn't having any more of his wisecracks. As you said you would, you helped Shigaraki get to his room and walked him slowly over to his bed and then helped him lie down on it. Where do you hurt? You asked him in the dark. I don't know, he replied, and you nodded. Yeah, figures it probably hurts everywhere, you thought. Leave me. Shigaraki then said, You need to sleep. Yeah, but I want to help you at least. You saved me, you replied. Go, he mumbled, and you felt like you should just obey and leave. His pride had been wounded a little too by the looks of it, and you had started to get the feeling that he was possibly a little emotionally immature and a little brattish, so you nodded and then slowly left, closing his bedroom door behind you. He wasn't wrong to send you away, as it was indeed very late, and you quickly medicated yourself and then fell into bed and passed out. That next day you woke somewhat around midday, feeling very hungry and very crampy, so medicated again and had some more food and water before tentatively leaving your room and heading down and across the hall to Shigaraki's room, your concern for him pulling you strongly in that direction. You knocked gently on his door and then called out softly, hoping he would let you in. Hey, it's me, you called. You awake? Leave me, came his reply. You scrunched your face up. It's not like I want to go directly against his orders, but what if he's actually really badly injured? You thought, wondering if you should just barge in, but you didn't want to anger him in any way. As you were standing outside the door, you heard someone get up from the chair in the lounge area and come up the stairs, and you looked in that direction to see Darby coming up the hall towards you with hands in pockets. What's up with Shigaraki? Got a poopy diaper? He asked as he stopped next to you. He's not in a good mood, and I'm inclined to stay away, but I'm worried that he's really badly injured. If he's broken a bone, we need to take him to the hospital, Darby asked and then laughed. Sorry, pretty baby, but if we go to the hospital, then it's straight on to jail, he added. We don't get the privileges of help like you do. You felt guilty for a second, but then a surge of anger shot through you. It's not my fault you chose to be thugs, you shot at him. Chose? Darby asked with surprise, but it was an angered surprise. Oh, so you know all about my life then, do you? You want to tell me how to live it then? Just then Shigaraki's door flew open and he stepped out, still with hoodie hanging low over his face. Piss off, Darby, he growled at the Ravenette. Why don't you tell her to piss off too? She's out here preaching like she knows what life I've had. Do you think I got these burns from playing in the sunflower fields? Huh? Darby then started to get really riled up now, and you realised that you had touched on a really tender spot, and so apologised quickly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was worried about tomorrow, and I said too much. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to set you off, you said quickly, but Shigaraki had stepped between you and Darby now, and the boys were having a stare down. Get out of the way, mystery sergeant from Wish, Darby growled. It's my turn to put her in her place. You lay one finger on her and I'll rip your damn head off, Shigaraki growled back. Darby paused for a second and then straightened and smoked. Ah, I see what's going on here. It's all making sense now, he said with a leering grin. Shigaraki here's got his heart eyes out for our deposit. What? You asked with surprise from behind Shigaraki. I do not, Shigaraki shouted, raising one hand to scratch his neck. I did not, Darby mocked him back in a teasing voice. How old are you, 5? Shigaraki couldn't hold back any longer and lunged at the lanky male, going for a punch before grabbing him around the neck, still with pinky finger held off him, and Darby thrust his right fist into Shigaraki's side, the blunt blow obviously hitting a sore spot since Shigaraki let go immediately and sank to the ground. Oh my god, you gasped, grabbing onto the back of his jumper and looking up at Darby. Don't! No more! Stop now! You said firmly. He's really hurt! Serves him right, Darby grunted, but your full focus was now on Shigaraki, and you quickly came around to the front of him and tried to get a look at his face, but he had it hung and covered by hoodie and hair. Tomorrow, I'm so sorry. Please let me help you. Get back into bed and I'll see what supplies we have here, or what I have in my bag, and I'll help you, you said, placing one hand on his shoulder to try and steady him. Please let me help you up. He obviously didn't have any more will to resist, so he let you help him up and you got him back into his room and back onto the bed. Then you ran out and down to your room to get some pain medication and some water, then came running back to his room. Darby was just standing outside Shigaraki's room watching on, and his anger faded into amusement as he watched you tend to his leader. I wonder how this is all going to play out, he wondered to himself as he turned to go back to the lounge and leave you two. For that Wednesday afternoon you looked after Shigaraki, remaining in his room and using tissues wet with water to clean his cuts and scrapes. He had bruises and swelling all over his face, and had obviously hurt his side and legs too, but he wouldn't let you lift up his shirt or roll his pants up, nor would he let you move much of his hair out of the way of his face, so you just had to tend to the wounds that you could see for the time being. You even made a makeshift ice pack from using the plastic bag from the store the night before and putting a little water in the bottom and then placing it in the freezer for a bit, and it seemed to do the trick. It felt good to be able to just do something other than sit in that room all day. That night you took a shower. You kept it short because you didn't want to tempt Darby to try and break in if you were taking a while, and you also wanted to go back and check on Shigaraki too, but it felt good to finally be clean. Your time of the month had started too, so that was an added bonus to your situation. Not. Wednesday night you slept relatively okay, dosed up on pain medication, same as Shigaraki, and then Thursday morning you were up around 9 a.m, helping Shigaraki get up and have some food. He was able to get out of bed and the swelling on his cheeks had gone down a bit. That's all you could see of his face, really, his cheeks, but it made you feel more at ease now knowing that he was moving again. While he ate food, you sat in the lounge room area with him, while Darby sat in the chair opposite as well, all three of you chatting idly. It was while you were helping get Shigaraki back to his room late afternoon that you heard a commotion at the front door and a female voice talking loudly. "Darby, you bastard!" you heard the voice yell, closely followed by Darby laughing hysterically. "Oh, well, you found us," you heard him say back. That was quicker than expected. "You didn't even tell us where you went," the female voice cried. "I've been searching all over." "The police found our hideout," Darby replied to her. "We all had to get out, fast. You and the others were out, so we ran for it. I figured you'd find us eventually." "You idiot!" the female voice laughed. Who's that?" you whispered to Shigaraki as you lay him down in bed. "Probably Toga," he replied. "Toga?" you asked. "A friend of yours?" "Just part of our league," he replied. "Oh, yeah, I heard that guy call you the leader of the League of Villains," you commented. "It sounded like League of Legends," you giggled lightly. Shigaraki looked at you. "You know the League of Tomorrow, baby!" the voice of Toga could be then heard calling out, and you froze. Tomorrow, baby? you asked. "Wait, is she your—" "No," Shigaraki said firmly. "Hey!" you heard her call, her footsteps approaching his darkened room. "I can hear you! I know where you are!" Suddenly a cute teenage girl appeared in the doorway, looking at you as you stood beside Shigaraki's bed. "Oh, I thought I could smell blood," she suddenly said, an almost evil grin pulling at her lips. "Blood? What does she mean, blood?" you asked internally, frozen in place as you stared at her. "Are you a new member?" she asked you. "You smell like us." "What is she talking about?" you screamed internally, still not saying anything. "No, she's not," Shigaraki said from where he was laying in bed. "Oh?" Toga hummed, tilting her head at you while giving you an unhinged smile. "Then who is she?" I'm... you went to say, but Darby had walked up the hall now and had decided to help this conversation along by hijacking it and making things worse, as usual. "She's our deposit. We can do what we like with her, but Shigaraki is gatekeeping," Darby leered as he poked his head around the corner. "If I had my way, I would have..." You saw Shigaraki slowly sitting up from the corner of your eye, and you reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder to steady him. "It's okay. He's not going to do a thing to me," you said, maintaining a strong eye contact with Darby as you held Shigaraki steady by the shoulder. Since you were holding him back, he started to scratch at his neck, and you looked at him with pity in your eyes. "Hey, please don't scratch. I've asked you not to scratch," you begged. "If he didn't keep running his mouth, I wouldn't need to scratch so much," Shigaraki growled, and it caught you by surprise once again that this man was acting so childish. Toga looked at Darby with surprise and then looked back at you. "What's your name?" she asked you. Yin," you replied. "I'm being held as a Gage. Tamura and Darby took me with them until my dad can pay them for the protection money. I go back on Sunday, you said, keeping your explanation short. Tamura? Toga asked. You call him Tamura? Yeah, I know, right? Darby chimed in with a smirk. Shut up, Shigaraki shouted, starting to scratch again. Tamura, please, you begged him. Tamura, please, Darby mocked, making Toga giggle. Get out, Shigaraki barked, and Toga jumped with fright and turned around to get out of the room quickly, her sudden exit making Darby leave too so he could talk to her. Once they had both left, you felt Shigaraki relax and you tried to calm him as best you could, telling him to rest and that you would be there if he needed you. You sat down in the chair by his computer and looked out the dingy window there. From what you could gather, this place had running water, but not a lot of electricity. The shower had been warm though, so there was gas heating at least, but what a life. I wonder if Dad's okay, you thought as you sat there. You wondered then if you should ask Shigaraki if you could call your dad and decided to give it a shot. Hey, Tamura, you asked him. He grunted. Could I call my dad? Just to check in and see if he's okay and let him know I'm okay. I haven't spoken to him since I left with you guys. There was silence and your heart sank. Was it a no? Yeah, your phone is by the computer, Shigaraki said, and you sat up with surprise and looked over it to the computer, spotting your phone tucked neatly beside it. It's charged, he commented. Oh? You said with surprise as you reached out and picked it up. I have enough electricity to run the computer. I charged it off that, he commented. Oh, thank you, you said as you unlocked your phone and rang your father's number, pressing the phone to your ear, but the speakers were so loud Shigaraki could definitely hear most of the conversation from where he was on the bed. Yin Bear? Your dad asked as soon as he answered the phone. Is that you? Hey, Dad. Yeah, it's me, you said with a smile into the receiver. Oh, my Tibbers, he said in a quivering voice. Are you okay, my bear? Oh, how I've thought about you every second of the day. I'm okay, Dad, I promise. They've been good to me, you said into the phone. They're nothing but thugs and thieves. They don't have a good bone in their body, your dad said darkly, and your face fell as you glanced at Shigaraki. He was looking at you, and you looked away. How are you, Dad? Do you have the money? Will you have it by Sunday? You asked. I do hope so, your dad said in a worried voice. I've got one final order for pickup on Saturday, and then I should have the money by then. Okay, Dad, you said with a lump in your throat. Please, I'll have it, he promised. I'll have it if it's the last thing I do. You nodded, unable to speak. Okay, I love you. I have to go now, he said, looking down at the floor. Be safe, please, my Tibbers. I love you so much. I'll see you on Sunday, promise. Make them promise to bring you home. I need you home, he begged. I will, you whispered. Love you, Dad. And then you hung up. You sat there holding your phone and then slowly lowered it to your lap and then reached out to place it beside the computer again. We haven't had full electricity because of late payments, Shigaraki said, and you remained still. Oh, okay, so if my dad doesn't pay them, they can't eat or afford electricity, you thought. You said, looking at the floor. I'm gonna go to my room now, okay? Shigaraki didn't say anything, so you just got up and slowly and silently left his room and closed the door and then tiptoed to your room while Darby and Toga continued to chat and laugh down in the lounge. You entered your room and then flopped down onto the bed. You were torn as you lay there. You had never seen this side of the world before. You had always had food, running water and electricity for as long as you had known. Yeah, you felt like your dad had a bit of a hard life, and most of your friends and family who knew about your situation would comment and say that you had it rough as a family. But compared to how Darby and Shigaraki lived, you had a very pampered life. On top of that, you had developed a bit of a soft spot for these two ruffians. They were thugs and thieves, sure, but they were human too. You sighed and rolled onto your side, falling asleep almost instantly. Friday morning you got up to go and check on Shigaraki and found Toga in his room, tending to him. Oh, sorry, you said with embarrassment when you looked into the room and saw Shigaraki with his shirt off and Toga wiping his back down. It's not what it looks like, Shigaraki said quickly, and you turned away hurriedly. It's okay, I'll get you some food, you called as you walked stiffly back to your room. Yun, he called after you. It's okay, I'll be back in a second, you called with embarrassment. Oh man, that startled me. I wasn't expecting to see him half naked and her wiping him down, you thought. You walked back to your room and rummaged through your bag and pulled out some food and water bottles, then stood up and turned to head back out. But Toga was standing in the doorway of your room with a knife in her hand. You froze. "Good morning, Yin," she said brightly with an unhinged smile. "Going somewhere with those?" I'm going to give them to Tamura, but you can have them if you like. They're not mine," you stammered, your eyes flicking to the knife as she adjusted it in her grip, the morning sunlight glinting off its sharp edge. "Who are you, really?" she asked as she stepped into your room. "You're awfully close with Tamura, baby." I'm not. Really, I'm not," you said, taking a step back and shaking your head rapidly. He told me to call him Tamura, but I didn't realize you had a close relationship with him. I can call him Shigaraki, that's fine," you said with fear, continuing to step back as she approached you. "You smell like blood. Which gang are you with?" she asked, bringing the knife up a little. "No, please, I'm not with a gang, I promise. I'm a hostage," you begged. "Please, Toga, I promise you." "I don't believe you," she said with a grin as she raised her arm up with the knife in hand. Just then Darby came flying through the door and grabbed her arm, yanking her off kilter and making her drop it. "What the hell are you doing, you nut job?" he barked at Toga. "You can't just stab our deposit." "Let me go, she's an imposter!" Toga screeched, trying to pull herself out of Darby's grasp, but kicking over your bag of items from the Wednesday night in the process, sending food packets, water bottles, sanitary items and medication spewing out all over the floor. You froze, she froze, and Darby froze. All three of you standing there looking at the sudden mess, your eyes especially drawn to your personal items. "Oh no," you gasped internally. Toga stared and then started laughing, which confused you and Darby, and you both stood there looking at her. "I know why you smell like blood now," she said brightly, with that unhinged smile. "Don't say it, please don't," you begged her. "Huh?" Darby asked. "What?" "It all makes sense now," she laughed. "That's why it was so strong." "Oh my god, can we please move on?" you wailed. "What?" Darby asked again, really not getting what was going on at all. "I'm so sorry, Yin," Toga said with a grin. "Can we be friends? I promise I won't stab you." "Huh?" you asked with surprise. I mean, I guess that'd be nice." "Yay!" she said excitedly, dropping the knife and it almost landing the sharp end down on Darby's foot. "Oi!" he yelled as he let her go, and she bounced over to you and grabbed you in a big hug. "Oh, I just love the smell of blood," she said as she snuggled into you. "It's a beautiful smell. It means there's a war being raged and someone's going to win." "This crackhead here can smell blood from a mile away," Darby said. She grew up with a lot of bloodshed around her, so she's got a few screws loose, and she's weirdly obsessed with certain people, especially those who smell like blood. And she's unhinged, but at least she's not a government official. They're the worst, Darby said with a dead straight face. "What the heck?" you thought, as you remained still and let Toga hug you. Toga, Shigaraki, is he okay today?" you asked, wanting to change the subject. "It's okay if you call him Tamura," she said happily, looking up at you with her big eyes and rosy cheeks. "We both like the same person after all. We're basically twins. Can I call you my sister?" Holy hell, this girl is intense, you thought, but you dared not make her mad, so nodded your head in agreement. Sure, yep, you can call me sister." "Yay!" she gasped. "I love you, Yin." A second ago she was going to stab me, you thought. Did you not hear her say the part about them both liking Shiggy Daddy? Or is she trying to avoid the topic? Darby wondered, watching as you were awkwardly held captive by Toga. Finally she let you go, and you mentioned about giving Shigaraki some food and drink, and she agreed. "Yes, let's take it to him," she said brightly, as she linked arms with you and squeezed herself into your side. "Let's go to Tamura, baby, together." Okay, you said, looking at Darby for a little help, but all he was doing was just smirking with amusement and watching you as you were escorted out of your room by her and off down the hall to Shigaraki's room. Interesting, he mused as he left your room and went downstairs to the lounge room to chill. He was only there for about 20 minutes before Toga arrived dragging you with her and brought you over to the lounge so that she could still chat with you, her new best friend, no, sister. "Did you enjoy your threesome?" Darby teased with a smirk. "Oh, that would be fun," Toga said excitedly, and your eyes nearly fell out of your head. No, you stammered. Sorry, Toga. I think yin is a purist here. Darby smirked. Only wants one. Oh, well, if you only want one, I can be your one, she offered brightly, cuddling into your arm that she had barely let go of since she had latched onto you. Ah, that's kind of you, you said, as she dragged you over to the lounge and pulled you down onto it, still snuggling up into your side. So, have you guys been together as the League of Villains for long? You asked sheepishly, wanting to at least get a conversation started. What is this, an interview? Darby asked with a little scrunch in his nose, indicating that he wasn't interested in light chit-chat. Oh, pick me, Toga said excitedly, sitting back from you a little so she could throw her hand up as if she were a student and you were the teacher asking a question. Yes, Toga, how long have you been in the League for? You asked her. About 2 years, she said. Then she went quiet, thinking about it. Yeah, maybe. Darby, she called upon the Ravenet. How long have I been with you guys? How would I know, fruitcake? He asked, picking his phone up again to look at it. I don't care. All that matters is that I have a family who love me for who I am, she said with a bright smile. Right, sis? Yeah, you said, kinda stiffly, before relaxing into it a little. Yeah, that's important. Darby snorted from his chair across from you and Toga, and you glanced at him before asking your next question. So, has Tamura only had this League of Villains together for 2 years? Or are you guys relatively new members? You asked. Toga started giggling and then grabbed onto your arm again, giving you another cuddle. You're so funny, Yin. You accidentally said League of Legends, she giggled. I know, I'm sorry. They just sound so similar, you said with a small chuckle. That's actually his favourite game. Tamura Baby is a massive gamer, Toga said. Wait, what? He plays LOL? You asked with surprise. Yes, Toga giggled. If he wasn't the league leader, he'd probably spend all of his time playing online, she said. He's so funny like that. I love him, she sighed. Yeah. He's interesting, you mused, and Darby glanced up at you. Hello. Is she into gaming as well? He wondered, but didn't say anything. He was going to keep this one to himself. You chatted a little more with Toga and Darby, well, mostly Toga, before feigning tiredness and finally getting out from Toga's grasp and heading back to your room. Although you had pretended to be tired, when you got into your room and lay down, you found that you actually were tired and did fall asleep, so you must have been tired for realsies. The next time you woke, it was dark outside, and you were thirsty again. Getting off the bed, you walked over to your bag of goodies on the floor and picked up the last of your water bottles and took a large gulp. Man, I guess I could fill this one up in the kitchen, you thought, as you held the bottle up in the pale light coming through your bedroom window and shook the contents a little to see how much was left. You sighed and placed it back down on the floor and then dug into the bag to pull out any remaining food items. While you ate, you thought you should probably go to the bathroom and take some more medication to ward off any potential cramps that might pop up again, and you got your things together to make an escape to the bathroom. No sooner had you stepped out, you looked up to see Shigaraki coming out of his room, and you smiled at him in the dark. Hey, how are you feeling? You asked him as he approached you. Okay, he replied, looking down at you through his fringe. Good, you said back. I'm just going to the bathroom. Come to the shops with me. You need more food and water, right? He asked. Oh, it's okay. I don't want to inconvenience anyone. I can make do, you whispered, worried that your talking might wake Toga or Darby. Shigaraki shook his head. No, go to the bathroom, and then we're going. He said, I'll be at the front door. If you're sure, you asked. I said we're going, didn't I? He replied, lifting his hand to his neck, intending to scratch there, but you quickly reached for his hand to stop him. Okay, I'm coming, okay, don't scratch, you said. I'll only be a minute. He nodded and you ducked around him and then headed down the hall to the bathroom, did your thing, and then quickly came back out and walked down to the front door to meet him there before leaving the house together. It was very dark out, and you guessed it was well past midnight, as no one else was around and no other lights were on in the houses, so you felt safer knowing that everyone was asleep, so it meant less chance of an attack, but you still kept close to Shigaraki, almost bumping into him, you were walking so close. Oh, sorry, you said when you actually did bump into him, and you quickly recoiled and stepped further away. What are you doing? He asked, and you thought he meant about you running into him, so you apologized quickly again. Sorry, I was just trying to stay close, but I accidentally ran into you, you said. No, what are you doing walking far away? Stay close, he commanded, so you quickly stepped in closer to him. If you don't stay close, I'll have to hold your hand to make you stay close, he mumbled, but you didn't quite catch what he had said, and you didn't want to ask him to repeat it since he sounded a little mad. You walked on quietly for a little before you decided to bring up the topic of Toga. Toga is, lovely, you said hesitantly. Is she your girlfriend? You asked. What? He asked as he stopped and swiveled his head towards you. Oh, I thought that maybe, you mumbled. No, never, he said, and then shoved his hands into his pockets and kept walking. Oddly, when he said that, you felt relieved, but at the same time confused. But she calls you, Tomorrow baby, so I thought that, you continued. No, Shigaraki said again sharply. I don't like her like that, and I'll never like her like that. She's not the one I have my eyes on. Your heart started to pound in your chest a little, and you swallowed thickly. Do you like someone? You asked with a hesitant curiosity. Shigaraki looked at you from the corner of his eye. Why? Do you want to know? He asked. No, well, it's not really my place to ask. I'm just here for a little bit, you said with a nervous chuckle. Sorry, but anyway, it's nice to be out again, you said, changing subjects quickly. Are we going back to the same store as before? No, a different one, he said, not looking at you. Okay, you replied, deciding that you should probably stop talking then. You'd already angered him enough that night, you felt. You remembered to stay close to him, though, as you walked. You didn't want to get in trouble again. Soon you were at the store, and you got a few supplies, as well as some cream for Shigaraki's neck. Ever since he had taken you to the shops last time, you had thought that you should have gotten some kind of cream to help with his itching. You didn't know if he was scratching out of having a skin condition, or whether that was something that he did when he got angry, frustrated, or anxious, but you wanted to help. It must be very raw or sore on his neck by now, with him scratching almost all the time. So same as what happened at the other store happened at this store too. The second that the manager saw Shigaraki, he immediately let you take whatever you needed, no pay necessary, and you were back out into the night with another bag of supplies. Hey, you said as you both left the store. I know last time was really bad. We stayed out and we got into a fight with the other gang, but did you want to stop and eat something before we get back to the house? I wanted to, check something too, and I don't really want to wake up Darby or Toga. Do you think it will be okay to stay out a little? Yes, you can eat, he said as he looked around and spotted a park across the road. We can go over there. It's very open, you replied. Is it bad to be out in the open this late? I don't care, he replied as he led the way over. Yeah, but I care. I don't want you to get hurt again, and you got hurt worse because you were blocking them from getting to me. That's so unfair, you said with a small, annoyed scowl. It doesn't matter how many times it happens. I'll do it over and over, he replied as he walked over to a swing and sat down on it. You followed and then placed the bag down on the ground and pulled out the cream that you had bought for his neck, swiftly unscrewing the lid and placing it down on the ground. What's that? He asked, watching you from under his fringe. Cream, you replied, dipping your finger into it to get some and then looking up at him. I want to put this on your poor neck. You keep scratching and it's probably red raw by now. It's fine, he said stiffly, pushing back on the swing as you stood up. No, it's not. I haven't seen it, but you scratch so much there's probably a lot of broken skin, he said with a gentle concern as you stepped towards him. He pushed back further and you kept coming. Tomorrow, please, you coaxed gently. I just want to put a little... No, he said, lifting one hand to his neck, the side that he scratched at most, and covering it. Stop, come on, you said as you walked right between his legs and reached for his hand with your free hand to move it out of the way. I don't want you to see, he protested. You'll be okay, you reassured him. This will help. Wait, he said, flinching as he held onto his hand and gently pulled at it. At first he resisted heavily, but then relaxed a little and looked away as you removed his hand from his neck so that you could apply the cream. Your hair is long, I need to move it out of the way, you said, as you then let go of his hand and gently brushed his hair aside, revealing quite scaly, sore-looking cracked skin underneath, and you paused for a second. Oh, Tomura, that looks so sore, you said, before gently applying the cream. It's ugly, I know, he said with a little bitterness in his voice. No, it's not ugly, it just looks sore. Is it itchy all the time? You asked, focusing on what you were doing. He glanced at you, his red eyes watching you closely from under his hair. Mostly, he replied. This cream will help, it's for psoriasis, you said. It does look like psoriasis. How would you know? He asked glumly. My cousin has it, you said. She itches a lot too. He grunted. Do you have any on your face? You then asked, and Shigaraki was so preoccupied by your previous comment that he didn't quite catch you before you had gently brushed most of his heavy fringe aside and revealed a great portion of his face. He had quite a pleasant-looking face, with patches of psoriatic skin patches across his cheeks, and your gaze glossed over them, but then settled on those intense red eyes of his, and you caught a good look at him before he quickly yanked his head away and his fringe fell back into place, covering him up again. Don't do that, he said darkly. Your heart was pounding in your chest by now, and you quickly stepped back from standing between his legs, feeling a little self-conscious over how close you were standing to him. Oh, sorry, you said. I was looking for more patches to rub the cream on. I don't like showing my face, he said, keeping his eyes averted from yours. Why? You asked. You have a nice face. He pursed his lips together, but didn't say anything, and you stood there kind of awkwardly before remembering that you had food to eat. Oh, food, you said suddenly, crouching down to firstly put the lid back on the cream jar, and secondly get a bun out for both you and Shigaraki. You held the food out to him, and he took it and opened it, and so you did the same with yours, eating quietly while trying to not look at him, but also look at him. He really does have a nice face, you thought. His eyes are very striking too. His poor lips were very chapped though. You then suddenly remembered the conversation that you had had with Toga and Darby about Shigaraki being a gamer. Oh, hey, you play League of Legends, don't you? Shigaraki stopped chewing and looked at you. Who told you that? He asked. Oh, Toga did, but I kind of saw the hints at it. The League of Villains is very close in name to League of Legends, and also, when you were saving me the other time, you quoted Graves, right? Shigaraki looked at you with low-key surprise. Yes, he nodded. I play too, you said happily. Which champion do you use? I solo Q, Viego, he said, taking another bite of his bun and chewing on it thoughtfully. Oh, I see, you replied. Yeah, actually, I think I can see a little of him in Viego, you thought. You? He then asked, watching you from under his fringe. Annie all the way, baby, you said with a grin. My nickname is Tibbers. You know, her bear. I thought I heard your dad call you that on the phone the other day, but I thought I was dreaming, Shigaraki said, and you chuckled a little. It's kind of random, but I do kind of vibe with Annie a lot. Her backstory is, well, not exactly like mine, but we both lost mothers. Well, I mean, she lost her mother, and I still have mine, but time's kind of running out, you said, looking down at the ground. And I have a bear that she made me when I was little, and I call it Tibbers because I used to watch my older cousins play LOL, and I loved Tibbers, so that's how that came about, you said with a sheepish chuckle. What do you mean time is running out for your mum? Shigaraki asked. Oh, you said, looking up at him and then looking back down again. She's in hospital, and the doctors don't know what's wrong with her, but she's getting weaker and weaker every day. The reason my dad was late paying you guys was because he had hospital bills to pay, and then didn't have enough business to get more money before your deadline, you said, taking another bite of your bun. So, yeah. Shigaraki grunted. It fell silent for a bit, and then you spoke again. We should play together sometime, you offered. What? Shigaraki asked, confused. Oh, wait, sorry, on LOL, you added with a sheepish smile. We should play together on LOL. I know you solo, but would you duo with me? He looked at you, and then took another bite of his bun. I'll think about it, he replied. Okay, cool, you said with another smile, before taking a bite of your own bun. Thankfully, after hanging out at the park, you both got home safely and back to your own beds before sunrise and got a little more sleep, and then you were up around mid-morning on Saturday to just chill in the lounge area again. You, Shigaraki, Darby, and Toga. It felt so natural, yet so weird at the same time, that you were just vibing with those who were basically holding you hostage. It really didn't feel like a hostage situation at all, though, and you kept telling yourself that you had actively chosen to be there, so it wasn't a true hostage situation. Sissy, Toga giggled, falling onto you on the lounge. Did you sleep well last night? Yeah, did you? You asked her. Oh, I did. I just love being in this house, she said, giving you a bright smile as she snuggled into you. Didn't sleepwalk again, did you? Darby asked you with a smirk, and you looked at him and then glanced at Shigaraki. Does he know? You wondered. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he knows we've been out again. Shut up, Krusty. Shigaraki snapped at his equally scarred and skin-blemished gangmate. Krusty? Darby said with surprise. This coming from the dust man himself is very rich. Boys, please, you said in exasperation. Oh, it makes you just want to stab them, doesn't it? Toga asked, feeding off your exasperation towards them bickering. I wouldn't say that, you said cautiously, looking at both boys. It being that time for you two, don't you just want to stab them? Toga asked, and you knew that she was meaning your time of the month. You felt the heat of embarrassment flush through you, but then realised that the boys might not know what was going on. Yeah, actually. And I'm good at cleaning up blood, you said with a smirk. Oh, I know, right? Toga squealed. Girls always know how to clean up bloodstains. Oi, oi, Darby said as he shifted in his chair. Don't you go getting all kinky, he said. We just want to hold you so your dad comes through with the money. I can hold them down and you can stab them, Toga said to you. She said it with so much excitement it was almost adorable. Almost. Oh yeah, and then I can clean up after, you added with a grin. Darby looked at Shigaraki and then back to you. Hey, Krusty the Crab that's been AI'd to look human. You going to do something here? He asked. Come and get your girl before she gets brainwashed by nutjob here. Yin, come, Shigaraki said, and you almost got up immediately. His pull was so strong, but you fought it a little and looked at Toga. I think I better go, you said sheepishly. Shigaraki waited until you had walked over to him, and then he got up and turned for the stairs. Come with me, he said. I'll come too, Toga said excitedly. No, just Yin, he replied. Don't be too loud, Darby teased. Don't listen to him, it's fine, you said quickly when you saw Shigaraki turn with mouth slightly ajar to say something back, but you were impressed that he didn't start scratching like he usually would have done before. Shigaraki then turned away abruptly and headed up the stairs, with you following, but you weren't exactly sure what he wanted from you. He passed your room, and you looked in at it as you passed, and then continued on to his room. What's up? You asked as you both entered his room. Sit, he said, pointing to his bed. You were immediately suspicious and refused to sit, instead choosing to stand and wait to see what he was doing. He walked over to the chair by the computer desk and sat down, and you watched on curiously. He turned his head slightly and looked at you, still standing there in his doorway, and lifted his hand to his neck. Wait, you said. Don't scratch. Why do you want me to sit? What's happening? I just wanted to play some LOL, he said, with you here. Oh, you said. But I can't see from your bed. Can I stand closer? I do want to watch you play, though. Okay, he said, leaning forwards to switch his computer on. You turned back to close his door behind you, and then walked over to him, standing a little behind his chair as he waited for the computer to start and then load the game. He didn't say anything, just waited, and he didn't say anything either, so it was dead silent, but it didn't feel awkward. Once the game had loaded, he started playing and you watched. He had definitely clocked up some hours on this game, and appeared to be very proficient at it, which you thought was pretty cool. There was a quick second where you were pulled out of the present and had a second to think, once again, about how weird this situation really was. Am I really being held hostage here? You wondered. He seems so nice. Would he actually do anything if I did run away and go back home? Do I even want to go back home? Would it be weird if I asked if I could come back to visit? When all of this is over, will I never see him again? What about when he comes to collect protection money from Dad? Would I get to see him then? You had so many questions, and none of them made any sense, really. Maybe I'm just really tired and mildly delusional, you wondered, before being drawn back into the present and making a comment about the gameplay in front of you. After you had watched him play for a bit, he leaned forwards and picked up your phone from beside the computer. Here, he said. You go back home tomorrow. You took the phone and looked down at it. Oh, yeah, tomorrow's Sunday, you thought, as you turned the screen on, saw a few random messages from friends and other random notifications, and then switched it off again. Not long till I go back home. I hope Dad has been well. Sunday morning and midday, you just hung out with Shigaraki, Darby, and Toga. You were looking forward to going home, but oddly you acknowledged that you had grown fond of these people, especially Shigaraki, but it was clear that Toga had taken a really strong liking to you too, and was most upset to hear that you would be going back to your dad that night. Oh, but can't you stay, sis? She begged, clinging to your arm. Unfortunately no, but Maybe I could, you started to say. Come and visit? Darby asked with a smirk, accurately finishing off his sentence. And bring the cops with you? You know what will happen to you and your dad if that ever happens, he said, and you're once again reminded that these probably weren't the right people to be making friends with. So you shut your mouth instead. Shigaraki just remained silent. Sunday afternoon, he said it was time to go. Leaving Toga and Darby behind, he left alone with you, escorting you back home, just the two of you heading back to your house just on dusk. You didn't know what to say to him as you walked silently side by side through the back streets to your place. Did you thank him for that week? No, that was silly. Did you tell him it was nice to meet him? Well, that was a bit of a weird thing to say to him too, considering that this was supposed to have been a hostage or a holding situation. You couldn't tell him that you'd see him later. Thank you for walking me back home, you finally said. It was something at least. He grunted. Oh, that was magical, wasn't it? You thought with a small sigh, deciding to just keep quiet instead. It looked like he didn't really want to talk either, so best that you just let it be. It was fine if it was awkward. You weren't going to see him again after this. Your heart felt heavy at that thought. This is stupid, you thought. Soon you both rounded the bend to your street and you saw the light on in your father's bakery. I hope he has the money, you thought, as you got closer and closer to the front door. You reached out for the front knob and opened the door, smiling as you stepped in with Shigaraki behind you. Dad? You called out into the quiet bakery. Oh, Yinbe! You heard your dad call, his voice full of worry as he came running out from the back of the bakery. He quickly ran around the counter and over to you, grabbing you in a big hug as Shigaraki waited behind you. Oh, my sweet, your dad said in a relieved voice, but looked over you while holding onto your arms, checking to make sure that you were okay. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, Dad, you said with a gentle smile. I'm fine. Your dad then looked up and passed you to Shigaraki. I have your money, he said stiffly, reaching into his pocket and pulling out an envelope full of bills. The way he handed it to the man behind you was like the envelope had bugs on it, or he didn't want to touch Shigaraki's hand. He passed it over so quickly and then pulled you closer to himself. You had initially thought, naively, that your father was going to thank Shigaraki for your safe return and at least smile at him, but the exchange was cold and void, and you could tell that your dad certainly did not like the man that you had come to like. You can leave, your dad said to Shigaraki, and you looked over your shoulder at the taller male, who just put his head down, turned to the bakery door, and just vanished into the night without even saying goodbye. Wait, what? You thought, when his form quickly melted into the darkness outside the bakery. That's it? You went to say something to your dad like, can I please say goodbye, but then stopped yourself. This wasn't a friendly farewell. Shigaraki's abrupt leaving left you feeling a little hurt, and you tried not to think too much about it as you then looked back to your dad. How are you, Dad? You then asked, your heart still looking over your shoulder in the direction that Shigaraki had gone. Oh, my tibbers, your dad said, grabbing you into another hug and letting his emotions get the better of him, tears spilling down his cheeks. I should never have let them take you. Did they do anything to you? He asked, squeezing you tight in his arms. No, Dad, I promise they didn't, you assured him, but he wasn't sold. To him you just felt sad. Come, he finally said, stepping back and lifting his glasses with one hand so he could wipe his eyes with the other. You can have a shower and I'll make us some tea. Okay, you said, forcing a smile onto your face. As you both headed to the stairs, you took one more glance at the bakery door and your dad noticed. Oh, she's worrying he's going to come back, surely. Oh, the poor thing, he thought. I kind of wish I had said goodbye, you thought, as you headed upstairs to the apartment above. While you showered, you thought, your mind being filled with the images of Shigaraki and the time that you had spent together over the last week, and you sighed, turning your face into the water and letting the hot stream pinprick at your face. Why can't I stop thinking about him? You screamed internally, your face all scrunched up in the flow of the water. Man, I feel so stupid. Back at the house, Shigaraki turned up alone and Darby met him at the front door. The Ravenette asked in a teasing voice as the leader of the League of Villains stepped inside the house. You actually let her go? Yes, why wouldn't I? Shigaraki asked in a defensive and sulky voice. Why wouldn't you? Answer's pretty easy, sunshine, Darby replied. You got a mad crush on her, so what's stopping you from keeping her? I do not have a crush on her, Shigaraki replied defensively, reaching his hand to his neck to scratch, but then remembering you and slowly lowering his hand again. Darby noticed and smirked. Oh, did you hear her telling you not to scratch, huh? Is that why you stopped? He teased. Is she on your mind constantly, is she? Stop, Shigaraki demanded angrily. Well, if it helps you sleep at night, itchy princess, I think she's got a thing for you too, but I can't be 100% sure. Looks like it, though, he said. Really? Shigaraki asked, a little brightly. Really? Darby mocked him. Bro, you're so whipped, just go back and tell her you want to rattle her bones. I don't want to do that. She's too pure. Shigaraki pouted. I wouldn't want to do anything she's not ready to do. Oh, ho! So you've thought about it then? Darby teased. You can have Toga as a substitute. She'd be down for any crazy kinky thing that you could think of, especially if it involves knives. No one is better than Yin, Shigaraki said, pushing past Darby and sulking off back into the house. Darby just watched him go, amused. That night you couldn't get to sleep too well. It was very nice to be back in your own comfy bed, but your thoughts were filled with Shigaraki, and after thinking about so many things relating to him, you finally fell asleep. The next day you were very quiet and just went about your daily chores with a subduedness to you that your dad had never seen before. Watching you silently clean the kitchen and then silently sweeping the stairs had him very worried. You had said that you were fine, but to him it looked like his once happy and chatty Yin had sustained some severe trauma that was robbing you of all the joy of your life. You assured him repeatedly that you were fine. And you were fine, but deep down you admitted to yourself that you kinda did miss them, the League and especially Shigaraki, and you had to stop and query if you had Stockholm Syndrome or something. I just want to go and see them, you thought, as you headed down to the bakery with your dad to do some work together. While you started setting up, you asked your dad when Shigaraki and Darby would be coming back to get the next payment. Next Sunday, your dad said, but don't you worry, I won't let them take you again. You'll stay upstairs and lock yourself in the bedroom. I'll take care of them, and only once they're gone will I allow you to come out. They will never lay their dirty hands on you again, he said darkly, and your face that had started to lighten a little at hearing that they would be coming back so soon, slowly dropped again. Oh, so I won't get to see him again, you thought as you quietly walked to the fridge and pulled the blocks of butter out. Wait, what am I even thinking? You thought with a shake of your head. Your dad had a big order coming up on the Tuesday, and you'd put your hand up straight away to help him, and so seeing that that day was Monday, you had work to do. You and your dad put your heads down and tails up and worked flat out like a well-oiled team, barely talking as you got batch after batch of cakes and cupcakes made and into the oven. Although you were working at full pace, you and your dad both noted that you were behind schedule, and as 7 p.m. Monday night rolled around, you knew you'd be up late for this one. Oh, I'm so sorry to make you work so hard, your dad said apologetically as he stopped for a second to catch his breath. Oh, don't be silly, Dad, it's totally fine, you said with a smile. You go and rest and make some food for yourself and I'll keep going, you said. I'll make some food for us, your dad said. I'm happy with just a slice of cake and tea, to be honest, you replied. Don't do anything special, really. Well, it's the least I can do, he said with a smile back at you. I'll just go and have a sip for a bit and then I'll come back. Is that okay? Dad, like I said, it's totally fine, you replied with another smile. You've been on your feet working since 11 a.m. this morning with no breaks. Please go and sit for at least a half hour. I should have a lot more done by then, you replied. Oh, thank you so much, my tippers, he said with a grateful smile. I promise I'll be back. Don't rush, you called after him as he left the bakery and made his way back upstairs. You smiled to yourself as you set the next lot of cupcakes up to go into the oven and then checked the timer on those that were already in. Yes, you thought as you stopped for a second to rest. Okay, once these go in, I'll start on the frosting for the first 3 batches. They will definitely be cooled by now. I just need to double check what colour the icing needs to be, you thought as you tidied up idly. I should probably take this rubbish out too. The bin is very full, you thought as you looked at the clock and noted that you had 10 more minutes to go before the switch of items into and out of the oven were due to happen. Yeah, okay, I'll do that now, you thought, getting the bag ties together and tying them up before pulling the large black bin liner from the bin and placing it over one shoulder. You walked to the back door of the bakery and stepped out into the night, heading down the path to the large bins away from the house and swiftly throwing the black bin bag off your shoulder and up into the bin, letting it go with a thud before dusting off your hands and turning to walk back up the path. As you turned, you got this strange feeling that something was there in the darkness outside with you, and you stopped and looked around. It was dark, so you couldn't see too well, but from what you could see around you, all seemed to be how it usually was, and you didn't see anything amiss, or new, or out of place, so with a shrug you kept walking and headed back inside. Once back inside, you got your head back into the game and prepared for the oven switch, but just before you were about to do that, you thought you saw movement from the corner of your eye, and you looked towards the window and paused. I swear I saw something move, you thought, staring at the glass. But nothing was there, and nothing else happened, so again you shrugged and locked in on your task. You kept working hard, mixing icing now and preparing to ice the cooled cupcakes, but when you got to the final step you realised you hadn't put enough icing sugar in. Ah, damn it, you thought with a scowl. This is a rookie error. I should have known that I needed more. You berated yourself, heading into the pantry to retrieve more icing sugar, but there were no more bags in there. Shoot, you thought. Damn, I need more. Do I have to run to the store to get some? You then remembered your dad always kept spares of everything in the storeroom out the back of the bakery against the fence. It was like an extra pantry, always under lock, but always full of any supplies you might need at the last minute. Oh God, I hope there's more icing sugar out there, you thought as you headed out to go and check. You headed off out the back door and down the path to the storage shed and reached for the padlock, using the code to unlock it, and thankfully it did, and you were able to shift the bolt across the door, but the door hadn't been opened for so long it had sealed itself shut, good and tight, and no matter how you pulled at it, you couldn't pull the door open. Ugh, damn it, you grunted to yourself as you grabbed onto the door with both hands this time and leaned back, using all your body weight to try and shift it, but to no avail. Here, I'll open it, the voice of Shigaraki said as he stepped out of the darkness, scaring the living daylights out of you in the process. Initially you let out a scream, but then quickly quietened yourself when you saw it was him and let go of the door to place your hands on your knees. Oh my God, you scared me, you panted, watching as he grabbed the door handle and yanked it open. Where did you come from? He didn't answer you, just stepped inside the storage shed and reached for the light and flicked it on, and then moved out of the way so that he was against some shelves, unable to be seen from outside. What did you need? He asked you as you regained your composure and stepped inside with him. Ugh, more icing sugar, you said, walking along the shelves until you had spotted it and then pointed it out for Shigaraki, who had come up beside you. You looked at him and smiled, and he reached out and grabbed 2 bags for you. 2? He asked. Yes, please, you replied, allowing him to carry them for you. You both stepped out of the storage room, and you switched the light off and then closed and locked the door again, and turned and then stepped past Shigaraki and led the way back to the back door of the bakery. When you got to the back door, you stepped in, but he paused, looking like he didn't want to come inside. It's okay, you said as you walked back over to him and took the 2 bags of icing sugar from his arms. You can come in, my dad's upstairs in the apartment. He won't know you're here. We'll hear his footsteps anyway if he comes down. You turned away and went back to the bench with your sugar, but looked up and smiled when you saw Shigaraki had taken a tentative step inside the bakery. He didn't say anything, just walked over to see what you were doing, and you smiled at him as you mixed the new icing sugar into the batch that you had started making. I didn't have enough icing sugar, you said as you corrected your amounts. See, this consistency is so much better. Shigaraki watched, stepping a little closer to you, and he was so close he was almost close enough that if you took a small step towards him, your shoulders would have definitely touched, and your body tingled at having him so near. How do you know how to do this? He asked. I'm studying this at college, you replied. Food science and baking, you said. Just then you heard your dad come down the stairs, and you looked up with a start, the creaking of his shoes on the stairs making your heart race. My dad's coming, you hissed at Shigaraki, but he had already heard him too and had turned and started walking to the back door. Bye, you whispered as he stepped out, and you ran over and closed the door on him and then quickly went back to the bench. Your dad came in from the front of the bakery, and you gave him a bright smile as he walked in, your whole face seeming much brighter than before, no signs of work fatigue or anything. Hey Dad, did you have a nice rest? You asked brightly. I've just started the icing, about to do the first 3 trays of cupcakes, and I've put the last lot of cupcakes into the— Oh my gosh, the cupcakes! You shrieked, suddenly remembering that you had put them in before heading out to get more icing sugar and bumping into Shigaraki out there. You raced over to the oven and flicked the internal light on to check them, then immediately yanked the door open to see the tops a little darker than golden brown, and you let out a frustrated sigh. Ah, they're a little burnt, you lamented angrily as you grabbed oven mitts to pull them out. Your dad walked over and looked at them and then nodded sadly. Yes, I don't think that they will do. They're going to be a little bit dry, he commented. Dad, I'm so sorry, you said sadly. I'll make another batch now. I guess I was just sidetracked. I'm really sorry. Yin, don't you apologise, your dad said as you sadly placed the tray down on the metal bench. Your dad then wrapped his arms around you and held you close. You've been through way too much, and then on top of that I've made you work. I'm the one who should be apologising, he said sadly. You need some rest. You've had an ordeal, and it was me who should have stood up and stopped them from taking you, he said sadly. I regret that happening. I let you down. Dad, no, please, you said quickly. I was the one who said I would go, and I don't regret it at all. It was the right decision. They didn't do anything bad to me, and they brought me back safely to you. I'm fine. I promise everything is fine. I just lost focus a little, I guess. Oh, and that's totally understandable, your dad said as he let you go. It's already 8:30 p.m. and you haven't stopped. I'll take over from here. No, you won't, you replied with a mortified indignation. I'm not stopping until I've finished. We'll finish together then, he said with a small smile, looking into your eyes. We will, you said with determination. Now, where was I, aside from messing up those cupcakes? You said, giving them a sad look from where they were sitting on the bench. They will still be okay, your dad chuckled. We can keep them for us. Okay, I'll make extra icing so that we can enjoy our failure to the fullest, you said with a grin. Your dad chuckled. Sounds good to me. I'll start on a new batch then. It's a plan, Stan, you said goofily, before walking off to get the food colouring for the icing. Your dad watched you go and smiled to himself. She seems a little more herself, he thought to himself. Hopefully this is the beginning of her healing. She might be back to her usual self in another day or so. Oh man, I can't tell Dad that he turned up again, you thought as you smiled to yourself while in the pantry. Why did he come back though? Was it to get more money? It wasn't. Did he want to tell me something? Or ask me something, but just didn't get a chance to? You wondered. I'll ask him if I ever get to see him again. I'm glad I got to say goodbye this time though. Around midnight that night, you and your dad finally managed to get the order complete, and you gave each other a pat on the back and then headed to bed exhausted. The next morning you were both up early, packing the boxes to give to the customer when they arrived to pick up their order, and once they had arrived, paid, received their order and left, you and your dad could sigh with relief. Oh, that was a huge order, you commented to him as you were both out the back packing away the bakery and cleaning up and seeing what items needed restocking. How would you have managed to complete that without me here? Your dad chuckled a little and gave you a fond look. That's why I'm glad you're here, he said with a gentle smile. I don't know how I would have managed without you. You smiled back at him and then handed him the paper with items written on it. Okay, this is all the stuff we need to restock, you said. Oh, and extra icing sugar. I need to get more for the storage shed out the back. Your dad looked at you. You managed to open the door? He asked with surprise. Yeah, you replied curiously. Why? That door has been jammed for months. I've been meaning to get it seen to, as it's very handy to have extra stock stored in there, he said. How did you open it? You remembered struggling, but then also remembered Shigaraki coming to your rescue, but there was no way you could tell your dad that he had come back and that he had been the one to open the door, so you decided to lie instead. It was hard, but I just yanked on it really firmly and it finally gave way, you said with a sheepish look on your face. But still get it looked at. We need to be able to have access to that shed. Yes, your dad nodded. Okay, I'll still get it seen to. But aside from that, would you come with me to see Mum? He asked. You haven't been to see her since you got here. True, you said with surprise and a little sadness. Usually I see her the minute I come back. Your dad nodded. Let's go, and then we can go shopping later for the supplies. We'll need to stock up, as there's a few other orders to get through this week. We should have plenty of money this week to pay those thugs, as well as have some for ourselves, and a little to set aside for Mum's bills, your dad said. The way his voice held so much vehemence in it when referring to the League still surprised and saddened you a little. Oh, if only he could see them how I see them, you thought, as you followed him out of the bakery and back upstairs to get ready to go and visit Mum in the hospital. After getting changed, you both left the apartment and headed off down the road towards the train station. It was a lovely bright day out and you were feeling happy. Shigaraki was still heavily on your mind, and between chatting with your dad and looking at the sights around you, you conjured up some what-ifs of him coming to visit you each night at the bakery. Not gonna lie, I kind of like that it's a little bit scandalous, you thought, as you got on the train with your dad. It's a little risque, but who am I kidding? It was a one-off, as if he would come back again, you thought with a chuckle and a shake of your head. I'm so delulu. After a 20-minute train ride, you got off at the station closest to the hospital and headed down the road towards it. It was exactly how you remembered it, and you asked your dad about your mum's current condition so you could still yourself if need be. Thankfully, upon entering the room, she didn't look like she had deteriorated much at all, and you walked over and gently placed your hand on her hand closest to you. "Hi, Mum," you greeted softly. She stirred and opened her blurry, somewhat vacant eyes and smiled at you. "Yin," she whispered. "Hi," you whispered back to her. "Good to see you, Mum. I'm home on holidays," you said, as you pulled up a chair and sat down next to her, your dad pulling up a chair on the other side of her bed and sitting down as well. She smiled, so you continued. "My studies are going well," you offered, "and I'm enjoying the course. Oh, and Dad and I completed a huge order yesterday. What time did we finish, Dad? Midnight?" You looked up across the hospital bed to him and he smiled. "Yes, it was very late," he replied. "But we got it done, Mum," you said, keeping up your chatter and telling her all kinds of things, but keeping your somewhat kidnapping out of the conversation. She didn't need to know about that, but there was somewhere deep inside you that wanted to tell her that you thought you might like someone who you shouldn't like. This is really silly, you thought to yourself as your dad took over and chatted to your mum a little. I really need to stop thinking about tomorrow. I'm just fooling myself into getting attached. But there was a part of you that didn't want to let him go. You and your dad stayed at the hospital for a few hours and then left to go home. It was getting dark now, so you stopped at the takeaway store and got some takeaway dinner and then headed home together to eat it. You'd been so focused on seeing your mum and then getting food that you'd forgotten all about getting more supplies for the bakery and only remembered when you and your dad got back home and you saw the paper on the table in the kitchen. "The supplies!" you gasped. "I need to get them," you said urgently, looking at the clock. "It's getting late. I should go now before they close." "Wait," your dad said when he saw that you were about to take off with the shopping bags. "You can't go on your own. I'll come with you." "Dad, you haven't rested all day," you chided him. "You need to eat. I promise I'll be okay. I'll jog to the store, buy the supplies, and then come straight back." "But there are nasty people out there. Who knows who you might run into," he said. "Dad, I promise you I'll be fine. Trust me. I'll be back before you've had 5 mouthfuls of food. Promise," you said as you walked to the top of the stairs. Your dad wavered, but he remembered that you weren't a little girl anymore. And although you had just been through a pretty harrowing ordeal, as far as he was concerned, he couldn't wrap you up in cotton wool forever. "Okay," he finally relinquished. "Take your phone with you, and if you even so much as smell something being wrong, you call the police straight away. Don't even bother ringing me," he said sternly. "Okay, promise," you said, as you tucked the shopping bags and paper under your arm and then took off down the stairs. "I'll be back in a sec, Dad. Love you," you called out to him. You bolted for the door, opened it, dashed out, and took off down the street while the door closed softly behind you, your dad holding his breath as you left. "Please be safe," he whispered to himself. You were on a mission. You had promised your dad that you would do this shop in the shortest time frame possible, and by hook or by crook you were going to do just that. You almost flew down the street, you were moving so fast, and so by the time you got to the store you were actually grateful for the pace drop. Entering the store, you headed straight for the baking aisle and carefully but quickly picked out all the items that you needed, double-checking the amounts on the paper to make sure that you had everything, and once you'd run that, you quickly walked to the self-serve counter, scanned everything through, and then you were saddlebagged up and out of there. "Oh, geez, I did not think it would be this heavy," you thought, as you adjusted the bag strap over your left shoulder and headed out down the road and turned left, passing a very small alleyway on the left as you did so. You didn't see anything in the alleyway, but you felt something was there the second that you passed it, and so you stopped and looked back over your shoulder. "I swear I felt someone there," you thought as you stared into the darkness. As you remained standing, a person emerged from the shadows, their grey, bluish hair covering their face, and their signature black hoodie hanging low over it as well, and you recognised the person immediately as Shigaraki. Initially, his appearance had given you a fright, but then you smiled when you recognised him. "Hey," you greeted as he approached you and you turned to face him. "What are you doing here?" He put his hand out to you and you looked at it. Bag, he said, pointing to the bag over your left shoulder. Oh, you said, as you shrugged it off and then handed it to him. It's more baking supplies. We went through a lot yesterday. That was a huge order. He then put the bag over his shoulder and pointed to the bag on your other shoulder. Bag, he said. It's okay, I can carry this one at least, you said. Pass it to me, he said, and you quickly took it off your shoulder and passed it to him for him to carry, and only once he had both bags did he then turn in the direction of your place and start walking with you beside him. Thank you, you said with a smile at his side profile, barely visible under his hair and hoodie. He didn't say anything, so you decided to ask him about him turning up the other time out the back of your bakery. It had been sitting in the nest of your mind, and you felt like you wouldn't be able to rest until you had asked him that at least. Hey, thank you for helping me open the storeroom door the other night. Apparently it's been jammed, so my dad hasn't been able to open it. You came at the right time, you said with a smile. He grunted. And, speaking of, why were you there? Did you need something from me? You asked. Again, he didn't answer, so you waited, but still he didn't answer. Tamura? You asked, coaxing him. Does my presence annoy you? He asked, almost darkly. Oh, no, definitely not, you said quickly. It's the opposite, actually. I liked you being there. I just wanted to know why you were there, that's all, you said, feeling a little sheepish and asking. If you liked me being there, then you don't need to ask why I was there, he finally said, and you looked at him. True, you replied. Well, I guess same as now, I guess. It's good to see you again, as weird as that may sound. Why would that sound weird? He asked, still refusing to look at you as you walked. Oh, no, I guess it doesn't. I mean, well, you paused. Oh, I'm just digging myself a hole here. I better just shut up, you thought. Actually, never mind. It's not weird. Thank you for your help. You finished, and then you put your head down, your heart feeling heavy in your chest. Why do I feel like it's hard to talk to him again? I felt like we were getting closer before, and then now it's going backwards, you thought with a sigh. Is your mom doing okay? He then asked randomly, and you looked up at him in surprise. Did you know we went to the hospital today to see her? You asked him, studying his side profile. He said, and then he closed his mouth again. I didn't see you anywhere, you commented. Were you looking for me? He asked, and your heart rate suddenly shot up. No, well, not looking out for you per se, but, you then clamped down on your tongue. I can't tell him that he's been on my mind a lot, you thought. Yeah, Mum's doing okay, you finally relinquished. Just answer the damn questions, Yin, you thought. Okay, he replied. The Central Hospital is good. Yeah, it is, you replied. Hold on. Wait, how did he know she's at the Central Hospital? You thought, turning your head to ask him that question, but then quickly catching yourself before you actually did ask it. You then closed your mouth again and then looked ahead, seeing your bakery and home looming ahead of you. I should probably go from here, you said sheepishly. I don't want Dad seeing us together. Shigaraki took the bags from his shoulders and handed them to you, and you took them from him with a smile. Thank you again, you said to him, and he just nodded and turned to walk away. You watched him go for a second, and then a wild thought came to you. Should I ask if I can see him again? You wondered, but you decided to crush that thought. It was crazy and wild. But seeing him again had set your heart on fire, and you smiled to yourself as you turned to your place and entered and carried the goods upstairs. How many mouthfuls did you eat? You asked your dad as you approached the top of the stairs. 7, he said with a grin. You had me worried there, Tibbers. I thought I was going to have to send out a search party for you. You laughed. Dad, I was gone for about 20 minutes, you said as you walked over to the kitchen bench and placed the bags down there. No sweat. Your dad smiled as you walked back over to him and grinned, and then grabbed a plate and cracked open one of the takeaway boxes. Yummy dummy, this is going straight in my tummy, you said with a goofy smile as you sat down and prepared to eat. Your dad smiled at you as he thought to himself. She's back to being her usual self, glowing even, he mused. Seeing Mum today must have really perked her up. You caught your dad watching you, and you grinned at him through your mouthful. What's up, Dad? You asked. Oh, I'm just thinking about that you seem so happy. I'm glad you're okay, he said. Yeah, you said with a smile. I am happy. He grinned again and then stood up. Now, while you eat your dinner, I'm going to ice those cupcakes that you accidentally on purpose overbaked a smidge so that we can have them for ourselves, he said with a wink. I promise I didn't do it on purpose, you chuckled after swallowing a mouthful. Ah, I know you, you cheeky girl. You've always had a bit of a devious side, he chided playfully, but his comment caught you by surprise. Wait, do I have a devious side? You thought, as he got things together to ice the cupcakes. I feel like me seeing Tomorrow without my dad's knowing is a little devious, and especially since he's a gang leader, that's very devious, you thought. Wait, what am I saying? I've seen him twice, that's it, there's nothing there. It's not a relationship. Come on, Yin, you've gone crazy. But then you thought about what if you started dating him, and your heart started racing, and your smile grew, and it was then that you knew you were very deep in that Delulu hole, and unfortunately, there was no way out. Back at the LOV hideout, Shigaraki came walking in, only to be stopped by Darby at the front door. Well, hello, darling. Where have you been? He asked with a crooked smirk on his face. Out, Shigaraki grunted, stepping to the side to go around the Ravenette, but Darby put his arm out to block the way. He wasn't done questioning his leader just yet. Oh, not so fast, Sugar Fairy. Where have you been sneaking off to these past days? You leave without saying a thing, come back without saying a thing. I'm starting to think there's another woman, Darby said with a suspicious eyebrow raise. I'm patrolling, Shigaraki said darkly, lifting his left hand to his neck to scratch at the dry skin there. Does Yin know that you're scratching again? Darby asked with a smirk. Keep her name out of your mouth, Shigaraki said darkly, removing his hand from his neck and using it to shove Darby in the chest. Darby stumbled back and Shigaraki walked past him to the stairs. I call BS, Darby called after him. You're going back to see her, aren't you? You know that's a bad idea. I have not, Shigaraki lied, marching off up the stairs and scratching his neck as he usually did. Darby narrowed his eyes at the disappearing male. He was still suspicious. That next day, your dad announced that he was going to head out to catch up with some friends. I'll be back a little later, your dad said with a smile. Will you be okay alone here by yourself? Would you mind keeping an ear out for any customers? Of course, Dad, he replied with a smile. It'll be fine. I've been working in this bakery since I was 10, so I definitely know how to handle myself. You deserve the break, you added. Don't stay out too long, though, you teased him, acting like you were the parent. Your dad chuckled and pushed his glasses further up on his nose. Yes, Mum, he joked. I'll be off now. Bye, Dad, you said, as you walked over to give him a goodbye hug and wave him off at the top of the stairs. I'll start prepping for the next baking order too, you added as he left. Oh, that would be great, thank you, your dad said as he walked off down the stairs and left. You smiled as the door closed and looked at the clock. 11 a.m. I guess I'll head down to the bakery and check that we have everything ready and make sure all the ovens are clean and ready to go, you thought. It's still early in the day. I doubt Tomorrow would come this early. He's only ever come to visit during night time. You turned and walked to your room to get a jumper and then walked to the kitchen to make yourself an iced coffee. As you opened the fridge to get the milk out, you spotted the rest of the cupcakes in there and your mind was immediately drawn back to Shigaraki. I'd love for him to try one. I know they were considered a failed batch, but they were still plenty delicious. The icing really helped, you thought, as your hand reached for the plate and you found yourself taking 2 cupcakes out and placing them on a different plate to carry down to the bakery with you. Now, set with your cupcakes and coffee, you happily headed off downstairs, still thinking about Shigaraki and also wondering if your dad would stay out until dark. I wouldn't mind seeing Tomorrow again, you thought with a smile. Now in the bakery kitchen, you got to work, still thinking about the League of Villains leader as you went about your tasks. Time ticked on, and your iced coffee was all but finished, and there had been no signs of Shigaraki, and your tasks had all been ticked off, so with a sigh, you left your cupcakes on the bench there and headed back upstairs to put your empty coffee cup in the sink. It was while you were there that you thought that you should probably check on that storage door outside to see why it was jamming. It's probably better to check it in the daylight. I'll be able to see much better, you thought, as you headed back downstairs and into the bakery kitchen again, and then to the back door and down the back steps to the path that led to the shed. You slowed as you approached it and then reached out and grabbed for the door handle, unlocking the padlock before trying to get the door to open. It did appear to be a little more flexible this time, but there was still something getting in the way, so you paused to take a closer look at the bolts holding the door on. Maybe the door just needs a little oil, you thought as you stood there. From the corner of your eye you saw movement beside the fence and looked over to see Shigaraki in the shadows of the trees. You froze at first, thinking you were seeing things, but then he moved and you turned to face him. "Hey!" you called, your heart pounding in your chest. "Dad is out!" He slowly stepped out of the shadows and made his way towards you, his red eyes peering at you from under his hoodie. You couldn't help but smile. He had been on your mind all morning, and now he was actually here, in broad daylight too. As he got closer, you noticed features on him that you hadn't noticed before, since a lot of the time you were looking at him in a dark place. And as he stopped right in front of you, you were struck by the fact that you could see his face better, even though it was covered by his fringe, and still in the shade of his hoodie, but you couldn't help but just remain still and stare into his captivating red eyes. Because you had fallen silent, your eyes looking up into his, unwavering and confident, it threw him and he suddenly felt a little vulnerable. "What?" he mumbled, looking away and avoiding eye contact. "Oh," you said, suddenly realizing that you were just staring at him. "Sorry, I've not seen your face so clearly." "So?" he asked, coughing and trying to hide his face from you, but you quickly reached up to stop him from pulling his hoodie over more. "No, don't," you said softly. "I like seeing you." Your own heart started beating faster at how forward you were being, and you're also worried about what he might think of you saying stuff like this. "Have I said too much?" you panicked when he didn't say anything. It's fine. I'll only show this much of my face to you," he replied, and you relaxed a little and smiled. "I feel special," you said back to him, then quickly changed subjects, remembering your cupcakes inside. I saved you some cupcakes," you offered. "They're inside the bakery. Can I give them to you?" "Yeah," he said, and you turned and walked quickly back to the bakery with him slowly following behind. You entered and walked over to the bench there, looking back when he stopped at the door. Hey, you can come in," you said with a smile. "Dad is out, remember?" He nodded and then slowly stepped in and walked over to you. "Here," you said, as you stepped to the side then, using your hands, and jumped up onto the bench beside the cupcakes, sitting down next to them so that you could chat to him while he tried them. "They're both for you." He nodded and picked up one and took a bite, slowly chewing on it before nodding. "That's good," he mumbled through the mouthful. "I'm glad," you said with a smile. "Technically they were a failed batch that night that you came to help me get the storeroom door open. I forgot that they were in the oven and I overcooked them a little. They're still fine, but it's just not standard for sale," you said sheepishly. "I can't keep my mind on things when you're around, I guess," you chuckled, pausing again when your ears heard what your mouth had just said. His eyes found yours and he stopped chewing. "Oh, sorry, that sounded," you said. He slowly lowered his hand that was holding the bitten cupcake back down to the plate and swallowed the mouthful, his eyes never leaving yours and yours never leaving his as he stepped a little closer to you. You weren't sure what he was going to do, but your faces were about the same height now, and he appeared to be leaning in closer to you. But before anything else could be said or done, there was a faint noise out the front of the shop, and you looked in that direction. "I think Dad is back," you whispered, looking in the direction of the bakery door. "I think you need to go," you said to him, and he didn't hesitate, taking the half cupcake with him as he turned and walked straight out the back door of the bakery, closed it, and left as silently as he had arrived. As soon as he had gone, you jumped off the bench and headed to the front of the bakery and smiled when you saw your dad stepping through the door. "Hi, Dad," you said brightly. "I've made sure everything's ready for next baking, and I also checked the storage door too. It's still jamming, and I don't know why, but maybe the bolts need some oil? Not sure." "Sounds like you've been busy," your dad said with a pleased smile. "Well done. Let me come and have a look at that door before we head upstairs. Once I get up there, I won't want to come back down again." You chuckled. "Yeah, I know that feeling," you said, as you followed him back into the kitchen part of the bakery. As you were walking through, your dad spotted the plate that originally had 2 cupcakes sitting on it and paused when he saw only one there. "What are they doing down here?" he asked. "Oh, I got hungry," you said sheepishly. "I brought 2 down, but I only ate 1. He nodded. "All that brain power needs food," your dad said with a smile and a chuckle, and then continued on walking to the back door and headed out. A small twinge of guilt pulled at your heartstrings as you followed your dad out and down to the shed, throwing a quick glance in the direction that you had seen Shigaraki appear from, at the fence line, but he was gone, and you let out a small sigh of relief. Oh, I feel bad for lying so much to Dad, but what do I do? You asked yourself. This whole situation can't keep happening. There's something that's got to give. But then you kept thinking as you were walking. But we're just occasionally seeing each other. It's fine. There's nothing happening. Why am I making such a big deal about this? You tried to placate yourself. You're just overreacting. Just stop it. Shigaraki ate the rest of your cupcake as he headed back to his house. He had had a small fix of you and was calmer now. He had finally acknowledged to himself that he needed to see you at least once every day. There was just something about you that kept him calm and his mind clear, and he thought about how clear and beautiful your face was as you sat on the bench chatting to him while he ate the cupcake. I don't know why, but I feel like I could have kissed her then, he thought as he swallowed the last mouthful of cupcake. Would I have kissed her? Would she have screamed? I've never kissed anyone before. He pondered these feelings as he walked, licking the last of the icing sugar from his fingers before shoving his hands into his pockets and keeping his head down. He usually didn't go out in broad daylight, it was too risky, but he just had to see you. Turning the corner to his street, he walked straight to the door and walked in, bumping into none other than Darby, who once again barred his way. Where have you been? Darby demanded, grabbing onto the front of Shigaraki's black hoodie. Get off me, Shigaraki growled, grabbing for Darby's hand to wrench it off him, keeping his pinky finger off while gripping Darby's wrist. Suddenly Darby spied something on Shigaraki's top lip, and without warning he used his other hand to grab Shigaraki's face, and then he leaned in, licking up the side of Shigaraki's lip to discover the sweet taste of icing sugar frosting, usually found on the top of cupcakes. What the hell? Shigaraki exploded, but Darby had had enough of it by then and quickly grabbed a better hold of Shigaraki's jumper and threw him sideways, sending him flying onto the couch. But before Shigaraki could get up, Darby was on top of him, pinning him down, one hand around the league leader's throat. You level with me now, Fleabag. Why the hell are you still going after Yin? Don't give me that bullcrap excuse of patrolling. You've been at a bakery eating cupcakes, and that's not a euphemism for something else. You need to stop this. Darby growled. This is bad for everyone. You, her, us as the league. Shut the hell up. Don't tell me how to live my life. Shigaraki choked out. Oh, you're being a giant crusty baby. Darby snapped, still pinning Shigaraki down under him. You're from this world and she's from that. It'll never work out, so let it die in the dust and move on. Screw you. Shigaraki snarled. Just then Toga came bouncing down the stairs and saw the front door into the house wide open and two boys on top of each other on the couch, and she had to stop for a second to register what was going on. Oh, can I join? I want to be in the middle, she gushed. Shut up, freak. I'm not getting it on with you, man. I'm trying to talk some sense into him. Darby growled at her, his distractedness allowing Shigaraki to do a few choice moves to throw the raven-haired male off, causing Darby to land heavily on the floor. Why, what's happening? Toga asked with concern as she ran over to step between the two boys. Prince Krusty here is wooing the wrong girl, and he's going to get us all into a mess, Darby said as he sat up off the floor and stared daggers into Shigaraki. What girl? Toga asked, sounding a little disappointed. Yin, Darby said. Sis, Toga replied excitedly. Is she going to come back and stay with us? I miss her so much, she wailed with carefree abandon. Ugh, Darby grunted. You're all dumb in the head. Why is everyone so obsessed with her? Are you jealous? Toga suddenly asked. Is it because she loves me and Tamura, baby, and not you? Shut up. She loves me too. I could see the way she was looking at me, Darby said with a smirk at Shigaraki. The shaggy-haired male got riled immediately and went to stand up, but Toga grabbed onto his arm and pulled him back down on the lounge again. Keep her name out of your mouth, you sicko, Shigaraki snarled. Oh, feisty, Darby sneered from where he was sitting on the floor. Just then someone stepped through the door, and the three stopped to look and see who it was. I heard voices and recognized them. They're not in my head, they're outside of my head, the person said. Jin! Toga gasped with delight. Oh my gosh, you found us! I love you! She immediately let go of Shigaraki's arm and bolted over to the newcomer and threw her arms around his waist. So you finally found us, you psycho, Darby said with a lopsided grin. Great. Now we have more crazies in this asylum. Hi, Darby. Hi, Shigaraki, sir, the newcomer, Jin, said back. We're back. No, we're not. We never left. Ha! You're funny, he said. Yep, still the same, Darby sighed. Come in, Jin. Shigaraki said. Where's Spinner and Magne? I don't know, sir. We do know. We're just not telling. Ha ha! No, I'm joking. I got separated from them, but they can't be far, far, far off in a land far away. Not now. Ha ha! Jin said with a grin. Shigaraki just nodded. Darby grunted then and got up off the floor. I'm going to my room. But mark my words, Crapperaki, you're going to regret this decision, he said, before stalking off up the stairs. Are you two fighting? Everyone was kung fu fighting! Na 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 na, Jin said happily. No, Shigaraki said as he got up off the couch and pushed his hands into his pockets. Come and I'll show you to your room. Oh, thank you, Shigaraki, sir. We're so grateful. We lived in the gutter for a week, eating poop. No, we didn't. Yes, we did, Jin said. Shigaraki just didn't say anything and led the way to the room that you had stayed in and opened the door. Smells like a girl in here, Jin said. I love girls, especially this girl. Who is she? I want to meet her. She's mine, Shigaraki growled, turning to Jin. No one touches her. Oh, of course, Shigaraki, sir. I wouldn't dream of doing so many things with her. She smells so sexy. Sorry, he said. Shigaraki just bit down on his tongue and then turned to leave, but Toga was standing in the doorway of the room and overheard everything. Is she really yours? She asked, the smile on her face fading slightly. But she's my sister. I love her. I want her. Shigaraki knew he had to be careful here. He had seen Toga snap before and it wasn't pretty. And you were involved this time too, which made it worse. If he were to get too loudly possessive, things could turn real bad for you, and he didn't want that at all. She's mine, but you are sisters after all, he replied, and Toga's mood lightened immediately. So when is my sister coming home? She asked eagerly, with an excited blush on her cheeks. You'll bring her home again, won't you? Maybe, he replied bluntly. That next night you were already busy baking with your dad for the next order. It was looking to be a busy night ahead, and you were a little nervous since you hadn't seen Shigaraki at all that day, and you had a feeling that he might show up that night to see you. But as far as you could tell, you weren't going to be able to get a break, because time was always ticking, and this food needed to be made ASAP. Oh man, I kind of hope he doesn't come, because what if he's not careful and walks right up to the back door and Dad sees him? Or what if he pokes his head up at the window to look in and Dad spots him? You fretted to yourself, nearly dropping a bag of flour as you grabbed it quickly from the bench to dip it into the giant mixer nearby. Oops, you gasped as you caught it last second, managing to catch it before it spilled everywhere. Are you okay, Tibbers? Your dad asked you, pausing in his rolling out of the dough to check on your well-being. Yep, all good. Sorry, I almost spilled the flour, but I caught it last second, you chuckled nervously as you stepped over to the mixer and tipped the flour in slowly, then turned to the power point to turn it on. As you reached for the power point, you glanced at the window quickly to make sure Shigaraki wasn't there and noted that he wasn't, just as your finger hit the switch. Unfortunately, due to being distracted, you had forgotten to add in the eggs, milk, and sugar to the flour in the mixer, and the second you flicked the switch on, the giant mixer jumped to life and started flicking flour absolutely everywhere. Ah! You screeched, getting doused in powdery white dust and lifting your arms to cover your face. Switch it off! Your dad called urgently, turning to offer assistance, but you had reached for the switch already and had turned it off by then, amid violent coughing. Oh, Tibbers, oh dear, he tutted as he walked over to check on you, patting your back to assist in your coughing. Do you need a break? No, you coughed. I'm fine. Go and get a drink from upstairs, he offered. Oh, I can't, you thought. What if I'm upstairs and he turns up and you see him? I have to stay here, you thought, still coughing. No, I'm okay, I promise, you added, as you turned and walked off to the pantry to get eggs and sugar to add to the mix. Your dad watched you go with a worried look on his face. You seemed a little uptight that night, and he couldn't tell why, but something was off. It was a very long night that night. You didn't see him. You were relieved, but also sad. Why hadn't he come? Following on from that Thursday, you also didn't see him Friday or Saturday. That was 3 days now without seeing him, and you were starting to really miss him. Sunday night, your dad was starting to get jittery, looking at the clock every 5 minutes and just generally acting uncomfortable and nervous. You knew why he was acting this way, and much the same as he was acting nervous and jittery, you were acting nervous too. But yours was from the pending excitement. There was a chance that you could see Shigaraki again. Your stomach was churning with anticipation. You wanted to see him. Oh, how you wanted to just lay eyes on him again. But the second that you said that you would be with your dad for when Shigaraki arrived to pick up the payment for that week, your dad told you no. A very firm no. But, Dad, I want to be there to support you, you said with concern. Absolutely not, he said firmly, looking into your eyes and pushing his glasses up onto his nose sharply. I put you in danger once. I'm not doing it again. Dad, I chose to go, you replied apologetically. You didn't put me in danger. They could have done anything to you, he said sharply. You could have been heavily mistreated, and I still don't know if they did actually mistreat you, and you haven't told me, he said, his eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Dad, you said with worry in your voice as soon as you saw him breaking down. Dad, no, they didn't do anything to me, I promise. They looked after me, you said honestly. Your dad scoffed. It's not in their makeup to do nice things. They're thugs, he said vehemently, his words stinging you like ice set on fire, shooting straight into your heart. Your dad had hardened his heart, and there was no way that you were going to be able to convince him otherwise. Sadly, you closed your mouth and nodded. Okay, I'll stay upstairs, you said numbly. Good, he said, as he looked at the clock once again and then turned to the bench to pick up the envelope filled with money and placed it in his pocket and then headed for the stairs. Stay out of sight, he commanded, and you just stood still and watched him go. As soon as he had walked down the stairs, you crept to the top of them and crouched down so that you could see the front door of the bakery. As long as I just get to see him, you thought as you waited there. As the clock struck time, the door opened and in walked Shigaraki, alone, in his black hoodie pulled up and over his head, looking as hot as what he usually did. Oh, he's so hot, you squealed internally, your heart pounding in your chest as you watched him walk over to your dad with his head down. You had definitely fallen for him. From your viewpoint, you saw your dad stiffly hand over the money and then step back. You waited to see what would happen. Would Shigaraki leave now? How's Yin doing? Shigaraki suddenly asked, and your heart suddenly bounced so hard you thought it was going to throw you through a wall. Her well-being is none of your concern, you heard your dad say darkly, and your eyebrows shot up into your hairline. Your dad was never this abrupt or rude. It made you sad and very quickly brought you back to the reality of the situation. We're from completely different worlds, you thought sadly, a vice grip clenching around your heart as your gaze fell to the floor. I see, Shigaraki replied sullenly, turning and walking to the door and then leaving abruptly, and you sighed with sadness as he left. Wow, you thought, this sucks. You stood up and walked back over to the lounge and then sat down quietly, waiting for your dad to come back. Another few seconds later and you heard him coming up the stairs and you looked up at him. Hey, Dad, you said, forcing a smile onto your face. How did it go? He has his money, your dad said darkly, and you just nodded and looked down into your lap. He really hates Tamura now, you thought as you stood up. I'm gonna go and lie down for a bit, you said, trying to pick a cheery tone to cover how despondent you were feeling. You then headed off to your room. You didn't want to have to mask how you were truly feeling. Sadly, you flopped down onto your bed and rolled over to face the window that overlooked the backyard, your body feeling numb and void. But it was while you were lying there in your bed that you saw movement in the backyard, and you sat up to see better into the hazy darkness outside. As you sat up, you saw it was Shigaraki standing out there, and you instinctively waved to get his attention. He was already looking up at you from under his fringe, and you opened your window and leaned out to wave to him again. He raised his hand and then pointed to the back door of the bakery below, and you looked to your bedroom door and then back to him. I think he wants me to come down, you thought. You quickly held up your hand in a stop motion and nodded, then quickly closed your window and ran from your room. Dad, I'm just going to check something. I think I left my plate in the bakery, you said, as you ran out into the lounge, then spun around and ran for the stairs to go down to the bakery below. Oh, what plate? Your dad called after you. I didn't see a plate. I'll check, you called back. I'll be back in a second. Almost breaking an ankle, you jumped off the last few set of stairs and ran through the bakery to the back door and then threw the back door open and ran down the stairs out the back to Shigaraki. He opened his arms as you got closer, and without even thinking, you just ran straight into them, throwing your arms up and around his neck. "I missed you," you blurted out in a hushed whisper. "I needed to see you," he said back to you in just as hushed a tone. Your heart was racing. What was this, a confession? A declaration of love? Of need? Of mutuality? You didn't really have time to explore it then, because you were so worried your dad might come down to check on you, so you hugged Shigaraki for a second, and then apologized quickly. "I'm so sorry, I need to go back. I'm worried Dad might come down," you said, slowly letting him go, and he slowly released you from the hug. "It was good to see you again," you said quickly, before running back to the back door of the bakery and heading back inside. Quietly you closed the door behind you, and then locked it and turned to head back upstairs. Your heart was pounding in your chest, and your thoughts were racing, so by the time you got to the top of the stairs, you were severely out of breath and had to take a second. "What happened?" your dad asked when he saw the state that you were in. Huh? You panted. "No, I'm okay, I'm fine." "I heard the back door open," your dad asked. "Huh? Oh, it was a bug. I kicked it out," you lied. "Oh, I see," your dad replied. "Where's the plate?" Plate?" you asked, slowly regaining your composure. "Oh, yeah, it wasn't there, like you said," you said sheepishly. "Sorry, I overreacted a little. My bad," you added with a little chuckle. I'm going back to my room now," you said with another small smile, before walking off to your room. Your dad watched you go. "Well, that was a little odd," he thought. "Her behaviour has been a little strange lately." As you lay on your bed, you wondered what you and Shigaraki were. You both clearly wanted to see each other. Was this classified as romantic? Maybe not. Could it be taken in a friendship way? You hummed and hawed over it, but the only thing you could think of was that it was definitely holding more weight to it than just friends wanting to catch up. Man, that hug was really intense, you thought. Maybe I'm reading into it, but do we like each other? I know I said this wasn't anything, but maybe this is becoming a thing? Are we both falling for each other? You rolled the other way and covered your face with your hands. "Oh, man, what do I do?" you wailed into your palms. The next day was Monday, and you had to check yourself that it had already been 2 weeks since you'd gone off with the league for the sake of being a holding piece for their payment from Dad. So much has happened. Yet nothing has happened, you thought, as you pottered around the house packing things away and tidying up. "You ready to go and see Mum?" your dad asked as he came out from his bedroom. "Yes, let's," you said with a smile, as you stood up from where you had crouched to pack away a box of tissues. "I need to get out of these 4 walls." Your dad smiled. "I'm sure Mum's looking forward to hearing your voice again," he said kindly. You smiled. "Yeah," you said softly. Both of you then quickly got ready and left, walking side by side down to the train station to head into town to Central Hospital. As you walked, you wondered if you might see Shigaraki around, and kept glancing to your left and right, and sometimes behind you to check, but you didn't see anyone. Your dad noticed you checking around yourself, and thought it was a little strange, but also just chalked it up to you wanting to look around at everything and see what else had changed in the area. You hadn't been back for 2 years anyway. Once at the hospital, you noted that your mum was still the same. She didn't appear to be getting any better or any worse, and your dad asked to speak to the doctor to find out what else was being done for her treatment and how much the cost was potentially going to be so that he could start saving for the next payment. "It's just me at home," your dad said to the doctor. "Thankfully, I have my daughter Yin at home with me at the moment, and she's a big help, but it takes me time to acquire money, so the earlier I start saving, the better," he said. "Yes, that's understandable," the doctor said with a smile. "But your account is in credit." Sorry?" your dad asked, his brows knitting in confusion. "Credit?" you asked. "As in, there's more money in the account than what we currently needed to pay for her treatment?" Yes," the doctor said with a smile. "Wait, how?" you asked, looking at the doctor and then at your dad. "Did we accidentally pay more than what we needed to last time?" The doctor shook his head, and you looked back to him. "No. A man came in and paid money into the account as an advance before the next bill was due," he said. You looked back to your dad. "Who was it?" you asked your dad. Your dad shrugged with confusion. "I don't know," he replied, just as confused as you. Suddenly your eyes widened. Surely not. Would Shigaraki have done this? Your dad sat there, still confused, his brows knitted in thought, and then his face brightened. Oh, I think I know who might have done this, he said with a soft smile on his face. I told one of my closest friends about what's happening when I caught up with them last week. I told them she wasn't well. Oh, that is far too kind of him to do that, he said in a grateful tone. You weren't entirely convinced it was your dad's friend. The doctor smiled and then turned to leave. You have good friends, he said before walking out of the room. You watched him go and then jumped up from your chair and ran out the door after him. Wait! Sorry, doctor! You called after him, chasing him down the hall. He stopped and turned around when he saw you coming, and you stood before him once you'd caught up. Sorry to ask, but could you tell me how much was paid in advance? You asked. Oh, yes, it was $1,500 that was paid into the account, the doctor said with a smile. Oh, I see, you said with a smile. Thank you. The doctor smiled and then turned and left, and you turned to go back to your mum's hospital room. I don't know how much money Dad pays tomorrow, but I know how much is in the hospital account now, you thought as you walked back to the hospital room. Is everything okay? Your dad asked as you came back in. You ran off pretty quickly. Oh, sorry, I just wanted to thank the doctor, you said quickly, sitting back down. I hadn't seen him since before 2 years ago. I feel like I needed to thank him. Oh, fair enough, your dad said with a nod as he reached out and placed his hand gently on top of your mum's. They're doing all they can. After you and your dad had visited your mum for a while, you both left and headed back to the train station, chatting lightly as you headed back home. You were desperate to ask your dad how much he paid Shigaraki to see if there was a correlation, but you didn't want to make it look too suspicious or obvious. Eventually you couldn't hold it in any longer and you finally turned to your dad. Hey, how much do you pay Shigaraki for protection? You asked bluntly. Your dad's demeanour shifted slightly and he frowned. 1,500 precious dollars, he said darkly. They could be going towards Mum's bills and our lives, he added. Your heart started racing and you went quiet. Your dad looked at you. What is it? He asked when you were just sitting there not saying anything. Oh, no, nothing. Sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It just made you mad, you said as you hung your head. Your dad reached across and placed a gentle hand on your knee. It's not your fault, my sweet bear, and this situation is very strange, but without the protection of those ruffians, I hate to think how much worse off we could be, he said sadly. You sighed. And now I think I'm falling for the leader, who my dad hates. The situation gets even more... you thought. You were quiet all the rest of that way home. Was there any way to find out if Shigaraki had paid for your mum's hospital bills? You knew that he knew that your mum was in hospital, and he knew which hospital it was, so it was safe to assume that he also knew her name and what ward she was in. But then, did that mean that he had just handed over all the money that your dad had paid him? He hadn't kept any of it? Had he done that because he liked you? Was he going to eventually win your dad over by showing kindness? Your heart lightened a little. Later that night you asked your dad if you could go to the shops to get some stuff, and he said yes, but to hurry. He was still worried about you being out there by yourself. Pulling your jumper on, you headed out of the bakery and off down the street. It was already dark out and the stars were shining overhead, and you smiled to yourself as you looked up at them. It's a pretty night tonight, you thought, lowering your gaze to the street ahead of you, in time to see a familiar figure step out from one of the alleyways ahead, and your smile returned to your face as you walked purposefully towards them. As you got closer, he opened his arms and you walked into his embrace, hugging him tight while he hugged you back. It was silent and then you spoke. Listen, I have to ask you something, you said hesitantly. Did you pay for my mum's medical bills? He stiffened in your embrace and then relaxed a little. Don't ask, he whispered back. But I want to know, you said. Don't ask, he repeated. Please tell me, you begged softly. If you know the answer, you could be in trouble, so don't ask. The less you know, the better, he said, and you sighed softly. Okay, you said, letting go of him. I feel like I already know the answer with that reply, though, you thought, as you looked up into his concealed face. He was looking at you, and you suddenly felt very self-conscious, and so looked away. I'm going to the shops. Would you walk with me? You asked shyly. Yes, he said, turning and falling in step with you. We went to see Mum again today, you offered casually. Oh no, he replied, pushing his hands into his pockets. Oh, you said with a smile to yourself, feeling light that he had been watching you after all. I didn't see you anywhere. You were looking, though, he replied, and you let out a small chuckle. Yeah, I was, you admitted. Is that weird? No, he replied, removing his hands from his pockets and letting his hand swing lightly by his side. You smiled to yourself again, your hand beside his swinging in time with his hand. You fell silent again, and your knuckles brushed his by accident, and you jumped slightly. Sorry, you said, stepping away a little. Why are you moving away? He asked. You need to stay close to me. Oh, okay, you said, as you stepped in closer again, and your knuckles brushed the back of his hand again. Sorry, I just can't seem to stop from But he had quickly slipped his hand to the inside of yours and was now holding your hand, making your heart suddenly pound in your chest. Oh, you said softly, looking down at the ground as you smiled to yourself. Are you okay with this? He asked, squeezing your hand lightly in his. Oh, yes, yeah, I am, you replied quickly. You have big hands. You looked down at his hand and noted the light eczema across the back of it and lifted his hand so that you could get a better look at it. Embarrassed, he pulled his hand from yours and put it in his pocket again so you couldn't see it. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you take your hand away. I was just thinking I need to put cream on your hand. Do you scratch your hands too? I've only ever seen you scratch your neck, but I'm pretty sure your poor hands would get itchy too. I'm more than happy to put some cream on them to make them feel better. How is your neck feeling, by the way? You asked, verbal diarrhea style. He took his hand from his pocket again and then held yours, remaining looking ahead as he did so. I don't know how to put cream on by myself, he said in a slightly pouty tone, and you looked at him. Surely he's lying, you thought, as you looked at him. But I'm not going to call him out on it because I want to put the cream on him, you thought. Well, I'll get cream at the shops and then we can stop somewhere and I'll put some on your hands and neck again. Okay, he said, still holding your hand in his. I still need to ask what we are, you thought as you walked. I mean, he's holding my hand right now. I'm pretty sure he thinks of me as more than a friend, and it's vice versa for me too. You made it to the shops, and then Shigaraki stopped holding your hand when you were inside, but stayed beside you as you walked around the shelves getting items that you'd come for. This was the cream that I bought you last time, you said when you got to the skincare section of the store and picked up a tube of eczema cream. Did it work well for you last time? Yes. He nodded. Where did that cream go? Is it still in the house? You asked idly as you put the cream in the basket and continued on. I think it's in Jin's room. Shigaraki said. Jin? You asked, looking at him. Another member. He found us just recently. Shigaraki said. Oh, I see. He mused. We have 2 more members. They're still out there somewhere. Shigaraki said. Hopefully, they'll find us soon. Oh, I see. You said with a nod. Toga was asking about you. Shigaraki then said. Oh, how is she? You asked as you picked up some more items off the shelf. Good. He replied. She wants to see you again soon. Yeah, you sighed. We're in a bit of a tricky situation, aren't we? Shigaraki didn't say anything, but by then it was time for you to head to the counter to pay, so he hung back as you paid for the items, and then you both left the store together. Let's stop at the park, you said to him, as you both walked out of the store together. He grunted in agreement, and you switched your plastic bag filled with store items to your other hand so that your hand closest to him was free, just in case you wanted to hold your hand again, and luckily he read your cues and reached out to take your hand in his. You were elated. Silently you walked to the park together, and then he sat down at the bottom of the slide, and you put the bag down on the ground to dig around in it and find the cream that you'd just bought. Picking it out, you unscrewed the cap and picked the thin aluminium safety strip off, and then put the nozzle to your finger and squirted some of the cream onto your fingertip, and then put the cap back on and set it down. Okay, you said, as you looked down at Shigaraki, your heart racing as your eyes met his red ones. Can I put this on your neck and hands? He nodded, and you crouched down and gently reached out to his hair, slowly moving it aside so that you could see his neck. It was rubbed raw again, and you made a small sound of sadness. It looks so sore, you said sadly, as you gently placed the cream midway along his neck and then gently rubbed it in. You were so close to him, and he leaned forwards a little more so that you could have access to his neck, your breathing rate starting to increase when you realized that he was looking at you from the corner of his eye as you worked. You glanced into his eye, and then quickly looked back to what you were doing, and he made a noise, so you looked into his eye again. He was just looking at you, unwavering in his eye contact, and you finished rubbing the cream in and pulled your hand back. "Your hair is always in the way," you said softly. "Don't move it," he replied in a low voice, so you reached out for his fringe again and gently moved it to the side so you could properly see his face. He allowed you to move his fringe without stopping you, and you got a really good look at his face this time. You had the same thoughts as the last time that you'd accidentally seen his face. It was a pleasant-looking face, pretty but marred with lots of eczema spots, and you looked down to get more cream to apply it, but his other hand on yours stopped you. "Look at me," he said softly. You looked up just as he reached out and took a hold of you gently by the chin, keeping one pinky finger off your skin as he kept your face looking into his. His touch to your face surprised you, but you remained still, looking at him, wondering what he would do next. He leaned in a little closer to you, his lips parting as he did so. He paused. Your heart was almost leaping out of your chest by now. "Wait, is he going to kiss me?" you thought. You wavered in the silence of his pause. "What do I do? Do I kiss him back? What's going on? What are we?" you screeched internally, your body stiffening. In a fit of fear, you pulled back out of his hold and let go of his fringe. "Wait, sorry, I just need a second. Tamora, do you like me? Like, you've been holding my hand and coming to see me?" you asked, avoiding eye contact now and trying to point out things that you thought might mean something. "Do you feel the same way?" he asked slowly. "Well, yeah, but it's complicated, right? I don't know if..." you said softly, looking down at the ground. After a second, he sighed and then stood up. Surprised, you looked up at him and then looked back down and picked up your bag. "I'll walk you home," he said once you'd gotten your things together. Embarrassed that things had kind of halted abruptly, and it was because of you, you just walked beside him, neither of you holding hands as he headed back home. "Oh, this isn't really how I saw the night going," you thought sadly to yourself. "Is this it? Is it over? We didn't even really start, did we? Is this for the best? But I don't want it to end." Your guts twisted and you felt heavy. At the core of your being, you were sad. Shigaraki walked you as far as he was happy to go, and then you whispered a goodbye as he turned to leave. It was maybe 2 seconds after he had started to walk away that you couldn't take it any longer and spun around. "Wait, can we please exchange numbers?" you asked. I know it's probably going to be a no, but... He paused for a second, turning to look at you, and then nodded, turning around and walking back over to you. Feeling a sense of relief, you gave him a smile, and then quickly took your phone from your pocket and held it out to him. He took it and you both swapped information, and then after making sure you had his number, he turned around and left. "No goodbye hug, no nothing?" you wondered sadly as you watched him go. "Am I really doing the right thing here?" You were still a little hurt and confused. Walking to your bakery again, you headed inside and went upstairs, stepping into the lounge room and looking up at your dad. "Welcome back," he said with a smile. "You were a little longer than I was expecting. Was everything okay?" "Oh, yeah, sorry," you said with a downcast face. "I didn't realize I'd taken so long. I'm sorry." Your dad noticed you seemed down and tilted his head at you a little. "Is everything okay?" he asked. "Did something happen?" "No, I'm okay," you replied, forcing a smile, but your dad could tell that you weren't happy. He walked over to you. As he was walking over, you tipped the contents of your bag out on the table in the lounge and started rummaging through it, so your dad stepped over to help. "Oh?" he asked when he spotted the cream and then bent over to pick it up. "Eczema cream?" You looked at it and then froze. "Oh, man," you thought, stress filling your veins. "Is this for you?" he asked. "I didn't know you had eczema." I don't," you said at first, and then you quickly added to it. I don't now because this is keeping it under control. At uni we have to use a lot of chemical cleaners and it was really drying my skin out. So yeah, that's it," you said with a proud smile. Your dad looked back down at the bottle in hand and then nodded. "Oh, okay," he said with a smile, but there was just something off about your answer. He couldn't quite tell how, but he knew that you were lying, and he didn't know why, but he wasn't going to push you to tell the truth if you didn't want to. Trying to maintain some kind of happy exterior was draining. It was draining you quite quickly. So as soon as you had finished your conversation with your dad about the cream, you stood up. I'm really tired," you announced. "I think I'll go to bed now. Are you all good from here?" you asked him. "Did you need help with dishes or anything?" "Oh, no, I'm okay," your dad said with a soft smile as he put the cream bottle back down again. You go and rest. Thanks, you said, as you headed off to your bedroom and then closed the door behind you and flopped down onto your bed. Your face fell into its neutral state and you rolled onto your back, wondering if you should message Shigaraki. Would he find it weird or annoying if I were to message him now? You wondered. Shigaraki, after leaving you, had gone straight back to his house. It's not like he had said a lot, but as soon as he entered the place, Darby noticed that he was in a bad mood. The raven-haired male was about to make a snide comment to his leader as he passed, but as soon as he passed, he smelled the distinct smell of cream on him and he paused. This bastard, Darby seethed as he watched Shigaraki go past. He's been to see Yin again, and she put cream on his neck like last time. I've warned him, he thought darkly, as he turned and followed shortly after Shigaraki, but then stopped at Toga's room. Without knocking, he just barged straight in and stood in the doorway staring at her as she lay on her bed. Oi, crazy, he said to her. You miss Yin, right? You want to see her? I know where she lives. I'll take you, Darby said with a smirk. If he's going to keep seeing Yin, then let's let their worlds collide, he thought maliciously, as the light in Toga's eyes brightened. The next day, you were still thinking about if you should message Shigaraki or not, and then also wondering on what to say. You wandered around the house doing meaningless chores as you thought it over, and your dad watched you. You weren't hungry at all, and you were back to being really quiet. Your dad watched on, worried and confused. What's happened? He wondered, as you stood at the window and cleaned the same spot 4 times. It was hard for him to watch you mope around. There was a part of you that hoped that Shigaraki might show up at some point that day, but he didn't, and that upset you even more. Feeling completely down in the dumps, you decided to message a friend. You two had been close since childhood, and you'd promised her that you would be in contact as soon as you came back to visit, but with being low-key kidnapped by the guy that you had now fallen for, and then visiting your mum and also helping Dad with baking, catching up with her had taken a bit of a backseat, and so you decided now was as good a time as ever to tell her that you were back in town. Picking up your phone, you messaged her, and she replied pretty quickly, keen to see you. Having a shared interest in gaming, she then mentioned the LOLCon coming up that following week, and you replied, telling her that you were keen to go. Do you want to go together? She asked excitedly. Yeah, let's, you replied, but let's catch up before then too, so we can properly catch up. What's your plans over the next few days? She asked. I'm free tomorrow, you offered. Is tomorrow good for you? Yeah, totally, she replied back with a row of smiley faces. With a time and location quickly set, you got up to go and tell your dad. He was pleased that you were going out to meet up with a friend. You still hadn't messaged Shigaraki, and he hadn't messaged you. You felt torn. The next morning, you got up to go and get ready to meet with her. You'd both decided on a local cafe that was within walking distance from her place and yours, and you left the bakery with a sweet goodbye to Dad, and then you were off walking down the street to meet with her. While walking, and while sitting in the cafe waiting for your friend, you kept looking around to see if Shigaraki was around, but you couldn't see him anywhere. It must really be over then. He's lost all interest, you thought sadly, as you hung your head for a second. Just then you heard someone calling your name and you looked up. There was your childhood best friend coming to the cafe, a big smile on her face like you remembered her, and you gave her a smile back. Hey, you greeted as you stood up, and then stepped around the table to give her a hug. Oh my gosh, Tibbs, she squealed. It's been forever. So good to see you again. Likewise, you replied. Thank you for meeting with me. Oh, it's totally fine. What do you want to eat? She asked. Let's get food going before we get into talking. Yeah, good idea, you said, as you both sat back down and picked up a menu each. Your friend was pretty easy to talk to, and it felt like the conversation just flowed, so much so that after chatting for about an hour, you decided to ask her a question that pertained to a friend of yours to see if she had any advice for this friend. Hey, so, you said, when the conversation paused for a second. I've got a uni friend who's in a bit of a weird situation, and she doesn't know what to do, you said sheepishly. She's asked me for advice, but I don't really know. I was wondering if you might be able to give some advice. Oh, what's going on? Your friend asked, taking a sip of her drink. Well, you said, she met this guy and she really likes him. He's good to her and he seems really sweet. The only problem is he's a gang member, you said. Oh, wow, your friend gasped. Do her family know about him? No, you shook your head. But she already knows her family will never approve. She doesn't know that, though. She hasn't said anything to them, your friend offered. Yeah, but just saying they disapprove, what's she to do? You asked earnestly. So her and this gang member are dating? Your friend asked. Well, yeah, I think they are, you replied. Let's just go with that for now and see what she says, you thought. Would he ever consider not being a gang member? Your friend asked. Because if he really does love her, he wouldn't want to hurt her or cause any problems for her if he were to be sent to jail, right? Yeah, that's a good point, you mused. That's a hard one, though, because they're essentially from opposite sides of the fence, your friend said. Right? You agreed emphatically. So hard. It'll never work out as it is, right? Yeah, probably not. Something has to give, she replied, idly playing with her straw in her drink. But also, I can understand the appeal of forbidden love, right? You hummed. I guess. You've never thought about having a bad boy boyfriend who is strong and protective of you and can fight? She asked with surprise. Wait, is that just me? You laughed. No, I can understand, you said with a chuckle. It's kind of appealing. Right? She said with a grin. I mean, I don't know your friend, but it's not like she's looking to settle down and get married or anything. Maybe. So, why not have a little bit of fun? Something she can smile back on when she is married to a stable, law-abiding man with a baby in arms. You're only young and dumb once, she said with a chuckle. Yeah, that's true too, you mused, thinking about it. Do you have a boyfriend? She then asked you, and you nearly choked on thin air she asked you so suddenly. Oh my gosh, you choked. That came out of nowhere. Do you? She asked when you appeared to be stalling. No, I don't, but there is someone I like, but I don't know if it's meant to be, you said hesitantly. Didn't you just agree with me that you're only young once? Just go and do it. Date them for a bit, and if he doesn't work out, then that's fine. There's life lessons to be learned, your friend said with a grin. I'm yet to find myself someone. They're all so boring around here. Maybe I need to date a gang member, she joked. Please don't, you chuckled. If they're cute, I might consider it, she joked. I'm honestly not fussy. You both continued to chat and laugh about it for a bit, and you felt a little better. She was right. You just needed to lighten up a little bit. It wasn't serious. What could go wrong? You remained at the cafe for another 2 hours before finally finishing up with her and giving her a warm farewell, promising to meet up again with her next week at the LOLCon. With a wave to her, you both walked out of the cafe, after paying, and turned in different directions to head home. You had only gone about 200 metres down the road when you got a message from Shigaraki. Friend of yours, his message read. Your heart skipped a beat and you opened the message app to reply. Where are you? You asked, stopping and looking up and around as soon as you sent the message. Can we meet? You asked. From up ahead he stepped out from an alleyway and you couldn't help but run up to him and stop before him. I'm so sorry, you said abruptly. I just needed... But that's where your apology ended, when he grabbed you gently by the arm and stepped back, pulling you into the alleyway with him, and as soon as you were both in the shadows, you wrapped your arms around his middle and hugged him, and then looked up into his covered face. I can't keep away from you. I'm so sorry about the other night. I need to be with you, you said. At hearing your words, he bent his head down to you, and you reached your mouth up to his and you kissed. His lips were chapped and cracked, but his tongue was warm and soft, and you felt ignited by his kisses, your mouths moving together as he put his arms around you too and held you against his body. You kissed for a little bit and then he pulled back. Well, looks like I'm in too deep now, you said sheepishly. I can't keep away from you. I need you. I don't know how this is going to work though, but not having you around is harder. Don't worry about it, he replied. You have me, that's all. You nodded, smiling and feeling lighter, but also feeling the weight of uncertainty hanging over you as well. I can't be seen out at day, he said, so I can't walk you home, but I'll be in the shadows, watching you. That's okay, you replied with a smile. It's only a short walk home. I'll be fine. And he nodded and stepped back. I'll message you? You asked, and he pushed his hands into his pockets and then nodded. You smiled and then turned to go. I'll see you, you said, before stepping out of the alleyway and continuing on your way home, knowing that Shigaraki was still around and keeping an eye on you. You headed back home happier, but also apprehensive. Well, I'm going to have to keep this secret on the down low, you thought. If Dad ever finds out, it'll all be over. You got back home safely and had a nice chat with your dad, catching him up on the happenings with your friend and how her family were faring, and he was glad that they were all doing well. He was even happier that you seemed fine again. Your mood had been all over the place as of late, and he'd been worrying, but once again everything seemed fine. In the afternoon that day, the door to the bakery suddenly opened and your dad looked up from where he was sitting in his chair upstairs. Oh? He says he stood up from his chair. A customer? How rare for one to just walk in off the streets. You watched him go, and then went back to scrolling through your phone while lying on the lounge when he called out for you. "Tibbers!" he called from downstairs. "There's someone here to see you." "Oh?" you wondered as you sat up. "Coming!" you called. I wonder who it is. Another friend from primary school? News must have spread that I'm back now. With a smile on your face, you happily trotted to the stairs and started making your way down, looking down and around at the bakery counter as you did so to see who it was. And the closer you got to the bottom of the stairs, the more your smile faded and was replaced by a look of fear. "Sis!" Toga, who was standing there, called with exuberant excitement, bouncing over to you to wrap her arms around you the second she saw you. You stood there frozen and pale. "What are you doing here?" you asked numbly. "Oh, I missed you. I'm so glad I know where you are now. I can visit you whenever I want," she gushed with glee, a bright blush across her cheeks. You glanced up at your dad, who was watching on quizzically. "Oh, this is not good. This is definitely not good," you screamed internally. "Oh, good to see you too," you replied back hesitantly, trying for your best fake smile to make it look legit. "A, friend of yours?" your dad asked with a suspicious smile, and your form prickled. Yeah, online gaming community, you said with a nervous chuckle, trying to be flippant to make it seem like it wasn't a big deal. "She's my sister," Toga explained brightly to your dad, letting you go and spinning around to face him. "So does that make you my dad?" Your dad looked hella confused, and you quickly jumped in. I'll explain later," you said quickly over her to him, and he nodded, still looking very confused. You then turned your attention back to Toga and asked if you could take her outside to talk, and she nodded excitedly. "Any chance to be alone with you, sis?" she said brightly. You smiled, more grimaced, and then dragged her to the front door and out so that you could talk to her without your dad hearing, and the second you were outside you dropped the facade. "Toga, you can't come here," you hissed at her. "Isn't Tamura going to be mad?" "But he said we could share," she replied, her face falling. "Oh, yeah, we can totally share. I was just worried about your safety," you lied quickly. "Oh, you don't have to worry about me. I can handle myself. And I'll definitely come again tomorrow. I might bring all my things to move in too," she gushed. Well, you said, but were unsure if it was okay for you to refuse, since you didn't want to upset or anger her. Head back home for now, though," you said, and she nodded. "Okay, sis, I'll see you tomorrow," she said, before giving you a hug and then turning and skipping off into the afternoon light. To say you were worried was an understatement. You were frozen with worry. "How do I fix this?" you screeched internally. "I'm having to tell lie after lie after lie, and nothing's getting any easier." With a frustrated sigh, you turned and went back into the bakery and bumped straight into your dad, who was standing there waiting for you. "Is everything okay, Tibbers?" he asked you, with a worried look on his face. "Who was that?" "No, things are not okay," you finally admitted, your facial expression looking grim. "Who was that?" he asked. "She's someone I met online," you lied. "I don't know how she found my address. I don't put my address out there, and I'm a little weirded out that she found it. She is harmless, though," you added, just to put him at ease as well, though you weren't really sure if she was harmless. "Listen," your dad said as he stepped up to you and then to your side and put one arm around your hanging shoulders. "I'm a little worried about you. You've been acting strange these last few days, or about a week, and there are a few things that aren't lining up in my mind." He sighed. "I can't explain it, and I don't mean to throw baseless accusations at you, but I feel like you're hiding something from me." Your heart sank. Even though you tried so hard to keep everything hidden and act normal, he was still able to pick up on the weird vibes you'd been putting out lately. "I'm sorry, Dad," you said softly, looking down at the ground. "I do feel like I've been a little all over the place, and I'm sorry." "Is there anything I can do to help?" he asked gently. You shook your head. "I promise I'm okay. There's just been a lot going on in my mind since I went with the gang. I still promise that they didn't do anything to me, but it was still an experience," you said. It wasn't a complete lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either. "Do you need to talk to someone? Do I need to call the police?" he asked. "No, please," you said quickly. "It's fine. I don't need the police or to talk to anyone. I'll be okay." "Please talk to me," your dad begged. "I could help." "It's okay for now. I'm just going to message a friend from the forum and see if they can talk to this girl and keep her away. I'll let you know, you said nervously. Okay, your dad said, watching as you stepped out of his arm that had been around you, and then walked to the stairs to head up to your apartment above and go to your room. Once inside the safety of your room, you messaged Shigaraki. Hey, you sent, noting this was the first interaction that you'd had with him. I've got a problem. Shigaraki replied immediately, and you watched as the 3 dots popped up, and then his message appeared. What's wrong? He asked. Toga turned up here. I don't know who told her, but I can't have her coming around. My dad is always asking questions. She also said she wants to move in with me, you added, putting the shocked and concerned emojis on the end. I'll deal with her, Shigaraki sent back, and you relaxed immediately. If nothing else, he was dependable. You knew that. Shigaraki was absolutely livid, and as soon as Toga returned back home, he met her at the door. What the hell do you think you're doing? He barked at her, slamming his fist against the wall of the house, right beside her head. Toga looked surprised and just looked up at him. What do you mean, Tamura, baby? She asked. Turning up at Yin's house, he snapped. Don't bother her. But Darby told me where she is, and I want to see her, Toga replied back. You said we could share, right? Shigaraki then spun around immediately and marched off up the stairs to Darby's room. Not even knocking, he just threw the raven-haired male's door open and stepped in. You're gonna pay, Shigaraki snapped, rearing his arm back and letting it fly straight at Darby, who was lying in his bed. Darby could see that Shigaraki was hostile and went on the defense straight away, rolling off the bed as Shigaraki went to punch him and then kicking him in the knee, which brought the leader to the floor. It was then there was a scuffle. Shirts, fists and knees were pulled and laid into, combined with a few grunts and choice words, until Shigaraki threw one final punch and got up, panting and huffing as he used the back of his hand to wipe the blood from his nose. You make one more wrong move, and you're out of the league, he panted, giving Darby a strong stare through his further messed up hair. Darby didn't reply, just remained laying on the ground as he also panted and wiped blood from his lip. Just then Toga ran up to the bedroom door. In here! They're here! She announced, arriving behind her 2 new figures. Spinner, Shigaraki panted. And Magne, he added when he saw the other 2 League members who had previously been missing. You're here. Oh, it's good to be back, the man named Spinner said, crossing his arms across his chest, the giant lizard tattoo on his neck, chest and left arm gleaming in the light coming from the bedroom window. I missed all of us together, Magne added. Darby grunted and got off the floor, still coming down from his fight with Shigaraki. So you finally found us, Darby said. Jin is here, in his room, he added. Oh, Spinner said. So we're all together again? Yay! Toga gasped excitedly, grabbing onto Magne's hand, and then she remembered you. Oh, big sis, we also have another sis. Her name is Yin, and she's so wonderful, and I really want you to meet her. She paused, remembering that Shigaraki had told her not to go to your place again, and her face fell. Tamura baby's keeping our sister all to himself, she pouted sadly. He said he would share with me, but he won't. What? Magne asked with surprise and little offence. Shigaraki, what is the meaning of this? I'll bring her here to visit, he finally said with a sharp exhale, reaching to his neck to scratch. Don't go looking for her, or I won't bring her again. Okay, Toga sighed dramatically. But at least I have my big sis Magne with me. You can sleep in my room. Oh, where is your room? Magne asked, being led off by the smaller female. Well, looks like the League has assembled again. Time to start putting our plan in motion, he thought, as he left Darby's room and headed to his own, with Spinner watching him leave. What happened between you two? Spinner asked Darby as he stepped into Darby's room. Hey, Darby said, beckoning Spinner to come over closer. Something is up, and I need your help. It's for Shigaraki's own benefit, but he doesn't know he needs the help yet. Why? What happened? Spinner asked. It's a long story. Sit down, Darby said, gesturing to his bed. The next day you woke with a message from Shigaraki. Hey, he sent, can I see you tonight at the park? Your heart leapt in your chest. If you could have your way, you would have said yes immediately, but you weren't as sure, especially since your dad had voiced his concerns about your state at the moment, and you clearly didn't want to do anything that would arouse his suspicions of you hiding something further. Tamura, I really want to see you, but is there another way? You messaged back. My dad has said that he feels like there's something going on and that I'm hiding something from him, so I must not be doing a good job of hiding things. Just then your dad called out to you to see if you were awake. It was already 10 a.m, so it was somewhat unusual for you still to be sleeping in at this hour. Yep, I'm up. What's up? You called back to him, putting your phone down to get out of bed and walk to your bedroom door. You opened it and poked your head out. My friends have asked me to go out for bingo night tonight, he said with an endearing, elderly smile. Oh, of course, yes, go, you said with a smile. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. I'm going to find out if that one particular friend I have is the one who paid for Mum's medical bills, he said with a carefree grin. Oh, yeah, good thinking, you said, even though you already knew it was Shigaraki who had paid for them. Best of luck. What time is bingo? It's 6 p.m, just down at the local pub, your dad said with a smile. I'll walk down and walk back. Bingo usually goes for an hour, but we eat and chat before and after, so I might not be back until 8 p.m, he said. Oh, you rebel, you teased. Okay, take care. Thank you, he said, before turning to walk off. I'm just ducking down to the bakery to do a checklist. I've got 2 large orders at the end of this week, so we might need more flour. Oh, I'll come down and help in a sec. I'll just get changed, you said, as you stepped back into your room. Okay, your dad nodded. See you soon. You closed your door and ran back to your phone to message Shigaraki. The timing couldn't have been more perfect, and you ignored his messages that he had replied to your other ones, and excitedly told him that there had been an update and that your dad would be going to bingo night, leaving just before 6 p.m, so he should come to the back door of the bakery shortly after 6 p.m, and you'd meet him there, and he agreed on that plan. All day you were watching the clock and counting down the hours until 6 p.m, until finally your dad started to get ready to go, and before you knew it, you were waving him off at the bakery door before turning to head into the bakery kitchen. You were so excited, your stomach filled with butterflies as you walked into the bakery kitchen and then over to the back door to look out. Not seeing Shigaraki anywhere, you decided to message him and tell him the coast was clear. No sooner had you messaged, you heard a sound outside and looked out to see him coming to the back door, and you opened it to let him in. Hey, you greeted, as his hand held the door and you stepped back for him to come in. He stepped in after you and let go of the door so that it closed behind him, and then he reached out to wrap his arm around behind your back to pull you into him. At the same time he did that, he also bent his head down to kiss you, and you looked up at him, your lips parting to meet his as your arms reached up to wrap around his neck. You stood there for a bit, making out in the bakery kitchen, until he turned you and lifted you up and then sat you down on the kitchen bench there and stepped between your knees so he could keep kissing you. For a couple who had only just started seeing each other romantically, he was very forward and even initiated some heavier kissing that nearly took your breath away. You weren't sure how long you had kissed for, but you had some things you wanted to talk to him about, so decided to initiate some conversation first, and then you could go back to kissing after. Hey, you said, pulling back from the kiss, both of you panting slightly. He grunted, his chest rising and falling. You gently took your fingers and brushed them against his fringe to move it out of the way so you could see him better. Can I call you my boyfriend? You asked, staring into his piercing red eyes. Yeah, he said softly, his eyes flicking to your lips and then back to your eyes again. He slowly leaned in, and you allowed his face to near yours. Then his chapped lips met yours again, and he initiated another round of kissing. Hey, you said again, pulling back from kissing him once again. He asked as your fingers tried to tuck his fringe behind his ears. The League of Legends con is on next week, you said. Yeah, I'm going, he replied, his face nearing yours, but then moved to the side as his chapped lips kissed your cheek and then moved further to your ear as he kissed under it. You going? You whispered, as you melted into his scratchy kisses, his hands that had been resting on your waist slipping to your hips as he pulled you a little closer to the edge of the bench, your knees gripping into his sides. Yeah, he said, his lips rubbing against your neck as he slowly kissed down to your collarbone. You ran your hands up his back, over the outside of his hoodie, and ran over the back of the hoodie itself, pulling on it so it fell off the back of his head so that you could run your fingers through his shaggy hair while he kissed across the front of your neck and you hung your head back. I'm going with a friend from the cafe, you said in a half whisper, your brain being dulled by his chapped lips on your hot skin. I'll see you there, he whispered against your neck, as you slipped your hand further into his hair and then gripped a little into his scalp as he used one hand behind you to pull your body against his. Then he put his other hand under your knee and lifted your whole body up against his torso and turned, holding you to his front as he carried you through the kitchen and to the front of the bakery, and then turned and started heading up the stairs to your apartment above. "Wait, where are we going?" you asked when you looked over your shoulder and saw he was carrying you up the stairs. "To your room," he said, giving you another kiss on the neck. Your whole body was burning up under the heat of his addictive kisses, and you didn't protest as he got to the top, and then you directed him to your room. Once inside, he closed the door behind you both, and then lay you down on the bed and crawled over you, gently laying his lower half down between your legs before you both started kissing heavily again. Your brain had turned to mush now, and your body was talking directly to his. He could tell you wanted him, and he knew he wanted you, so the kissing continued, and he lost his hoodie, and then his shirt, and that was the first time that you'd been able to really see his physique. For a gamer type, he appeared to be quite well built, and you wondered if that was from his fighting. You can't get a body like that from just sitting in front of the computer, you thought, as he kissed and nibbled down your neck, and your hands roamed over his back. "Oh, about Toga?" you asked suddenly. "I told you not to worry about it, didn't I?" he asked as his chapped lips met yours again. "I've handled it. She won't come back." "Oh, thank you so much," you said gratefully. "I didn't know what I was going to do if she did. How do I explain that to Dad?" "You don't need to worry about anything when I'm here," he said, and your tongues met passionately again. Your hands gripped into his back, and he pushed into you, your kisses getting hotter and hotter, until he couldn't take it any longer and pulled back to undo his belt. Suddenly there was a sound of the bakery door downstairs opening, and you both stopped and looked at each other. "It's Dad!" you hissed. Shigaraki jumped off you immediately, and you glanced at the clock in your room as you dove off the bed to grab his hoodie and shirt. "Oh my gosh, is it really 7:50 already? He's home a little early, but still, that time went really fast," you thought, as your heart slammed against your chest, adrenaline flooding your entire being. With trembling, rushed hands, you grabbed his shirt and hoodie from the floor and handed them to him, and then whispered for him to go out your window. He grabbed for the lock on your window and twisted it and then slipped out. As he was doing that, you heard your dad calling to you from downstairs, and you threw one more look at the disappearing form of Shigaraki before you left your room, closing your door behind you, and silently praying that Shigaraki would be able to get down off the roof. "Hey Dad, welcome home," you called as you walked across the lounge area, doing your best to act natural. "How was bingo?" "Good. I didn't win, though," your dad said with a sheepish chuckle. "You're still a winner in my eyes, Dad," you said with a soft smile, your body and lips still feeling very tingly from where Shigaraki had been touching and kissing you. "Well, thank you," he replied with a smile as he sat down to take his shoes off. "Also, I asked my friends individually if they'd been the ones to pay for Mum's hospital bills, and all of them said they hadn't," he said with a confused shake of his head. Your heart flipped in your chest. "Oh, that's odd," you mused, putting on your best acting voice to sound as confused as him. "Do you think they're not telling the truth?" "Well, no," he replied, as he finally got one shoe off and then the other. "I'm inclined to believe them, since they've all voiced that they felt bad that they had not been the ones to do it. So I'm not sure who paid," he said with a grunt as he got up and walked to the kitchen. "That is strange," you mused. "I'm not sure either," you added, watching him go before glancing at your closed bedroom door. "Oh," your dad said, bringing your attention back to him as he got himself a drink from the tap. "Why are the lights on in the bakery kitchen downstairs?" "Crap, I forgot that I left them on because Shigaraki just carried me up here and I didn't turn them off. The back door is probably unlocked too," you thought, trying to find a reasonable excuse in your mind for having left the lights on. "Oh, sorry, I went down to check something but forgot to turn the lights off. Sorry, Dad, I'll do that now." Your dad nodded and then continued to sip on his cup of water. Turning quickly, you ran off downstairs and first checked that the back door was locked, and then turned the lights off in the kitchen before coming back upstairs. "Would you like a cup of tea, Dad?" you asked him. "I can put the news on for you too." "Oh no, it's okay, Tibbs. I've had a lot of food tonight and I think I just want to read," he said, putting his cup down in the sink and then walking over to his armchair and picking up his book on the side table and then sitting down to read. Feeling like this was the end of the conversation, you made as if to go back to your room, but he called out to you. "Tibbers?" he asked, and you stopped and looked back at him. "Yes?" you asked, feeling a little apprehensive. "Would you stay with me?" he asked. "Just in this room." Oh, yeah, of course, you replied with a relieved smile, thankful that it wasn't something else. I'll just get my phone, you said, before going into your room, checking that Shigaraki had gone, and then coming back out again. Posting up on the lounge near your dad, you rested back and then opened messages, sending a message to Shigaraki to make sure he had gotten away okay. He replied and said that he was fine, and you thanked him for the night, which he replied that he had very much made the right decision to come and see you. You smiled at your phone. The next day, you and Shigaraki were texting a lot. You both didn't have anything to do during the day, so messaging was high priority. And then the day after that, you had to help your dad with baking, but still messaged Shigaraki in between batches. After sending a flirty reply to one of his comments, you found yourself smiling into the butter as you chopped it into smaller pieces so that it would fit in the mixer, and your dad made comment on your grin. "You're very smiley today, Tibbers," he mused as he walked past behind you, carrying a big bag of flour. "That phone is getting a workout." Suddenly feeling very self-conscious, you quickly put your phone back in your pocket and looked at him. "Oh, yeah," you chuckled a little nervously. Me and my online friends are planning to meet up at the League of Legends convention next week. It's going to be a really good day. They have some of the game developers on a panel, and we can ask questions and all sorts," you said, trying to take the conversation in a different direction so that your dad would focus on the convention and not the fact that you had your nose buried in your phone. He showed a little interest in the topic, as much as what you expected from him anyway, and then you went back to working quietly side by side for a bit, not checking your phone too often after that. The following day was the order pick-up day, and then back to work again with Dad for the next order. Shigaraki had been mentioning since that morning that he had been wanting to see you again, and you were itching to see him too. Those 2 hours together the other night just hadn't been enough, and you were craving his hands on your body and your lips on his, so you thought about how it could be possible to spend some time with him as soon as possible. Seeing as you and your dad were going to be working hard again that day, you offered to get takeaway for you both that night, and he agreed that that would be a good idea. So the first second that you got, you quickly messaged Shigaraki to tell him the good news. "Hey," you sent, "I'm getting takeaway tonight for me and Dad. Want to meet me while I'm out?" you asked. He seemed very keen, and you smiled as you put your phone away. "Just got to get through this, and then I can see my boyfriend," you thought, grabbing the measuring jug for the milk. How crazy that we're actually dating now. It was a full-on afternoon, making, baking and frosting a whole heap of cupcakes and biscuits until it was getting close to 8 p.m. and there was only one batch of cupcakes left baking in the oven. "Did you want to go and make the order now?" your dad asked once you had talked about how this was the last batch. Yeah, I guess," you replied. "I guess by the time I've walked down, made the order, they've made it, and then I walk back, it might be quite late." "Yes, especially if they're busy," your dad said. "Go now, and I'll keep an eye on these ones until they're done." "Oh, okay, thanks, Dad," you said, as you turned to the bakery counter and took your apron off. "I'll just go and grab my wallet and bag and be off." "Okay," he said with a smile, watching as you took off back upstairs to get your things together. You ran up, grabbed your things, messaged Shigaraki, put on a little more perfume, checked your hair and face in the mirror, and then ran down again. "Bye, Dad, I'll be back," you called as you ran for the door. "Be safe," he called as he came to the front counter to wave you off, and you smiled as you stepped out and closed the door behind you. Your dad was about to turn around and go back into the bakery kitchen when he caught a whiff of a lovely gentle scent, and he turned to look at the door. Was that Yin's perfume? He wondered. Why would she be putting perfume on to go and pick up takeaway? Your heart was all bunched up in your chest, the nervous excitement swirling around in your veins. You almost felt drunk. You were being flooded with that many hormones. "I see you," Shigaraki sent, and you looked down at your phone and then looked up again. How can you always see me and I never see him? You wondered as you looked around, in front and behind you, but still saw nothing. "Where are you?" you sent back. "Keep walking," he replied, and you did as you were told. Taking a few more steps, you looked into the next alleyway on your left, and there he was, leaning casually back against the building wall there, and your heart started aching, it was pounding so fast. With a big grin on your face, you walked over to him in the alley, and he reached an arm out and pulled you into himself immediately. It had been a few days since you'd been able to touch each other, so you were both keen to get right into it as fast as possible, kissing while he pulled you between his slightly spread legs, and then he turned you around and pinned you up against the wall with one leg between yours. You two didn't speak for the first 10 minutes because you were kissing so much, but then he moved away from kissing your lips and started dragging his hot, chapped-lipped kisses to other areas of your upper body, and you took the opportunity to whisper in his ear. I'm sorry about before. I wanted to be texting you non-stop, but Dad was starting to get suspicious, you whispered as his teeth grazed your neck, your eyes rolling back in your head. It's fine, he replied, rasping his words as he kissed under your earlobe and then took a deep breath in. You smell good. Good enough to eat? You asked teasingly. Oh, don't tempt me, he replied, pushing his body into yours, and you giggled and wrapped your arms around behind him and pulled him into you. Also, the rest of the league is now with us. We're all together. I want you to meet the others, he said. Oh, really? You asked, and he pulled back from kissing you so that he could look at you. You gently brushed his fringe to the side and held it so that you could look at his face. Yes, he replied firmly. Well, yeah, okay, if they're okay with me coming to the house, you said. I get that they might not like a regular citizen coming to the place. I'm the leader, Shigaraki said firmly, and what I say goes. You're mine. If I say you're coming to the house, then you're coming to the house, and they're going to accept you. Yeah, but what if they don't, though? You thought, but you didn't say it. It sounded like he was in one of his little pouty moods, just by the way that he was making demands and expecting that everyone was going to act a certain way. Well, I'll try and think of a way to get out to see you and the others, but it's kind of difficult, unless you're okay with daytime visits. If I go at night, that might make Dad suspicious if I'm out for too long, you said nervously. Shigaraki grunted and then pushed off the wall of the building, his left hand coming up to his neck as he started to scratch. Hey now, you said soothingly, reaching for his left hand and pulling it gently from his neck so you could hold it. Don't get frustrated, it's okay, we can think about it. I'm not frustrated, he pouted. You are, you chuckled softly. And you might always be watching me, but don't think that I haven't been watching you. You scratch when you're angry or frustrated. Well, those are the two most prominent ones anyway, you said. No, he pouted again, trying to pull his hand from your grasp so that he could scratch, and you raised an eyebrow at him. You want to scratch now, don't you? What are you feeling? You asked. Annoyed, he said, and you raised your second eyebrow at him. He huffed, clicking his tongue to the inside of his cheek and looking away from you. You giggled gently and then stepped up to him and kissed him on the cheek. It's okay, we'll think of something, you said. I also need to get this food. I can't be kissing my hot boyfriend in an alleyway all night, you joked. He smirked under his fringe and you stepped up beside him and wrapped your arm around his one arm and leaned into him. Will you come with me to the takeaway shop to get the food with me? You asked sweetly, batting your eyelashes at him. Yeah, he grunted, and you squeezed his arm in yours. Yay, okay, let's go, you said, as you walked to the end of the alleyway and then out onto the quiet night streets. The takeaway store was very quiet, thankfully, and Shigaraki stood guard outside the place while you went in to order, and then when you had finished, you came out with the goods and he walked you back home. Obviously, you both didn't want to leave each other just yet, so when you got onto your street, you quickly ducked into another side alley and had another kissing session, completely absorbed in each other. Then when you felt like you were taking too long to return home, you quickly said goodbye to him and then jogged the last way home. Oh gosh, how long was I gone for? You wondered as you entered the bakery downstairs and then headed up the stairs to your apartment above. Hey Dad, you greeted him as you walked in. He was watching the news and you noted that it was the 8 p.m. report. Oh, what time did I leave? You wondered. Oh, Tibbers, he said as he turned stiffly in his chair to look at you. I was watching the time thinking maybe you had decided to eat there with it. Then he paused. Are you okay? You look a little roughed up. Me? I do? You asked with surprise and low-key horror. Oh, shoot, we were really getting into that last kiss, and I do remember his hands being in my hair. Oh, man, is it a mess? You raised one hand to feel your hair, and noted that it did feel like it was all over the place. Oh, you said sheepishly when you felt it was a little higgledy-piggledy. Must have been the big day we had baking. Oh, but it was fine when we were baking, your dad said. Oh, the humidity? And I was scratching my scalp a little too, you said, quickly reaching up to scratch at your head to show him that it could possibly have been that. That's all. Your dad hummed. Was it busy at the takeaway shop? Oh, yes, very, you said quickly. How long was I gone for? About an hour and a half, your dad said as he got up. I get worried with you being out for a long time, especially at night. I don't trust folks around here like I used to. I said I'd be okay, Dad. You don't have to worry, you said, trying to placate him. He hummed with uncertainty, but wobbled over to help with the food anyway. "Oh, it looks good," he said happily as he helped to lift the dishes of food out. "I'll get plates," you said as you walked off to the kitchen. "Did you get the last of the cupcakes done?" you asked him. "Yes, just need to ice them now," he replied. "Then we're done for this week." "Oh, good to know," you said with a smile as you got plates and cutlery and other things and then walked back over to him where he was setting up the table. "It won't be enough this week. I'll have to use some of the savings," he said softly to himself, but you still heard him. "Dad, I can give you the money," you said with a longing in your voice. "It's okay, please let me pay." "No, this is my problem," your dad said a little bitterly, but also with disappointment in his voice. He was just disappointed it had gotten to this point, but with so many people refusing to come to this part of town to buy food, it was getting harder and harder to keep the business running. "If only I didn't have to pay that villain," you heard him say, and you suddenly lost your appetite. "I'm in love with that villain though, Dad," you thought to yourself as you sat down to eat. That Sunday night, your dad only just had enough money to pay Shigaraki. He handed it over bitterly and still refused to let you see him. That night, after Shigaraki had left, you messaged him about seeing him and the rest of the League of Villains and asked for a daytime visit, again, if possible. "I just don't think I'll be able to get out and away at night without Dad being suspicious of how long I'm staying out," you said. "If you're worried about me being followed, I'll make sure I'm not, or you could meet me somewhere and walk me back to the house. Or we could even meet elsewhere." You were getting desperate to make this work, and you were hoping that he was going to come to the table too and help make some suggestions or give some solutions without it being something that would completely compromise you. You waited. You saw that he had seen your message, but was taking a while to reply. Finally, his message came. "I know of an abandoned warehouse we could meet in," he said, and the tension in your body relieved a little. "Okay, that sounds good," you replied. "I'm going to see my mum in hospital tomorrow, with Dad, so could we meet maybe midweek? I think I have to help Dad with some more baking, so that will probably be in the afternoon and night. I'll try and work around his schedule too," you said. "I know you're going to see her tomorrow. You always go on a Monday, and I know which train you catch too," he replied. Your body tingled. "Not gonna lie, I kind of like that he's always watching me," you thought. He sent another message. "Look down the far end of the train tomorrow." He sent. "Okay," you replied, smiling as you put your phone down. You couldn't wait for tomorrow to come. That next morning, Monday morning, you and your dad left to go and visit your mum. As you passed the alleyway near home that you and Shigaraki had made out in the night before, you looked in and remembered him, your body tingling as you remembered his hands on your hips and his tongue sliding against yours. Your heart started racing and butterflies invaded your stomach, making your body ache even more fervently to see him. "Will I see him today?" you wondered. Once at the station, you and your dad hopped on the train and sat down to enjoy the ride in, but you were more interested in who else was on the train. Without trying to be obvious, you made a comment about the length of the train and looked around, looking as far as you could one way and then as far as you could the other, and at the very end of the carriage, hidden in the corner, you spotted a hooded figure and recognized him immediately. You smiled once you saw him, and he smirked at you from under his hood and then looked away out the window, his chiseled jawline being exposed from under his fringe as he turned his head, and your heart did a flip and got tangled in your ribcage, it fell so hard. "Oh, why is he so hot?" you screamed internally. "He's just too good looking. If he wasn't so cute, it would have been easier for me to stay away." You tore your eyes away from him and looked out the window as well, thinking to yourself that he was very good at keeping hidden. "Well, I guess he's got to be good at blending in and not being noticed," you thought. Just before you and your dad stopped, you looked up to see if he was still there and noted that he had gone. Where did he go? You wondered, looking around to see if he had moved seats, but he was nowhere to be seen on the train. Did he get off? You wondered. Once at the hospital, you sat down and held your mum's hand. You thought about everything that was going on with Shigaraki and thought about what your mum would say. She had always been a bit of a free spirit, of what you remembered of her before she got ill, and it was then that you distinctly remembered one particular memory from when you were about 12 years of age. You and her had been at a festival, and it had started raining heavily just as you got off the train to walk the last little bit to home. Because it had been such a lovely weather during the day, neither of you had expected such a downpour and hadn't bought an umbrella, so that final stretch before home was going to have to be sprinted. You remembered grumbling something to your mum about how your beautiful yukata was going to get ruined by the rain, and you remembered her sweet giggle in response to your grumble. Surprised by this, you had looked up just as she had stepped out from under the shelter of the train station roof and stood right in the middle of the rain, her yukata getting drenched almost immediately. "Mum!" you remembered yelling. "What are you doing? You're getting soaked!" "What do you think?" your mum had replied, doing a slow turn and lifting her foot up behind her to pose for you. "Does it look better on me when it's wet?" Baffled, you just burst out laughing and then had stepped out to join her as well. "Yeah, it does," you remembered saying with a giggle to her as rain dripped in your eyes and ran down your cheeks, and you smiled again as you remembered that moment. "I miss you, Mum," you whispered to her, squeezing her hand in yours. Just then the doctor came in to check on her and give you both updates, and mentioned that the account had, again, had more money put into it, so it wasn't necessary to pay any more, and your dad stood up. "Again?" he asked. "More?" "Yes," the doctor said. "Same gentleman came in and gave another 1,500. You gasped and covered your mouth. "He did it again?" you wondered. "Oh, sir, what does this man look like?" your dad asked the doctor with tears in his eyes. "I asked my friends if they had been our good Samaritan, but none would come forwards. I desperately want to know who it is so I can thank them. They've been such a blessing." "Oh, well," the doctor said with a sheepish look on his face. "Your good Samaritan doesn't appear to be too friendly, and he kept a hoodie jumper on with the hood pulled low over his face, so I don't think he wanted me to know who he was." You tried not to pull a face, but that description was spot on for Shigaraki, so it just added to your evidence that it was him paying the protection money to your mum's hospital bills. "Oh, that really is a shame," your dad said as he sat back down again, "as I really do appreciate him. He has a beautiful soul." You again had to refrain from pulling a face. "Dad, it's the man you hate, but I'm not about to tell you that," you thought. When you left the hospital later, your dad couldn't stop talking about the mystery good deed doer, and you smiled as he talked. "Oh, I'm so relieved," your dad said with a sigh. "At least now I don't have to worry about your mum's bills being paid, on top of working to get enough to pay the protection money, as well as get enough so that I can pay for electricity, water and groceries." He sighed. "It is a lot." "You're doing so well, Dad," you said, as you reached across and patted his hand while you sat on the train going back home. You hadn't seen Shigaraki this time, so you were able to focus on your dad a little more. It was always hard to focus when your boyfriend was around. "I've also got more work this week, so I'll need your help," your dad said with a smile. "Oh, yes, I was going to ask what this week was looking like," you said, thinking about how you were going to slot in your little visit with the LOV in as well. "I have 4 wedding orders this week, 4 wedding cakes and 2 lots of 250 giveaway biscuits," he said brightly, and you nearly keeled over. "Dad, that's massive!" you exclaimed. "That's what, you asked, rolling your eyes up in your head as you tried to calculate how much it would cost for 4 wedding cakes and about 500 biscuits. "It's about 750 each for the cakes and about 750 each for the 250 biscuits, your dad said with a smile. "Although one of the brides wants personalised names on each of the biscuits, so I'm charging her a little more. My old hands aren't as steady as they used to be. Would you mind riding with the icing?" your dad asked. "Well, if you're making over 4,500 this week, then for sure," you said with a grin. "Thank you, Tibbs," he said gratefully as he patted your hand that was on his knee. Your dad appeared lighter, the lines on his face were less, and you were happy that he was happy. You removed your hand from his knee and smiled as you looked off into the middle of the train carriage, and at the very end, finally spotting your man in his hoodie, so you gave him a smile and he smirked and then looked away. Your heart squeezed. All the way home from there you kept spotting him. Either he was keeping a close watch of you and your dad this time, or you were getting better at spotting him. You weren't sure, but that day was definitely one of your happier days. You were happy that your dad was happy, and your dad was happy so he wasn't worried about you, so it was just a positive cycle that just kept rolling in a positive circle. That night you were relaxing and messaging Shigaraki, and he said he would talk to the rest of the league about you meeting them at the warehouse. You were excited, but also apprehensive. You knew of Darby and Toga, but what about the other members? What were they going to be like? And what if a fight broke out? But no matter which way you looked at it, you always remembered Shigaraki shielding you, and you knew that he would do everything in his power to protect you, should anything happen, so you relaxed. "It'll be okay," you thought, as you closed your eyes and lay there for a bit before getting up to get ready to go to bed for real. As you had mentioned to Shigaraki, you were determined to work in your meeting him and the League around when your dad needed you for work, and so you firstly sat down with your dad to work out when these orders would be due. Unfortunately, 3 of the weddings were going to happen on the Saturday, so you and your dad would be very busy from Thursday onwards, but then that also meant that you could be free on Tuesday or Wednesday, and so you quickly messaged Shigaraki, once you'd finalised plans with your dad, to tell him the good news. He opted for Wednesday, and so it was set. You would meet him around the corner and go with him to the warehouse to meet the rest of the League, and then you would head back home for the rest of the week, and it would be you working with your dad, working your ass off in the bakery. You told your dad that you'd be going out with friends on the Wednesday, and he said it was fine. "Is this for that convention thing?" he asked. "Oh, no, this is me just catching up with friends," you said with a smile. "The convention's on Sunday, but we'll be done with the wedding stuff by then, hey?" Your dad nodded. "Yes, we'll be all done by then, and hopefully we'll get a few more big orders next week as well, and then I might just have enough money saved away that I don't have to worry so much about the bills," he said. "We'll be okay," you said to him with a smile. "Everything will work out, I'm sure of it." He smiled and nodded, and you turned to head back to your room while he watched you go. "I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like she knows something that I don't," he thought as he went back to cleaning up the kitchen. Wednesday morning finally rolled around, and you left your place around 10 a.m, saying goodbye to your dad with a hug before heading off down the stairs and out the front door. As soon as you were out on the street, you messaged Shigaraki, and he replied that he could see you and was waiting in the alleyway ahead. You smiled as you approached the alleyway and turned to walk in. "Hey, baby," you greeted him, his arms reaching out to pull you into his body, fingertips pressing into your hips as he pulled yours to his and then bent his head to kiss you. You never knew that you could be so fond of chapped lips, but it was just so uniquely him that you craved the scratchiness of it and melted into him as soon as you started kissing. If it weren't for you bringing him back to reality after about 10 minutes of making out in the alleyway, you probably would have stayed there, but you knew that there were people waiting for you at a warehouse somewhere, so off you both went, hand in hand, taking all the back roads and alleys to get to this place. It was very much out of the way, and you had a good moment of wondering if this was a good idea after all, when you had to go through 2 barbed wire fences and cross a multitude of barriers with "Keep Out" posted all over them. But finally you were brought to a very run-down and very abandoned warehouse, and Shigaraki knocked on the door, which appeared to be a certain way, and then a voice responded from the other side of the door. "Hello, goodbye, sweet, sweet apple pie," it said, and you cocked your head to the side. "Is that a code password or something?" you wondered. "Open up, Jin," Shigaraki said, and the voice replied. "Oh, right, slam it in his face, that'd be funny," you heard him reply. You hummed internally. "What?" The door then opened and Shigaraki stepped in, his hand still holding yours, so you stepped in behind him and blinked in the darkness. "Sis!" you heard Toga squeal excitedly, and then all of a sudden her arms were around you. "Oh, hey Toga," you said with a little chuckle. "I can't really see you, my eyes are still adjusting." "She called you ugly nutjob," you heard Darby say, and you scowled. "Stop it, Darby, you haven't changed one bit," you said to him. "Oh, she talks back now. Where have you been, Deposit? You weren't like this when we had you held not against your will," he retorted, your eyes finally adjusting in the dim light. You looked around to see 3 more people standing there, and you stepped in a little closer to Shigaraki's side. Hi, I'm Yin." "Air dryer victims girl," Darby added, and you felt Shigaraki move his hand to his neck to scratch, so you quickly held it and pulled it back down to his side. "It's okay, I'm okay," you whispered to him, and he relaxed. The 3 new members looked at each other and then back to you. "Hi, hey, I'm Jin," the guy who had opened the door for you and Shigaraki said. I am very pleased to meet you. If Shigaraki ever wants to share, I'm in." Nice to meet you, Jin," you said hesitantly. "I think this one might have a split personality or something," you mused. "Hey," one of the other guys said, his arms crossed and a lizard tattoo that took up the better half of his chest and arm, drawing your attention. "I go by Spinner. I'm a comic and manga artist. Can spin a good story." "Oh, cool," you replied with a smile. "That's a good job. I wanted to go into that field because of my love of gaming and stuff, but then went and did food science and baking." "You game?" he asked, looking a little excited. "Yeah, actually. Lol. You?" you asked. "Yeah, same. Cool," he replied with a smile. "And I'm Magne," the third guy said, but then Toga piped up excitedly. "This is our big sis, Yin. You, her, and I are a family," she said. "Oh?" you thought with a smile. Not a guy. Cool. There's another girl here. Or wait, does she want to be called a girl? Wanting to make sure that you didn't offend anyone at the first meeting, you smiled and asked a bold question. Magne, are you happy being called our big sis? You asked. Yeah, she replied. Why wouldn't I be? Oh, right, all good, sorry, you replied, and then looked at Shigaraki. So I guess Tamura has told you that we're seeing each other? Yeah, I'm not happy about it. Darby piped up. Why, Darby? You asked him. Has your perfect boyfriend told you about our plan? About what the League is going to do? Darby asked with a smirk. I don't see how bringing you into this is going to benefit our plan. You're a hindrance. You're numbing his head, he said, giving Shigaraki a strong stare. You could feel Shigaraki bunching up beside you, and you quickly stepped in closer and turned so that you could place one hand on his chest to steady him. It's okay, Tamura. Let him speak. You haven't told me what your plan is. He added, I didn't know there was a gathering of the League for a reason. Well, go on then, boyfriend. Tell her. Tell her your true motive, Darby said with a snarling smirk. You felt your heart sinking into the pit of your stomach, and you slowly looked at Shigaraki's side profile. Tamura? You asked, watching him steadily. We will reign, he said, looking straight ahead at his members before him. We're going to conquer all the other gang members in this area and rule this part of the city. We'll be known as the most powerful, and we'll be able to make the rules, he said. The Meta Liberation Army and the Shiai Hasakai will bow the knee to us, he said firmly. Now tell her the best part. Darby sneered coldly, his teeth showing while he smiled deviously. Shigaraki fell silent, and you looked at him and then at Darby. What's the best part? You asked nervously. Anyone who refuses to go under his rule is going to have their places burned to the ground, Darby said with a giant menacing grin on his face. We can impose any tax we want. We'll finally be able to live free, he said, throwing his arms up. You felt like Darby was heading this up, and you felt sick to your stomach as you stood beside Shigaraki, the grimness of your reality smacking you between the eyes. What if Dad refuses to pay more, or can't pay more when they take over? You thought. Will our place be burned to the ground? Would Tamura stop this? You weren't sure. As you stood there, Shigaraki moved slightly and you looked at him. At first you thought he was going to scratch at his neck, but then, surprisingly, he reached for his fringe and swept it back off his face, showing everyone there his true look. I promise you, that with every wrong thing society has done to you, it will be repaid to them, he said firmly, and the hair on the back of your neck stood on end. He was dead serious about this. Forgive me if I ask a stupid question, but can I ask what brings you all together? You asked. Tomorrow you said that every wrong thing society has done to you. What are your backstories? You asked, looking around the group. Obviously it's a very personal question, and you don't have to answer, but I'd love to know more about you. It's okay, sis, Toga said brightly. I'll go first. Yes? You asked. I love to fight, and I love the smell of blood because it means someone's been fighting. Well, not all the time, but still. And I love everyone, but everyone doesn't love me. But I just want to be with those that I love, and if I have to fight for it, I will, she said emphatically. I see, you said with a somewhat forced smile. I can see how she might not fit in elsewhere, you thought. I'm constantly discriminated over my tattoos, Spinner then said. No one will hire an artist with such a big tattoo. He opened his shirt more to show you, and yes, indeed, it really was a huge lizard tattoo. And some of my manga themes get torn to shreds too, when I have a protagonist that has less than ideal motives. Why does everything have to be so linear? He asked, no one in particular. You nodded. Yeah, fair, you said with a shrug. Then you looked at Magne. 3 murders, 9 armed robberies, and 29 attempted murders, Magne said with her arms crossed across her chest. Some people don't deserve to have a good life. You sweat dropped. Wow, okay, you thought. Then you looked at Darby, who looked pissed that everyone had literally just told you everything about themselves. I don't talk to civilians, he said darkly. If you knew my story, you would understand. But I don't trust you, so you're not getting jack from me, he said coldly. Yeah, I kinda knew he wouldn't, you thought, but you didn't get to say anything because Jin then piped up. I can't get a job. Yes, I can. And everyone looks at me weird, because I am weird. And Shigaraki, sir, told me that I was important, and he accepted me, and I want to thank him for the rest of my days. Rain, hail, or shine, let's sing and hold hands in the moonlight, Jin said, and you smiled. He's quite harmless, really. He just needs friends, you thought. And so that's why we believe in Shigaraki, Spinner said, bringing your attention back to him. He accepted all of us, as we are, and so we've pledged our allegiance to him. You are understandably feeling apprehensive about all of this, but opted not to say anything. These guys were gang members after all, and what if Shigaraki turned on you too? You're having a hard time imagining that, but it didn't mean it wasn't entirely impossible. After spending a little more time with them, you headed back with Shigaraki. All up, you'd been out for about 2 hours, and truth be told, you actually did just want to go home and process everything. It had been a lot to take on. On the walk back home, you were very quiet, and he could tell that you were thinking about some things. You weren't as affectionate as you usually were either. As he walked you back to the alleyway near the home, he stopped you, caging you in against the wall of the building, and you looked up at him. You didn't look like you wanted to stop, he commented, keeping you caged there. Do you want to go home that badly? You looked away. You couldn't tell him that's exactly what you wanted, but you didn't need to say anything either. He could just tell. He sighed sharply and removed his arms from beside your head and stepped back, pushing his hands into his pockets instead. Go then, he said, before turning away and heading off without even a backward glance. You felt sick to your stomach, so many emotions flooding your system. Unable to call out to him, you just turned and ran in the direction of home, craving some space and time to think things over. That Thursday till Saturday, you were busy with your dad. You still had a lot on your mind, and you were not texting as much, and you were quiet again. Dead quiet. And so naturally your dad was silently worrying about you again. Tibbers? He asked you as you passed him, carrying a tub of butter back to the fridge. You asked, stopping to look at him. Are you okay? He asked. You knew you were failing miserably to act normal, but you were just so emotionally drained that you didn't have it in you to act. I'm fine, I'm just tired, you lied with a smile, before continuing on your way to put the butter back. Your dad wasn't buying it, and decided to dig a little deeper to see if he could get anything out of you. How were your friends that you met up with on Wednesday? He asked idly, as he arranged the cookie cutters. Yeah, good, you said, replacing the butter and closing the door before walking to the pantry to get some other things out. Your dad scrunched his nose a little with annoyance and adjusted his glasses. Well, that got me nowhere, he thought with a small sigh. It was pretty grueling work getting all those biscuits and cakes done in time, but you managed to do so, and then you could focus on going to the LOL con with your friend. You also remembered that Shigaraki said he'd be going too, and you wondered if he might pull out since you two weren't really talking at the moment. He hadn't tried to come and see you, and he hadn't tried to message you, but at the same time you hadn't sought him out either, so it was a bit of a stalemate at the moment, and you didn't know how to break the ice again, or even if you wanted to break it again. Is this it? You wondered, as you were poking through your dinner on Saturday night after having done most of the baking work. Are we over? Do I want this to be over? Maybe. I don't know. You sighed as you stabbed some more food onto your fork and placed it in your mouth. It was a little flavourless. Later that night you were lying in bed when your phone dinged and you looked across at it curiously and then saw it was a message from Shigaraki and pounced on it immediately. I'll see you tomorrow, it read. Just those 4 throwaway words made you want to throw every negative thing that you were holding onto in your mind away and beg for him to make things right again. You missed his kisses, you missed him watching you missed him holding you and telling you how much he needed you. This still wasn't over. You were still totally infatuated with him. You replied and told him that you were excited to see him again since it had been so long since you'd laid eyes on him. You hadn't seen him since Wednesday, and that was the longest time you both had gone without seeing each other since starting dating. That Sunday morning, you were up and chatty, apprehensive but curious to see him again, and to also enjoy the convention, and you chatted to your dad as you got some breakfast down before leaving. I think I'll buy some merch or something, I don't know, you mentioned idly. I really want to get some signatures of the voice actors and game developers too if I can. Your dad smiled as you chatted and noted that you seemed okay today. Get me something of Tibbers, he said, and your face lit up. Yeah, okay, since Tibbers is the greatest of all time, you said with a little twinkle in your eye. Your dad chuckled. Indeed, he replied with a wink. After breakfast, you grabbed your bag and went to give your dad a hug. I'll be off now, you said. Be good while I'm gone, and I'll be back later this afternoon. The convention ends around 7 p.m, so I'll be home after that, but I'll message you and I'll keep you posted on my movements, you said. Your dad nodded and followed you to the top of the stairs to watch you walk down to the bottom and leave. Have fun, he called after you as you opened the door to go. Thanks, Dad, you called back, waving as you left. He watched you walk out and off down the street and smiled to himself again with a shake of his head. She's a bit of a mystery, he mused to himself as he went back to the kitchen. Her emotions are all over the place and I feel like I don't really even know her anymore. As he picked up his tea to finish it, his phone rang and he answered it with a chirpy, happy greeting. "Well, hello, dear friend," he said into the receiver when he saw the name that was on the screen. "What brings you to my line?" "Oh, hello, dear friend indeed. I was wondering if you were home and needed someone to drink tea with," his friend asked on the other end of the line. Your dad laughed. I'm always looking for a drinking buddy, be it tea or alcohol," your dad said with a chuckle. "Dinner's gone out for the day, so please do come by. I too need someone to lend me their ear. I feel I don't understand my child anymore, and I think I might be going crazy, but I just want to run some things by someone." "Well, I'm your man then," his friend said with a chuckle. "I'll be over in about 20 minutes. Does that suffice?" "Oh, it does indeed suffice," your dad said with a smile. "I'll see you soon." At the League of Legends convention, you met your friend at the entrance amid the chaos of all the other cosplayers and convention goers, but she noted immediately that you seemed distracted, constantly glancing around yourself as you both entered the centre. "Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for today," she squealed as soon as you were given your lanyards and stepped into the building. "Yes, same," you replied, looking around behind you and staring off into all the nooks and crannies that you could see. "What's up?" she asked when you glanced around again and you looked at her. "What?" you asked. "You okay?" she asked again as you walked side by side. "Yeah, why?" you asked curiously. "I don't know, it just seems like you're looking for someone," she said. "Oh, no, I'm just trying to see every stall that's here so that I can work out what I want to do and see first," you said quickly. "They have a little bit of merch. I thought there would be more, but we haven't seen everything yet, hey?" "Oh, true," your friend said excitedly. "Yeah, good point. Okay, keep looking out." "Roger," you said happily, returning your eyes to the quest of searching for Shigaraki in the crowd. Would he have the same hoodie on? You wondered. I just need to look for black if that's the case. You continued to walk around with your friend, stopping to look at a few things here and there and also to grab a map of the place, and then find where the food stalls were, and you had just turned the corner to head down to the main auditorium when you were grabbed by someone and dragged in behind a curtain that was set up next to the stalls to cover the sides of them. "Tamura!" you gasped with surprise, your heart racing when you looked up into his fringe-covered eyes. He bent his head to yours and kissed you, your kisses getting heated very quickly. "I missed you," you admitted after pulling back from the kiss. "I knew you would," he replied. "You're mine after all." You wrapped your arms around him and buried your face into his front, inhaling his scent as you craved more comfort from him. You were kind of torn since you really wanted him, but you were still a little apprehensive about his motives and plans for societal change, but you didn't know how to bring that up either. "I'm here with my friend from the cafe," you said, pulling back and looking at him, and he nodded. "I know, I've been watching you since you arrived. I recognised her," he commented, and your heart leapt into your throat. You smirked to yourself, but then had to make a quick excuse to get back to her. She's probably wondering where I went. I have to go, but I'll see you around," you said, reaching out to give him one last kiss on the lips before slipping away. He watched you go and then put his hands in his pockets and followed slowly afterwards. "I'll keep an eye on her," he thought as he watched the direction that you had run off in and then slowly followed. "I could care less about the convention at this point. I'm just content following her around and watching her make all those carefree expressions. Those carefree expressions will be the privilege of our league soon." Back home, your dad's friend had arrived and they had had a light conversation and were now getting deeper into thoughts and feelings that were plaguing your dad. "I don't know what to make of it," your dad said with a sigh, discussing you. "She's been all over the place." "Was there something that happened that started all of this?" your dad's friend asked, and your dad hung his head. I have a secret," he said. "It's a nasty little secret, but I feel I need to give you the full picture so you can understand what's going on," he said with a sigh. "What is it?" your friend asked with concern when he saw the look on your dad's face. "Are you in trouble?" "Well, yes, I guess I am," your dad said sadly. "About 2 years ago, the area around here started to change." "Yes, I'm aware of the increase of gang activity around here. I'm not far from here, so I know what you mean. We too have been affected," your dad's friend said. "Yes, well, I had heard that you could still keep yourself safe and your business open if you had a strong gang protecting your property. If they claimed your property as theirs, they would defend it from other rival gangs, he said. His friend nodded. Yes, I'd heard the same thing. He said, Did you pay a gang for property protection? He asked. Your dad nodded and sighed. It was the only way I saw myself being safe, especially with everyone else's properties and businesses being attacked or going under, he said sadly. So I've been paying a gang for their services in keeping other gangs from attacking me or my business. Okay, the friend said. That's not entirely bad. I do know many others who have been forced into the same situation. Your dad nodded. Only that my dear wife is still in hospital and the bills are quite expensive, he said. I've been dipping into my savings to make sure I could pay both the gang and for her bills, but I'd been getting to a point where income was getting scarce and my savings were getting low, and it all came to a head when my dear daughter came back for college break, he said. Oh, I see, the friend said, waiting to see what else your dad would say. The night she came home was the night I was supposed to pay this gang, but I didn't quite have the money yet. I hadn't had a lot of work that week, and so I should have stopped her. I really should have, he said bitterly. What happened? Your dad's friend asked, fully invested in the story now. She gave herself. As a gage, as a promise, as a deposit that I'd come up with the money and pay them, and they would hand her back safely, your dad said, tears filling his eyes. And they did. They took her, and they brought her back, but she hasn't been the same since. He started crying then, overcome with guilt, still ruminating on what happened back then. His friend felt very sorry for him and was very apologetic about it. Oh, he said sadly, that is really hard. I'm sorry, he said as he got up and walked around the coffee table in between them both and placed his hand gently on your dad's shoulder to comfort him. Has she said if they did anything to her? He asked. No, your dad said, sniffing back his tears. She promised me they did nothing to her, but why the change? How come she's changed now? What do you mean by that? His friend asked. What makes you say she's changed? She's been so up and down, your dad said. One day she's chatty and happy and the next she's very quiet. And then she leaves and is gone for longer than expected. And she's on her phone messaging someone and smiling. Sometimes she's absent-minded and other times she's really on the ball. I just don't know what to make of it, he sighed. Oh, and some other strange things that I haven't been able to make sense of are her bringing home cream for eczema when she's never had eczema before. She did tell me she got it from baking at college, but I don't know, it just doesn't seem right. And then she's been leaving the light on in the bakery kitchen and somehow managed to open the shed door out the back. Saying it out loud makes me sound crazy, but I just can't seem to let these things rest. Your dad sighed. His friend patted him on the shoulder and then went to sit back down in the chair opposite your father and ponder some things. It all sounds very odd, his friend agreed. Should you suggest that she sees a counsellor or something? I've tried that, your dad sighed, picking up his cup of tea to take a sip, and she assured me that she didn't need any help. Both men fell silent then, and your dad's friend spoke again. Oh, I'm not really sure, but it does sound like there's something happening. Could she have a boyfriend? The friend suddenly suggested. I'm just thinking with the ups and downs and being out later and messaging. Your dad laughed. Oh, I'm sure she would have told me if she did have a boyfriend. Surely. We are close. Well, I thought we were, he replied. He pondered this and then he sipped on his tea some more. Oh, and another thing too, your dad said suddenly. This is going to sound mad, but someone's been paying for my dear wife's hospital bills. You know how I asked you before? Oh, yes, his friend replied with a chuckle as he put his cup down to reply. Did you ever find out who it was? No, I didn't, and I asked all of you, and you all said no. But now I'm going to sound completely insane, but if it's none of you, then could it be somehow related to why my girl is acting strange? Your dad suddenly asked. Why would you think it's related? Your dad's friend asked, drinking more of his tea. Well, I don't know, and she definitely looked as surprised as I was when we were told, but then she ran after the doctor and asked him something, but I don't know what it was. She told me she was thanking him for his hard work, but I feel like that's not what happened, he said hesitantly. Listen, now, I'm not usually one to do this, but I do believe that something's happening here, so would you like for me to follow Yin if she ever goes out and see what's going on?" the friend asked. "Oh," your dad said with a sheepish chuckle and a shake of his head, "that is very tempting, but I would feel so guilty if I didn't trust her and she found out that I'd sent someone to spy on her. She would be very disappointed in me." "Oh, the offer will always stand," his friend said with a smile. "I'm worried for you and her, and I'll always be here to help." "Oh, you're a very good friend to me, thank you. I already feel much better for talking to you today," your dad said with a smile as he finished his tea. "Can I offer you more tea? And maybe some cake?" Back at the convention, you had left Shigaraki and had run back into the main hall to look for your friend. You'd only been gone about 5 minutes, but 5 minutes could be a long time when someone's looking for you. Running as fast as you could, despite the crowds, you finally saw her ahead and smiled as you gingerly pushed through the last of the people to get to her. "Geez, I'm so sorry. I stopped to look at some figurines and I turned to say something to you and you were gone," you said to her. "There was a mass of people, so I couldn't get through. I just had to wait for them to pass, and I tried to run around them to catch up to you. I'm so sorry." "Oh my gosh, it's okay. I swear you were right beside me, and then it was almost like someone grabbed you and yanked you away. You just disappeared," she said with a chuckle. "Oh," you thought with a little internal giggle. If only she knew. "Anyway, let's keep going, hey," she said with a grin. "So much more to see around here." And so off you walked, looking around at everything, but with you also keeping a keen eye out for your boyfriend. And now that you knew he was there, you kept catching sight of him everywhere. He was standing in the shadows of the takoyaki stall, and then he was walking past the Jinx appreciation booth as you and your friend were walking the other way. It didn't matter how many times you saw him, your heart still throbbed in your chest, and you kind of loved that he was still ever present and watching you. It was just after you had been into one of the main auditoriums to hear the panel of game developers talking about different aspects of the game that you and your friend walked past a stall selling shirts and hoodies with all different LOL art and characters on them, and you stopped and looked at one with Annie and Tibbers on it. "Oh, I'd love to get this," you said as you felt the sleeve of the hoodie, checking the price tag on the side. "That's a bit expensive though," you sighed. "I saw some Tibbers keyrings back at one of the other booths," your friend offered. "You need to at least get one Tibbers thing." "I know, right?" you chuckled as you turned to go with her. "I can't come all the way here and not get something. I need to get a Tibbers thing for Dad too. He actually asked me to get him something." "Did he? No way," your friend chuckled, turning with you, but as you turned you accidentally bumped into someone who reached out and grabbed you by the waist to stop you from falling over, and you looked up to see who it was. Shigaraki was holding you with his head down and hoodie pulled over his face, and you nearly passed out. "Watch your step," he said before letting you go, and you stammered a flustered apology and stepped aside and then looked at your friend. She had seen the whole thing and her eyes were very wide as she gawked at you. You giggled to her as you stepped up to her and then gasped with feigned shock as you both moved away. "Oh my God, I was not expecting that," you said with a giggle. "He put his hand on your waist," she squealed at you. "He almost ran completely into you." "I know, it surprised me," you giggled. "I bet he did that on purpose so he could touch you like that," she said. "No, but he was kind of cute, I think. I didn't see much of him, but that black hoodie pulled over his face was hot and mysterious." "Yeah, hey," you said, as you looked back over your shoulder to see where he was, and noted he was still at the stall that you had just been at. "Is he going to buy something?" you wondered. You did end up buying some Tibbers merch, as well as some Viego merch to give to Shigaraki later, and then as the day started to come to an end, you told your friend you needed to go to the toilet. "Man, if I don't go now, I'm going to pee myself," you said, as you crossed your legs for good measure. "I just went before, so I don't need to go, but I'll wait for you here, and then we can head home together," she said with a smile. "I do need to sit down, though. I am shot." "Okay, you sit," you said with a smile, "and I'm going to go and lose about 20 litres of water. I'll be back." "Okay, have fun with that," she chuckled as she looked to her left and saw some seats, and then walked over to sit down, while you looked to your right and saw the signs pointing in the direction of the toilets, and then turned and headed off there. What an awesome day today has been. I really do need to think about what I want to say tomorrow, though, and to sit down and have a talk with him, maybe, you thought as you walked. Actually, speaking of, is he still here? You looked around but couldn't see him, so looked back to where you were walking. As you got closer to the toilets, though, you felt someone coming up behind you, and you looked around just as Shigaraki got up alongside your left side and took a hold of the crook of your arm. "This way," he said, opening the disabled toilet door and stepping in with you, and then closing the door behind you both and locking it, your back against the door and his hands either side of your head. "I've been watching you all day," he said as he looked at you from behind his fringe. I know, and I've loved it, you replied, reaching a hand up to cup his cheeks as his face neared yours for a kiss. His chapped lips met yours, and then your tongues touched, and all other thoughts were lost as you made out then, touching and kissing as much as you could to make up for all the times that you hadn't been able to be with each other. It didn't feel like a long time, but suddenly your phone was ringing in your pocket, and you had to pause the kissing to answer it. It was your friend. Hey, she said as soon as you picked up, Shigaraki still caging you against the door. Hey, you replied, heavily distracted by the way that he was looking at you with one hand on your hip, pinning you so you couldn't move. You good? She asked. You paused, your gaze getting lost in his eyes before he gently bit into your lower lip and tugged on it before letting go. Yep, you replied mechanically, and then you snapped out of it a bit. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? What's up? You've been gone 15 minutes, your friend said. I was getting worried you'd been kidnapped or something. You laughed just as Shigaraki bit lightly into the side of your neck and pushed his hips into yours, making your body flood with adrenaline and your brain go numb. I'm fine. I'm really okay. Just lots of people lying. I'll be back in a sec, you promised her, not really hearing your own words, so you were so under Shigaraki's spell. Okay, have an amazing time, she joked. Yeah, thanks, you too, you replied vaguely before hanging up. Your friend looked at her phone as she pulled it back to look at it. That was weird as hell. Is she getting high in there? She wondered. You had not thought anything more about the conversation as you put your phone away and then resumed kissing Shigaraki a little longer before finally putting your foot down. I hate to go, but I really do need to go to the bathroom and my friend out there is asking about me, you said apologetically. Can we see each other again soon? Yeah, he grunted as he pushed off you and stepped back. We can. Okay, let me text you, you replied. I'm gonna use this toilet here, so... He nodded as you unlocked the door, and then he slipped out, and you locked it again and did your business. Your friend was very suspicious when you got back and gave you a funny look as you approached her. What on earth was all that about? She asked when you stopped in front of her. Huh? You asked. You sounded so weird on the phone, she said. Sounded like you were stoned or something. You didn't make any sense. What? You asked with confusion. Truth be told, you had already completely forgotten that you two had talked on the phone, so you couldn't even come up with an excuse for your supposed weird behaviour. I was joking. I just needed to pee. I don't know. Toilet delusion? Is that a thing? Your friend shook her head and laughed. Well, whatever, you're okay now, so all good, she said as she stood up. You ready to go? It's getting kind of late now. Yeah, let's go. No, I need to message Dad. He'll be wondering where I am, you punctuated. You did message your dad, but you were quite late and ended up getting back home around 9:30 p.m. Just with all the other people trying to leave the convention at the same time and a few other train delays, it all added up, so you literally had to run from the station to home so that you wouldn't keep your dad up from going to bed. Hey, Dad, you called out as soon as you stepped through the bakery door. You were expecting him to be upstairs in the apartment, hence why you had yelled, but to your surprise he was standing at the bakery counter with an envelope in hand and you looked at him. What's that? You asked. I'm waiting for him to show up so I can pay him for this week, your dad said, quite obviously unhappy that he was having to do so. Oh? You asked. Oh, wait, it's Sunday today, of course, you added. He hasn't come yet? No, and it's strange. He's very late today and usually he's very on time, your dad said. Maybe he forgot? You offered as you walked over to your dad. No, he wouldn't forget, your dad said with a little scowl of annoyance on his face. But anyway, you go upstairs quickly before he gets here, and then I'll be up to ask how your convention went. Okay, you replied with a smile, walking over to the stairs to head up. I hope he's okay. Did he get stuck out in the traffic like me? You wondered. You headed up to the lounge, and as soon as you got there, you heard the bakery door open. Is that him? You thought, walking back to the top of the stairs to have a little peek down and see if it was him. It was, and you smiled to yourself as you watched him walk up to your dad, take the envelope, and then leave. Yeah, must have just been stuck in the same traffic as me, you thought, as you headed to your room quickly to put your bags down and take out the gift for your dad. You heard your dad coming up the stairs, and so you walked out with your gift for him, ready to tell him about your day, but your dad had a strange expression on his face. What is it? You asked when he gave you an odd look. Your dad replied. Oh, no, it's nothing, he said dismissively. No, tell me, you pressed. What's up? Your dad thought for a second and then shook his head. No, it can't be. Don't mind me, he said. Dad, now you really do have to tell me. You can't just say stuff like that and then not explain, you said. I just find it strange that he's never been late, and the only time he's been late is the same time that you've been late, Dad said, looking at you. You kept your face neutral, looking back at him. What do you mean by that? You asked your dad numbly, trying to keep your voice even. Oh, no, nothing. Sorry I said anything, your dad said as he turned away. I don't know what I was getting at then. Well, can I give you your gift? You asked, desperately wanting to change subjects. It appeared your dad was starting to get too close to hitting the nail on the head, and you were a little worried if you were being honest. Oh gosh, I need to quell any of his concerns or suspicions, otherwise this lemon is going to grow some hairs on it, you thought. Your dad accepted the gift, and then you both sat down to chat, but in the back of your dad's mind he really did feel like something was off, and he now started to suspect that you could possibly still be messing around with this gang. He wasn't sure how or why, but there seemed to be something there. I'll ask my friend to tell her one time. I need to do it just once, or I'll be forever wondering what if, he thought as he nodded politely to your story. Forgive me, Yin. I just need to know what's going on. That night, after your dad went to bed and you went to your room, Shigaraki messaged you about the day. I wanted to be the one walking next to you, not your friend, he sent, and your whole body tingled as you smiled at your phone. Aw, was that hard to watch me from a distance? You sent back teasingly. Don't forget that you're mine, he replied. I can turn up whenever I want. The distance is strategic, not a boundary. Oh my god, I love this possessiveness. It's so addictive, you thought, as you goaded him with more teasing. So you going to watch me again tomorrow when I go and see Mum? You asked him. Leaving the house around 9:45 a.m, hair done how you usually do it if you've had a shower that morning, catching the 10:10 train, third carriage from the front. He sent back, and you nearly screamed into your pillow, kicking your feet wildly as you grinned like a maniac. Oh my god, he watches everything, he knows everything, you squealed internally. Actually, you sent back, I'm not even sure if you even have a preference, but are there any clothes that I have that you like seeing on me? I could wear your favourite outfit tomorrow. You hit send and then waited nervously, your whole body tingling as you watched his 3 dots pop up. Finally, his message came through and you read it quickly. The night we walked to the shops and I held your hand, you had ripped black jeans on. I want those on you tomorrow. You also had a baggy black shirt that had ashes, they all fall down, written on it. That will be the shirt you wear tomorrow, he said, and you felt so drunk on his commands you felt like that if he was there before you, you might just roll over on your back and show him your belly. Yes, master, you sent back with a devilish grin on your face. You knew you had said something that was going to send him into a spiral, and you lay there giggling and trying to imagine what kind of face he was playing right then. Wait till I get you alone next, he sent back, and you replied with a long line of tongue poking out emoji. Teasing him was so much fun. That next morning you got dressed into the clothes he had asked for and grinned as you looked at yourself in the mirror. He's going to have a hard time keeping his cool today, you thought with a smirk as you left your room and walked out to have breakfast. Your dad smiled at you as you approached him and then looked you up and down. That's, he paused. What's up? You asked, looking down your front at your clothes. Oh, I don't mean to make unnecessary comment, and forgive me, but I just thought you dressed a little differently today. You usually wear something different when going to visit Mum, he said. Really? You asked, feigning innocence. He had a point, though. You did usually wear something a little brighter and more plain, but you hadn't really thought that he would notice something like that. Is Dad watching me closely too? You wondered. Your dad waited to see what your response would be, but you just pretended like it was nothing. I don't know, these were the clothes that were on the top of my pile, so I just put them on, you said with a shrug. You figured that it was one of those times where pretending like there was nothing happening was the best option. If you kept making excuses like, oh, I'm meeting someone later, or oh, I wanted to dress up a little today, it might make him even more suspicious, since he already appeared to be having a little bit more of an alertness around you these days. Dark colours, you heard him say. Something a gang member might like? You're pretty sure you heard him say that, but there was no way that you were going to ask. That was going to open a whole can of worms. And so, as usual, you and your dad left around 9:45 a.m. and headed off down the street. You didn't know if Shigaraki was around yet. You hadn't seen him, but you walked straighter and looked more confident in your movements that day than usual, and you hoped that he was hiding somewhere and watching you. Your dad noticed you looking around less, but also standing straighter, and his brows furrowed slightly as he watched you from the corner of his eye. I really don't know what to make of all of this, he thought, as you both headed for the station. On the train you spotted Shigaraki and noted he was having a harder time keeping his eyes off you than usual, and you grinned to yourself, feeling the most powerful that you had felt in months. You can look, but you can't touch, you thought smugly as you turned your head and looked out the train window. I hope this drives him crazy. Another 20-ish minutes and you and your dad were off the train and walking the short distance to the hospital. I wonder if Tamura has given the money over again, you thought, as you stepped in with your dad and made your way up to your mum's room. You were quite chatty with your mum that day, telling her about the convention yesterday, and your dad sat and listened with a smile. You seemed so animated today. Just before you two were about to leave, the doctor arrived and you stood up with a smile. Hello, sir, you said as he entered the room. Good morning to both of you, the doctor said with a smile as he walked over to your mum's chart and took it from the end of the bed. Mr. Lin, we are keen to go ahead with the new type of antibiotic to see if it does anything for your wife. It's a little more expensive, he said, and you looked at the doctor and then your dad and then back to the doctor. Did more money get put into the account this week? You asked the doctor hopefully. If he says yes, then that's probably another 1,500, so that would make it 4,500 in the account now, wouldn't it? No, unfortunately, the doctor said, and the hopeful look on your face that had grown faded quickly. So, no money? You asked again. No, the man didn't come in, the doctor said, and you looked despondent. Your dad was watching you and could see the disappointment on your face. It was true that you were on this roller coaster with him, and he felt that maybe you truly didn't know who had given the money in. You looked really cut down. We still have 3,000 in the account, don't we? Your dad asked the doctor to confirm. Well, a little less, he replied, since we had to pay for a few things for her this week. But there's about 2,000 in there, I believe. Oh, I see, your dad said, looking at you. Dad, I'll pay, you offered. I'll pay for her extra treatment. We need to do everything we can to help her. I agree, your dad said with a nod, but I won't have you pay. I can handle this. The doctor stepped back and bowed politely. I feel like this should be a private discussion. I will leave for the time being to let you two talk, he said before walking out the room. You did try and argue lightly with your dad, but he wouldn't hear of it. He was quite stubborn when it came to these things, and he had a very strong sense of his duties as a father and as a husband to provide for those under his care. So taking money from you was an absolute no-no. So after discussing, your dad went to the doctor to talk to him while you stayed with your mum. Hey, Mum, you finally said after being quiet for a bit. I'm in love with this guy who's not good for me, but I love him, but I don't see how we could be together forever. I want to though. What would you do? Her silence only deepened your sorrow as you wondered why he hadn't paid the money. Is he using it for his own cause now? You thought. Is our money actually being used to further crime on his part? You sighed and hung your head. You really needed to do something about this. On the way back home you didn't see Shigaraki, and you were kind of glad since you had lost that spark and your dad started worrying again. Her emotions flipped so wildly. She was so upbeat this morning and now she's carrying a rain cloud over her head, he thought, as you made your way from the train station back to your place. I'm just going to stop by the mailbox, your dad said, as you passed the communal post boxes, and you stopped to allow him to check the contents. There were a few envelopes that he pulled out, but a plain white envelope with no name or anything on it caught his eye, and he opened it there to see what was inside. Oh my, he said when he opened it and looked in. There's quite a bit of money in here. What? You asked with surprise as you walked over to take a look. Wait, where did that come from? And how much is in there? You asked with surprise. I don't know, but I'm going to count it at home, your dad said as he quickly locked the mailbox and tucked the mail collection under his arm, and you both made your way straight back home. Maybe the money that was usually have gone to Mum came to us? You offered as you entered the bakery. You both walked upstairs and your dad put the other letters down and then opened the plain envelope and started counting the money immediately. 1,000, he said once he had finished. 1,000 in here? Wow, you said with surprise. That's lovely. It is, he said with a relieved look on his face. But where's the other 500, you thought? Is Tamura still taking some for his cause? The relief that you had felt at the money being in the envelope faded a little when you realised he still could be using the money to advance his cause. Oh man, what do I do? You sighed to yourself as you walked to the kitchen to get a drink of water. That afternoon you asked your dad if he needed anything from the shops. You had been mulling over what to say to Shigaraki, or more ask him if he was really intending on making people pay him more, or if that was Darby's idea. And if it was Darby's idea, then what was he going to do to stop it? So you wanted to find an excuse to go out. You were hoping to meet with Shigaraki then and talk to him in person. You knew this was going to be a potentially touchy subject, and sometimes emotions could get lost in messages, so face-to-face would be the best option. Actually, your dad said with a smile, why don't we get takeaway for dinner tonight? I do have a few things I need you to get from the shops for me, but also while you're out, let's get some food. Oh, that's a great idea, you said enthusiastically. If I'm out for longer, that will be good. If I've got 2 jobs as an excuse, I won't be expected to be home in 20 minutes, you thought. What did you feel like for dinner? You asked him. Pizza? He offered. I know that's the next suburb over. No, it's fine. I feel like pizza too, you said. I also love our local takeaway place, but I really do feel like something a little different, you added with a smile. I'll place the order at 5:30 p.m. for a 6:30 p.m. pickup, and we'll do the shopping on my way there, and then I'll come back, you said to him. Oh, sounds like a plan to me, Yin Bear, your dad said happily. Awesome, you said with a smile, before retreating back to your room to message Shigaraki. While you had gone back to message him, your dad was doing some messaging of his own. Picking up his phone, he messaged the friend who had come by on Sunday and had offered to shadow you with a request of his services. I'm so sorry to reach out like this, your dad sent, but I do remember you offering to shadow my daughter for me if I ever felt like I needed to check something out. He left the message like that and waited for his friend to reply, who replied almost immediately saying that he did remember the offer and asked if your dad wanted them to action it. My yin is heading over to pick up pizzas for our dinner tonight, your dad sent. I chose the pizza place near yours so it would be easier for you to follow her, he added. She said she'd be there around 6:30 p.m. to pick it up. Oh, say no more, the friend replied. I will disguise myself and be in the pizza place around 6:30 p.m. and then follow her to see if anything happens. Oh, I do apologise for dragging you into this, your dad sent. I know this isn't an appropriate thing to do, but I've been thinking about it and I know that I'd be forever suspicious of her if I didn't put this to rest. Forgive me. Oh, that's totally understandable, and I'd be the same way if I was in your shoes, the friend replied. Do not apologise. I'll reply later to give you a report. Oh, thank you ever so kindly, your dad sent, and then he put his phone down. Now all he had to do was wait and see what would happen. Around 5:30 p.m. you placed the pizza order for 6:30 p.m. pickup and then wrote down what your dad wanted you to get from the shops, and then with a hug to him you left, walking out of the bakery front door and off down the street. You had messaged Shigaraki earlier and he was extremely keen to see you again, especially since he had seen you in the outfit that he had said he liked earlier that day, and so wanted to get his hands on you for real this evening. As you walked, you looked around, and then as you neared the alleyway near the house, you stepped over to it and then looked around the corner, your body being captured immediately by your boyfriend who was hidden there. You tease me over messages, and then you tease me by wearing the clothes I like. He growled into you, his hands grabbing at the parts of your body that he loved the most. Well, what about you undressing me with your eyes as we sat on the train? You teased. How was I supposed to stay calm and composed under those conditions? You weren't supposed to stay calm, he said, as he gripped into your hips and pressed your back into the wall, his body pressing into you as you reached up and wrapped your arms around his neck, fervently kissing as soon as you could. You remained hidden there for a bit, just kissing and getting your needs for closeness and contact fulfilled, and then you left, hand in hand, to go to the shops to get some supplies before heading on to the pizza place. At the shops, Shigaraki didn't hold your hand, but followed you around, watching you keenly as you did your shopping, occasionally touching you or holding onto you to move you out of the way if someone was there, and you couldn't have been more happy. Just being with him was enough for you. And then it came time to head over to the pizza place, and you looked at the time. Man, it's already 6:15 and we haven't even walked over to the pizza place yet, you said out loud as you reached out and took Shigaraki's hand in yours. He eagerly held your hand and you smiled at him. Hey, I have a few questions, you said, but first I need to message my dad and tell him I'm going to be late. I'll just say the pizza place is busy, you said, letting go of Shigaraki's hand to get your phone out. You quickly messaged your dad to tell him that you were at the pizza place and it was really busy and that you might be home later than expected, and he replied to tell you that it was okay and wished you safety on your return home. At seeing his reply, you quickly love-hearted it and then put your phone away and turned to Shigaraki again. Anyway, you said as you took his hand again, I just have a few questions about some stuff, and I don't really know where to begin, but maybe I'll start with your backstory. I want to get to know you more so I can understand you. Understand me, huh? Shigaraki asked with a smirk, and then a small, semi-sinister chuckle. I doubt you'll be able to understand me. Well, why not give me a try? You asked. I might be more open-minded than you think. Back home, your dad messaged his friend to ask if he was at the pizza place, and he replied that he was. So your dad asked if you had arrived yet, and he replied that you weren't there. Oh, that's odd, your dad thought. She told me she was going to be there, and that it was busy. Maybe he can't see her because of the amount of people there. So your dad messaged his friend to ask if it was busy there that night. No, it's very quiet here, his friend replied. I'm the only one in the shop, and there was one other lady here just a minute ago, but she's got her pizzas and then she left. Your dad's heart sank. What was going on? Were you lying? Were you unsafe? Had you been kidnapped? You're sure she's not there? Your dad messaged the friend again. No, she's not here, the friend replied. I'm the only customer in the shop. Your dad frowned. Why did she lie to me? He wondered. While your dad was messaging with his friend, you were still walking to the pizza shop with Shigaraki. He had just started to tell you about his life and his not-so-nice family, his abusive dad, his negligent mum, and manipulative sister. You listened as he spoke with such intense hatred about them, stating that there wasn't a time where he didn't want them all to die. I'm so sorry, you whispered. Don't be, he said darkly. One day, when I was about 5, I went outside after my dad had almost beaten me senseless, and I was so angry I remember falling down and screaming at the ground. I cried out for the gods to kill my entire family. A shudder rippled through your body. What 5-year-old wishes their whole family dead? You thought. He's been through so much. I remember reaching out my hand and touching the ground in front of me, but for some reason I kept my pinky finger off the ground, he said, holding his right hand out to show you his hand outstretched, but with pinky finger averted. Then the second I put my pinky on the ground, an earthquake suddenly shook the ground, and the entire house behind me collapsed, with my entire family inside. They were all killed in an instant. In that second, my dreams had come true. You were shocked. You were only 5? You asked. So then what happened? I raised myself, he replied. I lived on the streets. That's so rough, you said sympathetically. I'm so sorry. I'd always wanted a nice family, but I didn't get one, so I decided to make my own, he replied. Oh, and that's why you started the League of Villains, you said, to make a family of those who you could trust. He nodded. And to take in those who had been abused by life and society. He added, well, it's a really nice thing to do, you thought. It came about in a terrible way, but at least he kind of wanted to make something good out of it. If you have power, everyone will bow the knee, he said, and you paused in your thinking. Okay, well, that was a little intense, you thought. So what's Darby's story then? He's the only one who wouldn't tell me about his past when I asked you all before, but I do know he hates government officials, weirdly. Shigaraki hummed. And he's very hell-bent on burning people too. Is that because he got burned? You asked. Darby's dad is a prominent local government politician, Shigaraki said. Oh, wow, that's a plot twist, you said with surprise. Okay. His dad wanted to commit insurance fraud by burning his own house down for the money. He said. Darby said his dad didn't tell anyone of his plans, not even his own family. He sent his family away on holidays while he was out of town for business and was going to have it done then. The dad didn't know the family, at the last minute, decided not to go. Oh no, you whispered, getting a bad feeling about what Shigaraki was going to say next. Since the father was out of town, he didn't know that there had been a change of plans, so went ahead and organised a local gang to burn his house down. They were to pretend their arson was an act of defiance against the government. Shigaraki said. Darby was in the house with the rest of his family when it was set alight. He was the only one to survive. He says he heard the gang talking about how it had been a setup, so with his badly burnt body, he ran away. He said. You hung your head, feeling terrible for what you had said to Darby before. Darby hates his father. He chose greed for money over his family, and now Darby wants revenge. That's why he wants to ruin this area, so that his dad looks bad as the local politician. Shigaraki said. I get that, but would Darby kill innocent people in the process? You asked. Shigaraki went quiet. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, you thought. Thankfully, you and Shigaraki were almost at the pizza place by then, and you looked at your watch. It was close to 7 p.m, a full half hour later than what you had been expecting to be there at, and you let go of Shigaraki's hand as you stepped in with him following. It was very quiet in the pizza place, only one older man sitting at the table there, and you glanced at him as you walked past him and over to the counter. Shigaraki looked at him too, but didn't pay him much attention either as he followed you in. You greeted the man at the counter and stated your name and order, and he nodded and then turned around to go and get your pizzas, and Shigaraki came up behind you and wrapped his arms around your waist from behind, kissing you on the neck just under your earlobe, and you giggled and turned your head to his lips so that he could reach yours. As the man came back with your pizzas, Shigaraki let you go and turned to the side, glancing at the older guy again and noting that the guy had been watching you and him and then had picked up his phone and started messaging someone. Now, alert, Shigaraki locked in and watched him keenly. It only took him a few more seconds to realise that something was up, and as you paid and thanked the man, Shigaraki turned to you. We need to get out of here, he said in a low voice, turning and walking to the door while keeping one eye behind him. As you left, the guy in the shop stood up, and Shigaraki grabbed your hand and quickly pulled you around the side of the building. Give him the pizzas. We need to run, he said, taking the boxes from you. Wait, what? You gasped. Why? What's wrong? But there was no time to explain. Shigaraki just grabbed the box of pizzas from you and bolted, so you ran to keep up, looking back over your shoulder, and as you did, just in time to see someone looking around the corner as you two left. Are we being chased? You asked Shigaraki as you both ran. Hard to tell at the moment, but we were being watched, he replied to you, still running as he looked back over his shoulder, but no one was following. Do we keep running? You panted, looking back as well, but not seeing anyone behind. A little longer, Shigaraki replied, turning down another back street and running until he got level with some large dumpsters, and then he quickly ducked behind you, grabbed you around the waist, and then pulled you in behind the large garbage bins. Whoa, you panted as you were grabbed and pulled down. Sit, Shigaraki said, crouching next to you, both of your sides heaving heavily as you waited behind the bins. Who was it? Was it someone from a gang? You panted to Shigaraki. No. He shook his head. He was an older man. An old man? You asked with surprise. What was it that made you run? He was watching us, and then it looked like he was messaging someone. Shigaraki said. Really? You panted. Could he just have been messaging his friend or wife or something, and just so happened to be looking at us? No, because he got up and followed us as we left. Shigaraki replied to you. Oh yeah, I did see someone watching us from around the corner. You panted. I lived on the streets, Shigaraki said to you, his heavy breathing stabilizing. I know how people move, how they react, what's normal and what's not. And he was suspicious. Either a cop or... Or? You asked, your rapid breathing finally calming down. No, he replied with a shake of his head. Why? What? You asked curiously. Shigaraki handed the boxes of pizzas to you, and then looked out from behind the dumpster, and then looked back to you. Okay, I need to get you home, he said, as he stood up and gave his hand to you to help you up as well. No, what else could it be? You asked as you stepped out as well. I don't want to accuse anyone, he said, heading off down the street. Who? Why? What? You pressed, and he turned to face you, stopping chest to chest with you. Suddenly he grabbed you by the chin, pinky finger averted as usual, and bent his head down to kiss you firmly right on your lips. Just let me know if your dad says anything, he said, before letting you go and turning around to continue walking. My dad? You asked with confusion. But he didn't reply, and you didn't press any more, so just meekly walked slightly behind him until you got back closer to your street, and then you came up beside him. I'll say goodbye here, he said as he turned to you. Message me. I will, you replied, reaching up to give him a quick kiss on the lips before he turned off into the side alley. You watched him disappear and then continued on. That was weird, you thought. Oh, dang, I didn't give him his gift from the convention either. I'll message him about meeting up again, and I'll give it to him then, you thought. As you got closer to your place, you noticed your dad waiting just inside the door of the bakery, and you smiled as you walked up. I'm so sorry I'm late, you said as he opened the door. He gave you what you felt like was a forced smile, but let you in, and then he followed you upstairs to the apartment above. You sat the pizzas down on the table there and opened the boxes to check the contents. Shigaraki had been running with them, so you wondered how they had fared during your flight, but amazingly they had survived and looked perfect, except for maybe a little bit of smashing around the edges of the pizza, but the toppings were all intact at least. Should we get plates? You asked your dad. He nodded and walked to the kitchen to get them, and then came back, and you noted that he wasn't looking you in the eye and was unusually quiet. Not sure what to make of it, you took the plates from him and then sat down and smiled up at him. Do you want some pizza, Dad? You asked. He finally looked at you. Yin, can I ask you something? He asked. You were immediately alert. He had called you by your first name and not by Tibbers or Yin Bear. Yeah, Dad, what's up? You asked, feeling a tightness in your chest. Would you be honest with me? He asked. Yes, you replied, feeling like he was about to ask a question that he already knew the answer to, or at least knew that you would try and lie to get you out of it. Do you have a boyfriend? He asked you point blank. Why do you ask? You replied back. You wanted to know how much he suspected, or if someone had seen you with Shigaraki, and suddenly what Shigaraki had said earlier made sense. Wait, was that old guy a friend of Dad's? Yin, forgive me, your dad said suddenly, hanging his head. You've been acting very strange, and I wanted to know what was going on, he admitted. So I asked a friend to check on you. What do you mean check on me? You asked with surprise and a little anger. Were you spying on me, Dad? Yin, please. I honestly didn't mean to upset you, and I thought nothing was going to come of it. I thought maybe it was just me being crazy, but this friend of mine saw you with a boy this afternoon. He was hugging you at the pizza place. Your heart sank and then suddenly kicked into top gear, thumping away in your sock. It had fallen that low. You stammered, but you had no idea where to go with this. I'm sorry, I cried, but you lied to me, and it hurt me. Why would you keep this from me? Your dad asked, looking up at you through his round glasses, pain filling his eyes. I thought that we were close, but somewhere along the way I've lost your trust, or... No, Dad, that's not it, you said quickly, standing up and letting that building anger go. No, I'm sorry, Yes, I do have a boyfriend, but it's only new, you said. It was kind of the truth. I just don't understand why you wouldn't tell me. I would love to meet any man you feel is worthy of your time, your dad said sadly. Were you worried I wouldn't approve? Well, he obviously doesn't know it's tomorrow then, you thought. Well, no, it's not that I didn't think you wouldn't approve. It's just still new, and I wanted to make sure that I was sure first before bringing him here to meet you, you said. Again, it was kind of the truth. Will I get to meet him? Your dad asked sadly. Yes, maybe, you replied. But more importantly, Dad, I'm so sorry I've made you worry, to the point that you needed to have me followed, you said. I'm sorry that I would go to that lengths, your dad sighed. I was just really concerned. I usually wouldn't do anything like this. I know, you said softly, getting up to come around the table to hug him. You'd been exposed, but not fully. This could still be rectified. You didn't have to say it was Shigaraki. Can I at least know his name? Your dad asked. Your heart, that had been calming down, suddenly beatboxed, still in your sock, and you stammered for a bit. Yeah, his name is, Tom, you said. Is he from around here? Your dad asked, and you let him go to look at him. I guess. Not really. Maybe. I'm not sure exactly where he lives. Like I said, Dad, this is all very new. We just met after I came back from being held by the gang. It happened really quickly. There was one night I went out to the shops and he was at the same shop and he came up to me and asked for my number, you said, spinning a story quickly that would explain your behaviour. That is sudden, your dad said. I was very surprised, you replied with a chuckle, as you walked back around the table and sat down again. It's still very early days. I had one boyfriend at college. Well, I had two. One lasted 3 months and the other 10 months, so I'm waiting to see how this one goes, he said. I wasn't about to come home and tell you if it A, didn't even get off the ground, or B, lasted only a week. Have you seen much of him? Your dad asked. Well, no, not really, you replied with a sigh. We've mainly been seeing each other if I'm out. I'm sorry I didn't say anything, you said again. Would you like some pizza? It's probably cold by now, he added sadly. Listen, your dad said with a soft smile. I give you absolute full permission to be going out and seeing your boyfriend. The only reason I didn't want you out late is because of the people that lurk around here at night time. I thought you were out by yourself, and I didn't want that. But if you've got a capable man with you, one who obviously loves you if he's hugging you, then you don't need to be keeping it from me," your dad said with a smile as he picked up a slice of pizza and put it on his plate. "I promise I won't have my friend check on you again. You've told me what's going on, so I have my explanation." "Are you sure?" you asked. I mean about me going out. My boyfriend works during the day, so I'd be going out to see him at night," you said. "If you're with him, I have nothing to fear," your dad said, "though do be careful when you're out. I'd hate for anything to happen to him or you." You picked up your slice of pizza and pulled a face. "Oh, yeah, this is cold," you stated. "Do you want me to heat your slice up too, Dad?" you asked. "That would be nice," he replied with a smile. "Thank you, Tibbs." "No problem," you replied as you took it and walked to the microwave. Tomorrow was right then. He knew that person was sent by Dad. Thank goodness Dad doesn't know it's him. But also, silver lining, I can now go out and see him, and I won't have to be sneaking around behind Dad, you thought with a smile. That's one less obstacle, I guess. Once the pizzas were heated, you took them from the microwave and headed back over to your dad to sit down and eat. Conversation flowed more easily then, but in the back of your mind you still had a few questions for Shigaraki that remained unanswered. Like about his goals for the league, and how this was going to tie in with you and your dad, and did Shigaraki see this relationship working long term, and if so, how? Was it too soon to bring this all up? You sighed lightly as you chewed on your pizza. How on earth did I end up in this situation anyway? You huffed to yourself. Never mind. I guess it'll work out, hopefully. That night you did message Shigaraki, telling him that he was correct in thinking that it was someone known to your father, and you asked how he had come to that conclusion. The age of the man was a factor, and the fact he didn't chase us down. He wanted information, but not to catch us. He was also messaging someone, relaying information, and I figured that your dad might be a little suspicious if you had sometimes been acting differently. He sent back, Yeah, well, you're right about everything, you sent to him. But you know what good has come out of this? What's that? He asked. My dad doesn't know it's you and thinks you're just some guy that I'm dating, and has said that he's fine with me going out, knowing that I'm with a guy, you sent back. So I don't have to be sneaking around and keeping things hidden, you added, meaning I can come out at night and we can spend more time together. That is very good. He sent back, I'll see you tomorrow night then. Okay, good, he replied. I have a gift for you from the convention too, so I can give it to you tomorrow. I have something for you too. He replied. You do? You asked with surprise. Okay, it's set then. Where do you want to meet and what time? You organised to meet in the alleyway near your place, which was a somewhat semi-usual place to meet, and then he said he would take you somewhere from there. You were excited, to say the least, and couldn't wait to hang out again. Maybe this time you'd get more of a chance to talk to him about his plans for the future and also ask about the money. That week, your dad only had 2 birthday orders to do, and they were both due on Saturday, so you promised him that you would help him out on Friday, but aside from that, the week was your own. So that next afternoon you told your dad that you'd be hanging out with your boyfriend. Hey, Dad, I'm meeting my boyfriend for a late coffee date tonight. Is that okay? Did you need me for anything? You asked him. Oh, you go and have a good time, my Tibbers, he said happily. Thank you for letting me know. It's okay, Dad, you said with a smile. I promise I'll keep you in the loop from now on. Oh, that's very kind of you. I didn't mean to pry, your dad said. Now that I know what's going on, I won't trouble you any more. It's okay, Dad. I know you were just worried about me, and I'm sorry I kept it from you. But we're okay now, aren't we? You asked nervously. We were never not okay, my sweet yin bear. I'll always love you, he said with a gentle smile as he got up from his armchair to come and give you a hug. You returned it and smiled. Well, it does feel a little better to not be having to hide everything, you thought as you hugged your dad. I'll work towards telling him that it's tomorrow in due time. And so that night you met with Shigaraki at the usual alleyway spot, and he took you off, weaving his way through the back streets and alleyways until he got to this industrial side of town, and you vaguely remembered the place. Are we going to the warehouse? You asked him. Yeah, he replied. No one will bother us there. True, he replied, still holding his hand as he walked you to the large iron fence that surrounded the warehouse. He found the opening that had been cut in the fence and helped you through it, and then got through himself and led the way to the warehouse and opened the door to let you in. You stepped in and smiled. Well, it's nice to be inside somewhere, you commented, closing your eyes with comfort as Shigaraki came up behind you and wrapped his arms around you. his chapped lips finding your neck immediately as he kissed gently up and down, your body filling with goosebumps as he moved up behind your neck and then started to nibble around your earlobe. "Ooh," you giggled as he got more involved in his ministries. You turned in his embrace and wrapped your arms up and around his neck, your mouth meeting his and engaging him in a very heated kiss, your tongues wrapping over each other as you made out, hands roaming each other's backs and sides. As you kissed, Shigaraki walked you backwards until you'd come to a crate stacked on another, and then he stopped kissing you to lift you up and sit you down there, so that you were a little taller than him when he was standing. You smiled down at him and kissed the tip of his nose, through his hair, and then reached for his face, using both hands to brush his hair back off his face so you could admire it and look into his red eyes. He was captivated by you and just let you hold his face, his eyes glowing into yours. "I really like you," you whispered to him. "I need you in my life." "We'll always be together," he replied, looking from one eye to the other, and then looked down as he reached in and under his jumper to pull something out for you. He handed you something wrapped in a plastic bag, and you looked down at it and then at him. "What's this?" you asked, slowly unravelling it. "The jumper you were looking at the con. I got it for you," he said. "Wait, you bought this?" you asked him. He nodded. "Wow," you said as you held it up, barely visible in the darkness of the warehouse. "Thank you so much, I love it." You hugged him and gave him a kiss, and then reached into your own pocket and pulled out your gift for him, Viego on a keychain, and he smirked. "Thanks," he said. "I'll always keep this on me." "I'm glad," you replied with a smile, that smile being kissed as he engaged you in another round of making out. Things got heavier, and hands started to explore under clothes, and then Shigaraki lifted you off the crates and carried you, up against his body, around behind the crates to a large stack of cardboard and lay you down on it, crawling over your body and kissing anything that he could get his lips on. You lay back, grabbing at his jumper to pull him closer, your only thought being to have him as close as possible. He ran his hands over you, running them down your body and over your legs, and although it was dark, you could make out that he was still keeping one pinky finger averted. "Tamura," you whispered as he looked up to kiss you again, his hand sliding between your thighs. "You don't need to keep your pinky off me." "No, but—" he went to protest, but you kissed him to stop him from talking. "You won't hurt me," you whispered. "You can put your hand on me. I want your whole hand on me." You looked down just as he rested his pinky finger down, and you smiled and arched up into him. "See?" you whispered. "It's fine. I always want your whole hands on me. Don't hold back," you said, and he leaned in, kissing you harder while your hands moved over him too. It looked like things were about to get a step further when there was a faint noise outside, and Shigaraki stopped and looked up, pausing to listen. You two stopped what you were doing and waited, listening in the silence. "I think we need to move," Shigaraki suddenly whispered, getting up and giving you his hand to pull you up as well, all 5 fingers coming in contact with your hand, and you felt the shift in him. He wasn't being held back anymore. He snuck you both to the back door of the warehouse, where there was a break in the wooden panelling there, and he pressed his face to the gap and looked out. As he did, you felt his whole body stiffen, and you placed a hand on his arm. "Come," he said softly, turning around and making his way to the front of the warehouse with you. He paused there too and found a gap in the wood to look out again and froze. "What is it?" you whispered to him. "We're surrounded," he whispered back. "Wait, what? Surrounded by who?" you asked. "The Meta Liberation Army," he replied. "Is that the other gang you guys wanted to take over?" you whispered to him as he looked around and then up. "Yes," he replied. "What do we do?" you asked with fear. "You trust and you follow me," he replied, taking you with him over to a stack of crates that reached right to the roof. You looked up, seeing a skylight right over the top of the crate. "Oh, an escape," you thought with hope. With his help, you both clambered up the crates, teetering on the top ones as Shigaraki reached his hand up and pushed on the skylight, opening the hatch and then putting his other hand out to you. "Come," he said in a low voice, taking a hold of your hand and pulling you up onto the crate and then guiding you up to the skylight. "Climb through and wait for me on the roof," he said, and you pulled yourself up and out the hole and then turned around on hands and knees to offer your hand to him, but he was already pulling himself through, and then you were both there, hands and knees on the roof. "What do we do now?" you whispered to him, looking around. As far as you could see, there was still no escaping this place, as all the other buildings were a little too far away to jump across to, and unfortunately you couldn't fly, so you were just kind of stranded there. "We wait," he said, and you sat back on your backside on the roof. I guess if we wait and they check the place over and can't find us, they'll leave, you thought as you relaxed a little. How will they be able to get up here anyway? Suddenly from one end of the roof a person appeared and Shigaraki stood up. Oh no, you thought as you got up as well, and Shigaraki took your hand to pull you in behind himself. Oh, what have we here? The person asked in a haughty voice, his quite stand-outish nose making him a prominent-looking figure. Redestro, Shigaraki said darkly. Funny we should meet in such a place, the man named Redestro said as he started to calmly and slowly walk towards Shigaraki across the roof. Are you finally ready to take me on? You think you're the final boss? Shigaraki asked with a smirk. You're not the hero of this tale. You are nothing, he said, and your whole body tingled. Oh, iconic Viego line, you thought as you stood there behind him. Oh, Redestro said when he finally spotted you behind your man. What have we here? Shigaraki's form shifted and his shoulders squared up as soon as Redestro's attention had shifted to you. You keep your dirty eyes on her for even more than a second and I'll claw them out, he growled threateningly. She is perfection, and I'll decimate anyone who touches her or even looks at her. Wow, you thought as your hair stood on end. I can kind of feel a bit of obsessiveness here, but that's what's going to keep me safe, I feel. Just then Shigaraki stepped forwards and Redestro took another larger step towards him, getting into strike range and raising his arm, aiming for a punch, but Shigaraki dodged it and punched him in the stomach instead, making his opponent step back and cough, suddenly winded. No sooner had he stepped back, though, 4 more people suddenly appeared on the roof and your face dropped. Curious, Skeptic, Genton and Trumpet, Redestro said to his followers as they appeared behind him. Get him, and his girl too. Tonight we take over the League of Villains. You covered your mouth with both hands, your legs locking you into place due to intense fear. How on earth was Shigaraki going to beat 5 people? He could take on 3 at best, but what if 2 got past him and grabbed you, or pushed you off the roof? You had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. You can stay behind me, Shigaraki called to you, and you panicked. No, you have no room to fight, or move, you called back to him. You can come now, obey me, he called firmly to you, and you found your legs moving quickly until you had gotten behind him again. You stay close to me. You don't leave my side. I can fight better when I feel you beside me, he said, and you grabbed onto the back of his shirt with both hands. Have you seen my bare tibbers? You asked behind him. You weren't sure why, but you felt like somehow it was a line that would give him strength, and he laughed a somewhat unhinged laugh and grinned back at you, his chapped lips pulling into a wide grin. I've got my own tibbers right here, he said before turning back to Redestro and the others who had come up beside him now. You ready to play? I'm all fired up now. Redestro grinned and stepped forwards with a chuckle. Okay, let's do this, League Leader, he said, cracking his knuckles. As he stepped towards Shigaraki, though, there was a noise behind you, and you looked over your shoulder fearing the worst, that there were more people from the MLA, and they were now behind you. But to your surprise and delight, and also confusion and fear, there stood Darby, remaining still in the moonlight. Strange place to stage a fight, he commented, and then suddenly there was someone smaller on his left. I bought my knife! I want to play! You heard the voice of Toga. I'm ready to smash some Metal Liberation Army faces in, the voice of Magne said, as she appeared over the edge of the roof. Don't forget me! I want to turn too! What are we doing here again? The voice of Jin asked as he appeared as well. Oh good, we're not late, the final of the LOV said as Spinner appeared as well. They're all here, Shigaraki said to you, and you let out a small sigh of relief. You knew you might be in trouble afterwards from Darby, but for now you hoped that he would put his needs for punishing you and Shigaraki on hold so that he could deal with the MLA, and then he might come back to telling you both off. But if it meant that you would be saved, then you'd take the scolding. Get up here, Shigaraki called to his leg. Time to play. It's game on. Darby was the first to start running and shot straight past you and Shigaraki and then threw a punch at one of the Metal Liberation Army lackeys, causing a tussle to happen between them, and he was immediately backed by Spinner and Toga. But Magne and Jin took on their own opponents, fists and legs flying everywhere as they threw themselves headfirst into attacking. Redestro tried to get through to attack Shigaraki, but Jin always seemed to be able to sense when he was going to make a break for it and would tackle him every time he tried to get through. You were still safely tucked behind Shigaraki, and it wasn't until the fight had all but ended that he allowed you to step up from behind him and stand at his side. This is the power of the League, he said proudly, as you both watched Magnate absolutely smash one of the guys' heads in. You hummed, cringing when you heard bones breaking and blood spurting everywhere. Yeah. Darby had laid out 3 guys, absolutely stone cold, and Jin was helping Toga destroy Redestro until all the members present had been knocked unconscious or stabbed so often they were nearly bleeding out, and you looked at Shigaraki. Am I really okay with this? You wondered. As soon as Darby was assured all the Meta Liberation army had been subdued, he turned and started storming his way over to Shigaraki. You could tell it wasn't a friendly way that he was walking over, and Shigaraki could tell too, because at the last second he pushed you out of harm's way and locked heads with Darby, the 2 of them shoving each other and having a scuffle with fists wrapped in each other's clothes. I've told you to stay away from her, Darby growled into Shigaraki's face. No matter how many times I warn you, you don't listen, and you get yourself into trouble because you're thinking with your... Oh my gosh, sis, are you okay? Toga suddenly cried, running over to give you a hug. She was covered in blood and still holding a knife, so you were kind of nervous, especially the way that she was waving it around like a lunatic. Yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay? You're covered in blood, you said, trying to get her to stop hugging you so you could put a bit of distance between you. Oh, I'm fine. It's not mine, she giggled with an unhinged smile. That was so much fun. Uh-huh, you said slowly, your eyes being drawn back to your boyfriend and Darby, who had stopped tussling now and were at odds with each other. Darby then looked at you, his piercing turquoise eyes damn near searing into you. Go home, Yin. This isn't your world, he said darkly. You don't tell my girl what to do, Shigaraki growled, stepping between Darby and you. Tamura, it's okay. I should go. Could you take me home? You asked gently. The heavy stare-off continued between the hotties until you gently took a hold of the back of Shigaraki's jumper and held on to it. Your hold on him broke his concentration, and he glanced back at you. You looked up at him with a defeated look on your face, and he softened. Okay, he finally said, turning to you. With his help, you got back down through the skylight and then climbed back down the crates that were stacked up still and walked over to where you'd left his gift. You picked it up and then turned to him, following him out of the warehouse and off to the gates and then down and out onto the street. Was that my fault? You asked him softly as you came up beside him. He immediately took your hand in his and shook his head. No, they must have been following me. I let my guard down. He replied, but it was because I was with you that you weren't paying attention to your surroundings. I'm sorry, and now Darby's angry. You added, Darby doesn't want us together. He's told me many times. Shigaraki replied, but he can't tell me what to do. You are mine, and that's it. He added, lifting his other hand to his neck, intending to scratch, but then stopped and put his hand back down by his side when he remembered that you were beside him. How is this all going to end, though? You asked sadly. The future seems so uncertain. Suddenly he stopped and turned to you and then took your chin in his hand and made you look up into his fringe-covered face. Without saying anything, he leaned down and kissed you on the lips. Didn't I tell you not to worry about it? He asked you. You did, you replied, relaxing into his hold on your chin, noting he wasn't holding back his pinky finger anymore. I trust you, you added. Good, he replied. Now let me get you home. Later, Darby entered his room where Spinner had moved in, and the 2 of them were sharing a room in this dusty, abandoned house. Hey, Spinner, Darby said as he walked in and flopped down on his bed. Yeah? Spinner asked, putting down the comic book that he had been reading as he looked up at his fellow league mate. You know how I told you about Shiggy met heart eyes for Yin getting sidetracked by his side piece? He said, as he lifted both arms up and rested them behind his head. Yeah, Spinner said. Well, today was the perfect example of why I think we need to break things up. Darby replied. Yeah, Spinner replied. If Toga hadn't caught sight of them together, and them being tailed by the MLA, who knows what would have happened? I could care less at this point. Darby growled. He needs to learn a lesson. We're about to dominate this area, and he's off in the clouds trying to get it on with some chick from the bakery. He's whipped and he's lost focus. And what's more, we haven't had proper electricity to this house in months. He keeps telling me not to worry about it. Where's the money going? Why do I feel like it's got something to do with Yin? Do you want me to look into it? Spinner asked. I can see the way he looks at Yin. I trust him, but I do feel like he's lost his purpose. Look into it. Follow him, and I'll cover for you. If I catch him doing something that he shouldn't, I'm liable to kill him, so it's better if it's you. Darby said darkly. Okay, I'll follow him whenever he goes out, Spinner said. I hope I don't find anything wrong, he thought. I want to trust him. You didn't see Shigaraki for the rest of that week. He had told you he was busy, but aside from that you had to help your dad anyway, so it was just bad timing. You lamented that your last interaction hadn't gone great, and that you'd put both him and yourself in danger, as well as getting on the bad side of his fellow League members. One night, while your dad was watching the news, you overheard the latest news of the local area, and you had to pause as you heard it. And now, for more intimate news from our own local area, the newscaster said. There has been alarming increases in gang-related violence and gang-related problems spanning a good part of the city. Yes, you heard your dad say darkly, and you sighed softly from behind his chair. Locals have been advised to stay indoors at night and to take all precautions to avoid being caught in any gang warfare, the newscaster said. You hung your head and sighed softly again. How is this all going to work out? You wondered as you kept moving and walked to your room. I know he said to trust him, and I do, but I'd like to know what he's thinking so that I can put my mind at ease, you thought, as you walked over to your bed and lay down and then grabbed for your phone. You were so worried you were feeling sick. Desperate for some relief from this tension in your mind and body, you sent a message to Shigaraki. Hey, thinking of you, I just saw the news talking about the increased gang warfare, you sent. Are you okay? There was no reply. There wasn't even a scene, and it remained that way till the next day as well. You couldn't sleep. You couldn't eat. The worry for his safety was eating you alive now. Usually he was very quick to reply, but this time there was radio silence. Your dad noticed that you'd gone quiet again, but tried not to think about it. If he started worrying, then there'd be two of you worrying, and that wouldn't help anyone. On Sunday, Shigaraki came to get the money. Your dad still didn't want you to be anywhere near where Shigaraki appeared, so you were still hidden upstairs when he walked in. But even from where you were hiding, you could see he was beaten up. You felt sick to your stomach. Your dad angrily and coldly passed him the money-filled envelope, and your heart ached in your chest as Shigaraki took it and left. Sudden anger swelled within you, anger at both these men in your life. Your dad was being a harsh, overbearing, narrow-minded bum, and your boyfriend was being too callous and getting himself hurt, and all you could do was stand in the middle and watch. Because your dad was the first one you saw in this angered state, he unfortunately copped your sharp tongue when he came up the stairs and found you still in the living room. Tibbers, why are you here? I told you to hide, he said with surprise when he came up the stairs. You immediately scowled at him and he paused. He'd never seen you arc up so fast, and he started trying to rack his brain to figure out what had set you off. I'm a grown woman now, you said sharply to him. I don't need to hide. Oh, I know, my sweet Yimbear, your dad said quickly, trying to de-escalate the situation when he had seen that he had upset you. I just worry about... He was hurt, you suddenly blurted out. He was bruised, and you were very rude to him, you suddenly said, referring to the interaction that you'd seen between your dad and your boyfriend. What? Him? Your dad asked with surprise as he pointed back behind himself down the stairs to where he and Shigaraki had interacted. He's nothing but a human! A human, Dad! And he still deserves care and respect, you shot at him, your eyes welling with angry tears. He took you from me, and your dad protested. He looked after me. I chose to go, you replied angrily. He was very kind. You don't know what he's like because you've already made up your mind about him and you're too stuck in your old man ways to think of stepping out of that mindset and giving him a chance. Why would I give him a chance? Your dad shot back at you. Why do you even care about him? Because he's a good person, Dad, you yelled, getting angry and angrier. What would your boyfriend say if he knew that you were caring so much about another random man? Your dad suddenly said, and you immediately shut your mouth and scowled at him. Unable to say anything else, and knowing this conversation was just going to go around and around in circles, you turned and headed to your room. Don't ask if I'm okay, stay away, you said to your dad, before firmly closing the door. In a fit of despair and sadness, you sent another message to Shigaraki, pouring your heart out as you typed it. Tomorrow, please reply, even if it's just a thumbs up. I'm so worried about you. I saw you today when you came to get money from Dad, and you looked like you'd been fighting. I miss you, and I'm really stressing about you. It's driving me crazy. I can't think straight. My mind is all over the place, but mostly it's on you, and I can't think of anything else, you sent, pressing send on your message, and then sighing as you turned off your screen and let your arm flop to your side. Tears filled your eyes. You were expecting for him to not reply, but suddenly your phone vibrated in your hand and you quickly looked at it. It was Shigaraki, asking to see you. Yes, when? You sent back immediately. Now, he replied, and you sat up. Yes, are you here? You asked as you looked out the window, looking for him. I'm not far, he sent back, and you reached out and opened your window. Come to the backyard, I'll come down. I had a bit of a fight with Dad, so I'll climb down from my window. You sent. Wait for me, he sent. I'll be there to help you down. Okay, you replied, as you quietly slipped out of your window and onto your roof, and then sat there in the dark, looking around at the backyard before looking up at the sky. I just want everything to be okay, you thought, still with tears in your eyes as you sat there. Suddenly below you, you heard a noise and looked down to see Shigaraki stepping out from the trees at your fence line, and you gave him a teary smile and waved to him. He walked over to the drain pipe nearby and pointed up to it to indicate for you to come over to that end, so you did, and then slowly lowered yourself down off the roof with Shigaraki under you to hold you and bring you down safely. As soon as you were turned around and in his embrace, you burst into tears. Tomorrow, what's going on? You asked in a shaken voice. I don't see you, then you show up hurt, and I hear about gang violence on the TV. Are you up against those other gangs? You asked tearily. I can't take this anymore. He took your chin in his hand and raised your face so that he could look into it. I told you to trust me, didn't I? He asked as he looked into your tear-filled eyes. You did, and I know, but I hate this, you replied. Just stop, please. You knew you had said the wrong thing when you had told him to stop. This was a very selfish request on your part, and you acknowledged that you didn't understand him or any of his motives, but you telling him to stop was like telling your dad baking just wasn't for him. This was in his veins. This was what made him who he was, and he let your chin go and looked away. No, you said quickly. I'm sorry, please, you begged. I want to help, you suddenly said. He looked at you. Let me help, you said firmly. I'm not good at fighting, but I might be able to help in other ways, or I could tell you where the other gang members are, or be part of intel. He cocked his head at you and then reached out and took your chin in hand again, moving your head and turning it to the side so that you were presenting your neck to him. What will you do if they catch you? He asked. I've always relied on you, you admitted sheepishly. You promised to protect me, and you always have, you added. You could feel the confidence swell within him, and you suddenly realized that the way to getting your own way would be to compliment him and offer complete subservience to him, making him feel like he had all the power. Oh yeah, he is like that, isn't he? You thought deviously. I would do anything for you, you said, turning your head to look at him in the eye, though his eyes were once again covered by fringe and hoodie, but you could make out his red eyes from underneath. You are the leader of the League of Villains, right? Be my leader also. Allow me to follow you, you said, feeling his fingers grip onto your cheeks and chin a little tighter. He then leaned in and kissed you deeply, his whole body almost crackling with the adrenaline that he had received from your carefully crafted words. Master, you whispered as he pulled back. And to what lengths will you go for your master? He asked, lifting his head to look down at you. You tell me what you need and I'll do it, you replied, relinquishing complete control to him. He grinned and then let you go, but then grabbed you by the wrist and spun you around so that he was behind you, his other hand sliding down your front and settling on the front of your hip bone as he dropped his head and pressed his chapped lips to your ear. Do as I say, and I swear I will give you everything you ask for, he replied lowly, drunk on power and making wild promises. I hope he can keep these promises, you thought, as you let your body melt into his. We need some supplies, he said to you. Go and buy these things, I tell you, and then leave them in the alleyway near the house, the one we mostly meet at. You have until tomorrow afternoon, he added, before kissing your neck firmly and letting you go. The name of the league will be known throughout this town, and we shall be free. When I stand over all, you will be on my right-hand side, he said. You turned to look at him. His posture seemed different now. He was holding himself straighter. If his aura could be seen, it would be glowing and making his coat ruffle, but this wasn't an anime. Yes, master. Tell me what you need and I'll get them, you said with a head bow, and then all of a sudden he had grabbed you and you were making out heavily in your backyard. You remained with him for a little longer and he told you what he needed and you nodded, and then he helped you back up onto your roof and you parted ways. Back inside your room you were torn. I was so desperate to see him that I went a little too far, you thought. I know why he needs me to get these supplies because most of them are flagged as suspicious if bought in large amounts, so he's probably got the other members to get smaller amounts from other stores and he'll put them all together to make things to advance his plan. You thought sadly. Am I going to be charged with aiding gang warfare if this all gets out? You wondered. I am young and dumb. That next morning, things were a little cold between you and your dad, and you used it as an excuse to go out for a bit. You told him you were just getting something from the shops and that you'd be back in time to see Mum, and then you left, got to the store, bought the items for Shigaraki, and then came back and left them in the alleyway and messaged him to let him know. Your supplies are there, you sent. I know, I see you. He replied, I'll watch you as you go to your mum today too. I guess it's nice he still takes time to watch me go in, you thought, as you got to the front of the bakery and walked in and then went upstairs. Do you need to put your shopping away first? Your dad asked as you arrived empty-handed. No. Are you ready to go? You asked him, gesturing to the stairs. Yes, he replied. He was going to ask where your shopping was, but then thought it best not to ask. You two were still a little stiff, so him prying and asking questions probably wasn't going to help the situation. You both left side by side, walking to the station in silence and then getting on the train and sitting in silence too. You weren't in the mood for talking, and you still had a chip on your shoulder from what he had said yesterday, so you just let him sit in it and stew it over. Ian, he said softly after it had been quiet for 15 minutes. I'm sorry, he offered. I said some things I shouldn't have said yesterday. You sighed. Same, you said grumpily. I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to make you upset, he added. I know, I'm sorry. I overreacted a little, you said with a small sigh. But can we just move on? Of course, your dad said with a smile to you. I won't pry any more and I'll let you be. Thanks, Dad, you said with a small smile at him as he reached across and patted you on the knee. You looked away and off down the end of the carriage and saw Shigaraki there in his hoodie, and your eyes met. He still made you feel butterflies in your stomach, but you also felt guilty for helping him out. You were knowingly assisting his plan to take over the area. Was that really a good idea? He watched you, and you gave him a small smile before looking away while he continued to watch you. He could tell something was wrong. When you got to the hospital, your mum was a little awake this time, and your heart lightened as you sat down next to her bedside and said hello. She gave you a weak smile and squeezed your hand, and it made you almost cry. You really needed someone to talk to right now, and felt like at this point only your mum would get you if you explained the situation. I love you, Mum, you said with tears in your eyes. She smiled again and mouthed that she loved you too, and then your dad took over the talking so you could relax back a little and collect yourself. As you sat there, the doctor came in with a smile and brought you updates on your mum's condition and how the blood results were improving slightly, and your dad grinned happily. Oh, that is great news, he said exuberantly. The extra 1,000 will definitely help, the doctor added. With your approval, we'll continue the new strain of antibiotic. Extra 1,000? Your dad asked. Oh, yes, your good Samaritan in the hoodie came in again and handed over 1,000, the doctor said with a small amused chuckle. I've become quite fond of this black-hooded person. Black hood? Your dad said slowly, and your eyes switched to him quickly. Has he worked it out? You asked yourself, your expression showing a look of apprehension that your dad noticed when he looked at you. Well, your dad said slowly, I am indeed grateful. He kept looking at you, and you kept staring at him until the doctor said something else, and it broke the silence. Your dad then spoke more to the doctor, and you looked down at your hand holding your mum's hand. That small detail was probably enough for him to notice. You thought, what do I do if he's worked it out? The doctor left, and all was quiet for a bit as you thought about it. Yin, your dad said, and you looked up at him. What's going on? Your heart leapt into your throat and had a stare down with your tonsils, barring the way and refusing to let your vocal cords have their say in the matter. What? You asked hoarsely. What do you mean? Do you know something about this? Your dad asked. You were giving me a very funny look just before. Oh, no, I was thinking, you replied as you looked back down. What were you thinking about? He asked, and the pressure was starting to build. I don't know, just about who it could be, you shrugged. You know, don't you? Your dad asked, and you looked up at him. Good afternoon, Mrs. Lynn. Oh, and family. Hello, the spirited nurse greeted as she walked into the room, completely unaware of the tension that she had just interrupted, like walking into a room filled with smoke. Hi, nurse, you said with a start, surprised by her sudden entrance. Hello. Just here to do some observations, the nurse said brightly. I will need to take dear Mrs. Lynn soon for her next injection, but you're welcome to stay till then, she added. Oh, it's okay. I think we should go now, your dad said as he stood up. Right, Yin? You looked at him. He's not calling me Tibbers, you thought with a guilty lump in your throat. Has he worked it out? Does he know it's tomorrow? You stood up as well and nodded, but didn't make eye contact, and the nurse came over as you and your dad left, walking side by side down the hall out of the hospital. I said I wouldn't pry, your dad started to say. But if you know who it is, tell me. I don't. You lied. Your dad could tell you were holding back on him, and he gently took your arm and then stopped in the middle of the road as you were crossing to the other side and made you look at him. Look me in the eye and tell me you don't know who the man in the black hoodie is, he said, and your eyes brimmed with tears. Dad, you choked out. Dad, Just then a truck came around the corner and you quickly grabbed your dad and pulled you both out of the way before you both got run over. Dad, let's just go, you said. We need to go. You turned and started walking quickly to the station with him following behind you, stress filling your veins. Although you hadn't said anything yet, you'd pretty much let the cat out of the bag. He knew that something was up, and you knew that he knew, so you were going to have to tell another really convincing lie or just come out with the truth. What do I do? What do I do? You screeched at yourself as you speed walked ahead and got to the station. Your dad came up and waited beside you on the platform, and you refused to look at him. I can't tell him. I just can't, you screeched internally, your eyes brimming with tears once again. Once the train pulled up, you both got on, and you looked up to see Shigaraki sitting a few rows back from where you usually sat. He was in a more prominent placement this time, and your heart sank, but kicked up into high gear, and your guts twisted inside you. Oh no, you thought with dread. Dad will see him. He will, and he'll ask why he's there, or mention that he's there, and then tomorrow might come over, and then I'll have to explain everything. With a nervous glance at Shigaraki, you then put your head down and refused to look at him. You also refused to look at your dad either. You didn't want to know if he had seen him or not, and just prayed that he wouldn't say anything to you. You just wanted to avoid life right now. Shigaraki had been following you all morning, and noticed that when you came out of the hospital you looked really upset and scared. He also had gone to run out to save you and your dad before the truck hit you both, but thankfully you had snapped out of it and saved yourself and your dad before he could. But he felt like he needed to stay closer than usual, and so that's why he had chosen to sit out in the open. If it meant confronting your dad, so be it. He wasn't scared of him. All the way home on the train you were a nervous wreck. You kept your head down and your mouth shut. That was it. Your dad could tell that there was something heavy on your mind, and he started to do some maths, but he didn't like the sum that he was getting from his equations. Black hoodie, he thought again. The only person I know who wears a black hoodie is that gang leader Shigaraki that I have to pay. I see him every week on a Sunday, and he always has a black hoodie on, he thought as he glanced at you. She knows him as well, and she said he was kind. He also asked about her well-being that time after he brought her back to me. He glanced at your side profile again. Surely not. Surely. There's no way they would be dating, would they? Has he coerced her into it? Does she have some kind of love struck with her kidnapper syndrome? He thought. Just then he heard a noise behind him and looked back and looked straight into the hidden face of Shigaraki 3 seats back. His heart stopped for a second and his blood ran cold. You, he said, and you looked at him and then noticed he was looking behind, and you knew that he had spotted Shigaraki. What are you doing here? He asked darkly. Oh no, you screeched internally. Shigaraki got up and gave your dad a look and then glanced at you before moving off. If you need me, call, he said, and then headed off out of the carriage. Yin, what does he mean? Your dad asked you. Dad, you said, turning to him, just don't ask, okay? Don't ask. And just the way you looked at your dad made him close his mouth. He wasn't sure, but you looked scared. Is she in trouble? He wondered, his heart sinking. Does she owe something to them as well? Is this all linked to the hospital bills? He wondered, looking out the window, his worry lines deepening. You kept quiet. All you wanted to do was go home and cry. Everything was all getting too much now. I am young and dumb. I'm very dumb. I should have nipped this all in the bud as soon as I had the first chance, you thought as you fought back the tears. It was an excruciatingly long trip back to your place, and you got up and left the train with your dad, with every intention of going straight home, but your dad called to you to stop as he got to the postbox. Wait, I just need to check the mail, he said as he pulled the key from his pocket and opened the postbox. There were a few letters inside, as well as an unmarked envelope that looked oddly similar to the other one that had money in it, and he opened it there to discover another $1,000 in cash in there. Your eyes nearly fell out of your head. 1,000? You asked with surprise when you saw it. Your dad nodded and looked at you. Your black-hooded friends doing? He asked, and you pursed your lips. I don't know, and I'm not talking about it, you replied before turning away. But you are now confused about another thing. If this is Tomura's doing, then he's giving me money? Money to pay for the supplies? You wondered. I really don't want to be caught up in that. Hey, Darby? Spinner asked as he entered their shared bedroom a little later that same day. Darby looked up from his phone and stared at Spinner. Spinner said with a scratch to the back of his head. So I've been looking into some stuff, like you asked me to, he said nervously. And? Darby asked. Well, you were right. Money is missing, he said. Darby put his phone down and sat up. Where's the money going? He asked firmly. Well, you're not going to like this, Spinner said, fidgeting nervously. I already know, Darby said. He's giving the money to Yin, isn't he? Well, yes and no, but he's paying money into her mum's hospital fund, he said. Darby saw red immediately and got up. Where are you going? Spinner asked as Darby pushed past him and walked out the door and off down the hall. Darby? To expose them, Darby called back as he left the house abruptly, slamming the front door behind himself. Spinner sighed and hung his head. If only Shigaraki hadn't left a paper trail, he thought. Darby was fuming and made it to your bakery in record time. If anger could have made him transparent, he would have walked through walls, he was that mad. With one grab and twist of the door handle, he entered the bakery and shouted at the top of his lungs. Old man, you better get down here! His voice pierced the quiet bakery. From upstairs, you had heard someone yell and unfortunately recognised the voice as Darby's, so you got up from the lounge with a start. Who is that? Your dad asked as he walked over to the stairs. Oh no, you thought as you kept behind him. Both of you looked down the stairs at Darby, who was standing there in the bakery foyer looking up the stairs with a malicious grin on his face. I've got some news for you, old-timer. Come down here so I can tell you what's going on. It's about time I brought you up to speed, he said with a grin. You started shaking your head at him, the fear in your eyes begging him not to, but it only fed his need for retribution. Your dad started walking down and you followed, but he felt you behind him and turned around. Don't come down here, Yin. I don't want you here. Go back to the lounge, he commanded. No, you said with a shake of your head. I think I need to be here. This does involve her, Darby said with a malicious grin, still slapped across his scar and burnt face. You're going to want to hear this. Your dad kept walking down the stairs, and you quickly followed after, so by the time he got to the bottom of the stairs, you had already made your way down too, and he couldn't stop you. Yin, go back, he said, but before he could say anything, or before you could reply, Darby had stepped around your dad and grabbed you by the wrists and pulled you into him. No, let her go, your dad said urgently as you tried to break free of the Ravenette's grasp. Hey now, don't fight me. I'm only here to let everyone know what's going on between you and our fearless leader, Darby said to you with a sneer in his voice before looking at your dad. You know your sweet girl here has been seeing Shigaraki on the side, don't you? He asked, his grin growing when he saw the look of pure shock on your dad's face. Dad, you begged, as Darby's hand slipped down your side to your waist and he pulled you across in front of him, pushing in behind you and dropping his head so that it was resting on your shoulder and he was looking over you from behind to look at your dad. Yeah, that's right. They've been sneaking around together, Darby divulged. Is this true, Yin? Your dad asked you, as you were frozen with fear, being held by Darby. She's got something all men want, Darby said with a sneer, as he turned his head and touched his burned and scarred lips to the outer shell of your ear, and you squeezed your eyes shut, hoping he'd stop and leave you alone. Dad, you choked out with your eyes closed. Dad, Shigaraki's not like the others. Ha! Darby scoffed, his laugh pelting right into your eardrum since he was still super close, his other hand now gripping your hip. We're all the same, baby, he cooed, bad to the bone. Speaking of bone, he added, pushing into you from behind, and you clenched your teeth and tried to move away. Get off me, Darby. If Tamura catches you doing this to me, he will make you pay, you seethed. Oh, calling on your boyfriend? Darby asked with another grin, looking at your dad with a devilish smile. You just exposed yourself, Yin, and I'm not afraid of him, Darby replied, sliding his hand from your hip up your side and wrapping his hand around your throat. But you should be afraid of me. Suddenly the bakery door flew open and Shigaraki barreled in and grabbed Darby around his own throat and tore him off you, throwing him against the stairs. You ran out of harm's way and got to your dad. Dad, we need to go, you begged, taking his hand and trying to move him out of the way, but your dad was locked in place, paralysed by the revelation of you and Shigaraki being an item. Everything that he had thought he was crazy over was now falling into place and making sense. Tamura, he said to you, looking at you while you tried to move him, your boyfriend and Darby having a mad punch on in the background. Your boyfriend is Tom. Tamura. Dad, do you know who's been paying for Mum's hospital bills? Tamura has. He's been giving the protection money back straight away and giving it into her fund, you said, trying to talk fast. Crime money, he replied, and you grimaced as Darby was thrown against the wall. Dad, we need to move, you said, pushing him back. Your poor dad was shocked, disappointed. No words could describe what he was feeling in that moment while the two boys fought it out, until finally Shigaraki was able to subdue Darby and force him out of the bakery. Don't step foot in here again, Shigaraki said before slamming the bakery door, keeping you, your dad, and him inside. Then he turned around to face you both, pushing his hoodie off his head and looking up so that he could look at your dad through his fringe. It's true, he said. Yuna's my girl, and I'll do anything to protect her. He added, I will never forgive you for what you have done, your dad said bitterly, finally finding words. Your heart sank. You had been hoping that Shigaraki paying for your mum's bills might be the ace up your sleeve that would make this all better, but apparently not. Your dad still hated him. Dad, please, you begged. He's a good person. He has a good heart. I refuse to listen to anything you have to say, your dad said, turning to you angrily. All you have done is lie to me, Yin. The entire time you have lied to me. I am hurt, he said firmly, tears filling his lower eyelids before he stepped past you and headed for the stairs. Dad, wait, you called out. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it anymore, he called back, refusing to look at you as he disappeared, and you looked at Shigaraki. I'm so sorry. I didn't think it would be like this, you said sadly. I thought he would see you for who you are, someone who cares deeply for those he loves. Your eyes brimmed with tears and Shigaraki opened his arms so you ran into him, desperate for some comfort. What do we do now? You asked Shigaraki in a quivering voice. What do we do? Come with me, he said. I told you I'd protect you, and you would be on my right-hand side when I reigned. Tonight, we take down the Shia Hasakai. Everything is in place, thanks to you. Your heart sank. Your dad was bitter, upset, and angry, and now you were an accessory to criminal activity. This couldn't get any worse, but with your dad being really upset at you, you felt like it was probably better to go with Shigaraki. Okay, you sniffed. I'll come with you. I don't think Dad wants me here anymore anyway. And so you took his hand and walked with him out of the bakery and off down the street. Your dad heard the door close upstairs and waited, thinking that he was going to hear your footsteps any second now, but they never came. So after a few minutes he walked to the top of the stairs to see what had happened to you and looked down to see an empty bakery foyer below. No one was there. Yin? Your dad called hesitantly as he walked down the stairs looking around. You didn't answer. Yin, are you here? He asked again. Still no reply. Oh, she's gone with him, he suddenly realised, his heart being torn in two. I did this. I pushed her away, but I was so shocked and upset that she would do something like this. But I still love her very much, and I don't want her to be out there getting hurt. Who knows what could happen to her with that gang? They're no good. I don't care what she thinks she sees in them. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's lost her mind. I need to call the police. And with that he ran as best his elderly legs could carry him, back up the stairs to lodge a missing persons report to the police, in the hopes that they would bring you back safely to his side. Shigaraki took you back to his place, the roads all looking nostalgically familiar to you as you remembered that fateful night that you went with him and Darby as a Gage, but this time was different. Your heart was beating in your chest, your hand was in his, you were apprehensive about what was going to come, but you knew that you would be safe by Shigaraki's side. Rounding the corner you saw the house ahead and you kept your eyes up as you approached it. With eagerness you got to the house and Shigaraki opened the door. You weren't expecting to see the entire league in the lounge area, so it kind of took you by surprise, but no one was as surprised as Darby, who was midway through telling the rest of the league about what Shigaraki had been doing and how you were to blame for all this mess. "What's the meaning of this, Shigaraki, sir?" Spinner asked with a scowl on his face as you both stepped in, and you gripped onto Shigaraki's hand tighter when you saw the look that Spinner was giving him. "It's all because of her," Darby said angrily, pointing at you. "Shigaraki is giving all of our money to her and her almost dead mother in hospital," he growled. "But you love us, don't you?" Toga asked with a blush on her cheeks as she tried to cover her cheeks with her hands. I never meant for anything like this to happen," you stammered. "Yin didn't know anything about this," Shigaraki said, stepping in front of you. "Do you not trust in my plans?" "Plans?" Darby snapped angrily. "What plans? To settle down and have a family?" "Plans for us to take over and be the most powerful, to change society, to make a world where we can be free," Shigaraki replied. "How have we managed to get so many supplies, huh?" You could tell he was starting to get into this more, and you weren't sure if this was a good idea or not. You hadn't really seen his serious side, but you weren't sure if you really wanted to see it either. "From us! We got it! We stole it! We just borrowed it!" Jin said, raising his hand brightly. "Yin also contributed. Without her, we wouldn't have been able to get all of the pieces we needed for our plan to be put in motion," Shigaraki said, and you felt your guts twist. "I don't think I feel happy about that, though," you thought with a pensive look on your face. "I'm definitely going to jail over this." "Is that true? Deposit?" Darby asked, his turquoise eyes switching from Shigaraki to you in the non-existent light of the lounge room area. You nodded your head reluctantly. "Yeah, Tamura asked me to get supplies from the shops, so I did," you said, your gaze hitting the floor heavily. "Ha ha, well," he said with a bit of a snark in his voice. "Who's the villain now? How does it feel to be not so perfect?" Your heart sank. You couldn't explain it, but you felt even worse now. You felt like you had betrayed yourself somehow. "Yin is perfect," Shigaraki suddenly growled. "We are all perfect. We deserve to live." Spinner and Jin agreed immediately, and you looked up to see the others were coming around to this as well. "Now that my plan is ready, and I have all my valuable champions, it's time to start this game," Shigaraki said, and Darby's eyes lit up and a devilish grin spread across his face. "Tonight?" he asked. "Tonight," Shigaraki replied, and you felt the excitement in the air grow, but you had no idea what was going on. "Round one of this fight begins," Shigaraki said, his voice sounding more confident than usual, and you looked at him, realizing that he wasn't scratching and hadn't scratched during any of that conflict. "What's happening? What's round one?" you wondered, as Toga, Magne, and Jin stepped forwards. "You know what to do," Shigaraki said with a sneer as they all left the house, leaving Darby and Spinner behind. What's going on?" you whispered to your boyfriend, trying to not let Darby or Spinner hear you, but Darby seemed to have bionic hearing and cut in. "We act tonight, Princess Deposit. The Shia Hasaikai will be going under our rule in a matter of hours." "Hours?" you asked back. "Your boyfriend knows what to do," Darby said, smirking at your man who was just grinning back at him. They may fight, but there seems to be some deeper connection going on," you thought. "Guess this is how their family works." Well," Spinner said, "I'm a little shocked at how this is playing out, but I'll still put my trust in you, Shigaraki, sir," he said. "I've always looked up to you." "You're a valuable player, Spinner," Shigaraki said as he lifted his fringe from his face and grinned at Spinner. "Go out there and win for your leader." "I will," Spinner said as he stepped out and walked to the door. "You know what to do," Shigaraki then said to Darby, and the latter gave him a dubious look. "Yeah, I know what you're going to do," Darby said. "You're going to get it on while we're all out fighting, and then you'll turn up at the last second and win for us." Shigaraki stiffened, and you looked at him in shock. "Wait, is that what he's thinking?" you screeched internally. Is Darby right? Thought so, Darby said before stepping off out the door himself. You have 30 minutes. You hummed as Darby shut the door behind himself, leaving you and Shigaraki alone in the house. Shigaraki turned to you. Come to my room, he said as he led you up the familiar stairs and to his room that you had burned into your memory. Wait, what are we going to do? You asked apprehensively. Whatever you want to do, Shigaraki replied, looking back at you through his fringe. We have this house all to ourselves. Oh my god, is this really okay? Are we really gonna, you thought as you let Shigaraki take you to his room. Your heart was throbbing in your chest as you followed him in, being led by the hand, and then he closed the door behind you both and turned to you, taking your hips in his hands as he stepped up to you and then slid his hands up to your waist and bent his head to yours. You were sucked into his world immediately, consumed by him, numbed to his will by his hands on you, his mouth on yours, his scent filling your lungs as you breathed him in, everything. You kissed for a bit, and then he slowly started to move backwards, pulling you with him as he slowly made his way to his bed behind him, and then sat down on it and pulled you on top of him as he lay back. Surprised, you straddled him as he lay back, one of your hands on his chest, as his head rested back on the pillow and his fringe fell back out of the way, allowing you to see his full face with the light of the street lamp shining through the window outside. Tamura, you whispered, as you adjusted yourself over him and sat down on his lap, settling there as his hands rested on your thighs. Yes, he asked as he looked up at you. Will you look after me and Dad? You asked him. Yes, he said, reaching to the back of your head to encourage you to lie down on top of him so he could take things further, but you refused to budge. I'm being serious, you said honestly. When everything happens and you become the leader of this area, will you burn our place or increase what Dad owes you? Is this a joke? He asked. No, it's not a joke. I need a serious answer, because if you're not going to take our future, you and me, seriously, then this can't go any further, you said. I care about you, and I also care about my dad. I know you two are at opposite ends at the moment, and it's him who isn't willing to come to the table. But if we are going to work out, for the long term, I can't keep feeling like I'm a pawn, or being used for crimes, or worrying about if you're going to end up in jail, or... But Shigaraki moved his hand from the back of your head around to your mouth and touched his fingers to your lips. I give you nothing but reasons to trust me, and this is how you act? He asked. You went to speak, but he held his finger on your lips so that you couldn't say anything, so you just had to listen to him. From the first time I met you, I knew you were the one. He said, I didn't know what to say to you, but I watched you. Even still I do. I finally found my champion. I'm not doing this for me, I'm doing this for the League. For all of us. For you. For your family as well. This is going to revolutionize this area. For the better. You will be with me in paradise. He said, Is this really for the better though? You wondered, as you sat there with his fingers still on your lips. With me in control, we can rule. Getting the other gangs to bend the knees to us mean that we stand on top and can do as we please, with no one to make rules for us. He said, I've always taken care of you. And your dad. I'll continue to be your hero. Just watch me, he said, finally removing his fingers from your lips. I guess that's true, you thought, as you bent your head down to his. I guess I just have to watch you then, you said, your lips coming in contact with his. He kissed you with new motivation then. He seemed different this time, and his kisses were more sure and steady. Even his voice appeared to be more mature and focused. What happens from here? You wondered, as he pulled you down on top of his body, and you engaged in a lengthy make-out session as clothes were taken off one by one, and you rolled over each other left and right. I have a few hours before I'm needed by them, he said, before dragging his pants off, your fingers gripping into the top of his underwear band as you pushed your body up against his. But all I need is you. Back home, your dad had rung the police and had given them as much detail as he could, stating he was worried for your safety since he knew this gang and knew that they could be bad news, and told them how long you'd been missing for. Please look for her, he begged. I'm much too old to go out looking for her now, though I'll walk around the block and call a few times, he said sorrowfully, though I doubt he would have kept her close. Does she have her phone location on? The police officer on the phone asked your dad. I wouldn't have the slightest clue, he replied. How would one be able to track her? We can, if we know her number, the policeman replied. Oh, well, I know her number, your dad replied. Give me a minute. And so he walked to his paper phone book where he had everyone's phone numbers written down and read yours out loud to the policeman. A few minutes later they finished up the conversation and your dad went and sat down, the worry lines on his face deep and set, praying the police would be able to find you soon. You and Shigaraki lay in his bed, panting, wrapped up in each other's arms and the bedsheets, feeling complete after giving yourselves to each other. You knew this was a real grey area. His ideals to revolutionise this area seemed a little iffy, but he had promised you that you and your dad would not be involved in whatever else happened, so you just had to take his word for it. It was while you were laying there with him that you both heard police sirens outside that appeared to be getting closer and closer. Stretching and then rolling over to kiss you before getting up, Shigaraki was the first to get out of bed. But you were happily worn out and so continued to lay there comfy in his bed. "Are those sirens for the League?" you asked. "Has someone reported gang activity?" "Possibly," Shigaraki replied as he pulled his clothes on. "I'll be needing to go soon, and I don't want to take you there in case something happens, so you need to stay here," he said, finally standing up to pull his pants on and throwing his jumper on overhead. You sat up as he passed your clothes to you and slowly put them on, feeling all kinds of emotions as you did so, but those sirens outside kept getting louder. It was as you both got your clothes back on that Shigaraki looked up and out the window to see the red and blue lights illuminating the sky and houses nearby, and he froze. "They're coming here," he said as he remained still. "What?" you asked. "How? Why would they be coming here?" Shigaraki was quiet for a second more, and then he turned to you. "Turn your phone off. Do it now," he commanded. My phone? What? Are they coming for me?" you asked in a panic. "If they're coming here, they've tracked your phone, and it's probably your dad reporting you as missing," he said, grabbing your hand as you reached for your phone with your other. You quickly held the side button on and let the phone turn itself off as Shigaraki started leading you to the bedroom door. "We need to run," he said, just as the police squad turned onto your street. "You'll be coming with me after all." With phone now off, you two bolted to the back door of the house and out into the backyard, and then Shigaraki helped you jump the back fence, and you both managed to get into the back alley before you heard the police break in the front door of the League's temporary hideout house. "Police!" you heard a stern voice call out into the now empty house, as well as other footsteps from the other police members running around the back of the house to go in through the back door, thinking they had caught you before you and Shigaraki had noticed. But Shigaraki was one step ahead of them, and you two were now off and away. "Where are we going to go?" you asked him as you ran. "We now need to put Shigaraki in his place, and I need to take the name of leader," Shigaraki replied. "The game has started." Meanwhile, more was happening with the rest of the League. So how long do we have to wait?" Spinner asked Darby, as they were sitting in an empty parking lot in a beat-up old van, waiting to put the next step of the plan into motion. "Don't get impatient, Lizard," Darby said in a bored tone, from where he sat in the passenger seat. "We've already put in a snitch call so that the police check out where Chisaki is making his goods. He's there now. Toga and Magne have confirmed it. Jin is keeping an eye out en route so that he can let us know when Chisaki makes an escape, so we can chase him down and take him out." "Man, this is really well thought out," Spinner replied. "Jin is putting in the roadblocks, isn't he? So that Chisaki comes to say?" "That's the plan," Darby said smugly. "And when we spot him, we'll let our fearless leader, all chapped lips no blue balls, know, and hopefully he comes in last minute to finish Chisaki off and claims the spot as leader." "Man, you've never thought of taking on the leader role?" Spinner asked, looking across at his fellow league mate. "The spy would have looks like I don't share the same common goals as Shigaraki," he said. "I got my own agenda. I just need someone to make a wave so that I can ride it." Spinner looked a little surprised by this and went to query what Darby was talking about. What do you mean by that?" he asked, but all of a sudden Darby's phone rang and he pulled it from his pocket and put it on speaker. "You're on speaker," he said to Jin on the other end. "What's up?" "The police have arrested most of the Shigaraki. They're having a great time." "No, they're not. And Chisaki's gotten away, in the van, with some of the goods. Party time," he said. "He's headed your way. It's all going perfectly to plan. I want food. Can we go home now?" he said. Darby grinned and leaned back in the passenger seat and then placed his boots up on the dash. "Excellent," he replied as he looked across at Spinner. "How many minutes until he comes past this way?" "Not sure. I'm running diagnostics. We'll probably be there close to 3 minutes. Get ready, set, go!" Jin said excitedly. "Start the van," Darby ordered Spinner. "Right, Jin. We'll see you soon." "Got it," Jin replied before hanging up. "Apparently he's going to come straight past you," Darby said as he put his feet back down on the floor of the van again. "Get ready." "Okay," Spinner said. Darby then dialed Shigaraki's number and your boyfriend picked up, panting on the phone as he continued to run. Oh, didn't know you were still going at it like rabbits, Darby teased. Shut up. Where are you? Shigaraki asked. In the parking lot that we discussed. Chizaki's about to come past, and then we'll chase him down and stop him on 4th Street like we planned. Darby replied. You going to be there in time? Yes, I'm running. Shigaraki replied. Yin is with me. Why the hell have you brought her too? What are you thinking? Darby spat angrily. No time to explain. See you soon. Shigaraki replied before hanging up. Oh, I swear I'm gonna... Darby started, but he was interrupted by the appearance of another unmarked white van flying past his and Spinner's parking lot, and Spinner suddenly turned the van on, dropped the clutch, and smashed his foot into the accelerator, and the van screeched to life, swerving left and right as Spinner fought for control as he took off after the white van. Holy hell, Spinner. Watch what you're doing. I'm getting car sick, Darby called, grabbing onto the overhead handle that hung from the door frame and pulling on it as Spinner took a hard left around the corner. Jeez! Darby shouted as Spinner straightened the van up, but it was still wobbling all over the place as he chased Chizaki in his van down. Where did you learn how to drive? Reading comic books, Spinner replied, and video games. Just then the van ahead took a hard right and Darby was slammed up against the inside of the passenger door, nearly winding him since Spinner had turned so sharply to continue the chase. This is the last time I'll let you drive. You're the worst. My dead mother could do better, Darby shouted. But Spinner was locked in and gaining on the white van ahead, fully focused on getting it to 4th Street, where he was going to tap the back wheel and cause the van to spin out and stop. Finally, they tore their way onto the road leading to 4th Street, and Spinner gave Darby some warning. I'm going to give him a little tap on the backside, he said, before ramming the back of the white van just as he turned onto 4th. The sudden hit from the back caused the van to lurch, and the driver of the white van overcompensated and kept turning the wheel, which made it turn too sharply and skid to a stop, blocking the street. Darby was out of the van in the blink of an eye and ran for the driver's side door, then grabbed it, yanked it open, and yoinked the driver from his seat. Chizaki, none the wiser of what was going on, was in the back of the van with some of the goods, and only at that moment realised that something was wrong. What's happening? He suddenly wondered, hearing someone yelling outside the van. When we get there, stay hidden, Shigaraki said firmly to you. We'll come out of the alleyway. You'll just stay in that alleyway while I do my job, and then I'll come and get you, he said, just as you turned into the aforementioned alleyway. Stay here, Shigaraki commanded, and you jogged to a stop and waited, watching as he continued on out the other side. From beyond you could hear Darby's voice and a few others, so with curiosity getting the better of you, you snuck to the alleyway entrance to see Darby kneeling on some poor man and Spinner helping Shigaraki get the back door of the van open. No sooner had they opened it, Chizaki came falling out, holding onto some of his goods as he did, and lay on the ground looking up at Shigaraki. Aw, Shigaraki asked as he sneered down at him, hands in pockets. Last time I saw you, didn't you say that you were going to take over me and steal my girl? What? Chizaki stammered. No, you must have misheard, But his sentence was cut short when he was kicked in the face by your boyfriend, and you gasped to yourself and covered your own face, shrinking back into the shadows. I shouldn't be here, you repeated to yourself, moving your hands to cover your ears when you heard the blood-curdling screams of Chizaki on the street. You didn't know what they had done to him, but they hadn't killed him. You did hear him screaming about his arms and thought that maybe they had broken them, but you were too scared to look around the corner again and see what had happened. You didn't need whatever that image was going to be burned into your memory. A few minutes later, Shigaraki came back to you, and you jumped with surprise when you saw him. His jumper was splattered with something wet, which you assumed was blood, and he was still panting. Now we call the police to come and clean up the mess, he said with an unhinged grin. That's the Shigaraki Image down. Now we just need to take over the MLA, and our work here is done, he said with a grin. This area will be ours. You looked horrified, but did your best to hide it as you nodded. Well done, you said with a forced smile. Where do we go now? To the headquarters of the MLA, Shigaraki said. They need to meet their new leader. Redestro already knows he's been defeated, Shigaraki said as he took your hand and walked, making you turn and follow after him. I hope this all ends soon, you thought as you followed him. I just want to go home. Back home, your dad was still worrying about you and sat down to watch the news to pass the time, but the breaking news report on TV scared him more than he was expecting it would. The Shigaraki have been caught by police, the report said. As one of the major gang organizations in the local area, this just leaves the Meta Liberation Army and the League of Villains, the reporter said, the TV then showing footage of a man who was missing both arms being put into the back of a police van. Police feel they are getting closer to catching the Meta Liberation Army, but not much is known about the mysterious League of Villains. Unfortunately, your dad sighed to himself, and they're the ones that have got my yin. You and Shigaraki walked for a bit through the back streets until his phone rang in his pocket and he pulled it out to see who it was. It was Darby, and he answered the call, placing the phone to his ear. Yes, he asked into the receiver. I'm on 7th. He replied when Darby asked him something. Yes, he then added when Darby asked him something else, and then he hung up. You wanted to ask again what had happened, but decided to just stay quiet and follow him. In a matter of minutes, a white unmarked van came around the corner, and Shigaraki raised his hand so the van would slow, and then it stopped and he walked you to the back door and opened it, and then helped you in and then got in himself. You looked through the bars of the van to the driver and the guy in the passenger seat, and felt a small amount of relief when you saw that it was Spinner and Darby. Oh, you thought, this was the phone call a second ago. You sat down, and Shigaraki sat and then reached out and took you by the arm and pulled you into him, making you sit between his legs so that he could hold you. You're about to witness the finale, he whispered to you as Spinner put his foot down and the van started moving faster again. We're going to take over the Meta Liberation Army right now. I've already beaten Redestro in a fight, so now I'm going to claim his army and merge them with the League, he said. You nodded. You acknowledged what he had said, but that didn't necessarily mean that you agreed with it. Merging? Does that mean there's going to be more fighting? You wondered sadly. Shigaraki held you, kissing the side of your head, and you finally rested your head on him, relinquishing to his hold on you. Darby and Spinner were quiet in the front seat, but you didn't mind. You didn't feel like talking anyway. It was only a shortish ride in the back of the van until you came to the Meta Liberation Army headquarters, and Spinner parked the van before Shigaraki moved out from under you and opened the van back door. Where are the others? He asked Spinner as the lizard tattoo wielder jumped out of the driver's side and came to the back. They said they'd be here, but I haven't heard from them. Maybe they're all getting away still. But don't worry, they'll be here for the big moment, he reassured Shigaraki. Okay, the leader said, his hand taking yours. Time to negotiate. Ha, you mean walk in and take the place? Darby sneered as he walked around from his side of the van. Basically, Shigaraki replied, lifting his fist to fist bump Darby, who returned it. Oh, now they're okay again, you wondered, keeping in behind Shigaraki as he moved, your hand still in his. You all walked up to the doors of the place, and then Darby pulled a lock-picking set from his pocket and picked the door and pushed it open. Okay, everyone in, he said, and you all stepped inside. You'd been expecting that there would be at least some of the henchmen waiting at the doors for you all, but it seemed pretty empty. Along the darkened hall you walked, making your way towards a door at the other end that you could see light coming from under. There's going to be some people on the other side of that door, and I think it would be much too hopeful of me to think that they would be friendly, you thought. But this thought must not have crossed the minds of the other League members, as they all just walked straight up to the door, and then Darby reached out his hand and opened it. On the other side sat Redestro, in quite a tall chair, looking like the leader of his group, but when he saw Shigaraki, Darby and Spinner enter, he immediately got up and then knelt down on the floor and bent forwards, pressing his forehead to the floor with his hands together in front of him. Good, Shigaraki said with a grin when he saw how the leader was kneeling before him. I know who the real leader is now, Redestro said as he remained in that position. Your display the other day really showed me the light. I'm grateful that you were gracious enough to let me live so I could see you rule, he added. Shigaraki grinned from under his fringe, and you watched from behind him, noting that this Redestro character knew how to speak to Shigaraki to get into his good books. I will happily relinquish all control over to you, Redestro added. Please allow me to introduce you as the new leader. I will allow you that much, Shigaraki replied as he looked down his nose at Redestro. You may make the introductions. Yes, my supreme leader, Redestro said. Come with me if it pleases you. It does, Shigaraki replied, still with a grin, as Redestro got up off the floor and led the way to an underground meeting area that housed what looked like the entire collective of the Meta Liberation Army. There Redestro walked out onto the stage in front of them all, and a hush fell amongst those gathered. I have an announcement, Redestro called into the crowd. Today I will introduce to you all the strongest, most liberated person here, a god who stands amongst our mere mortal vessels, he said, sounding the most reverent you'd ever heard come from a person. To make the Meta Liberation Army stronger, we must put our entire trust and faith in this man. And so, he said, gesturing for Shigaraki to come forwards. Shigaraki let go of your hand and indicated for you to stay on the side with Darby and Spinner, so you did so, uncomfortably, as you watched on to see what would happen here. This man, Redestro said, gesturing to Shigaraki as he came up beside him, will be our supreme leader and bring a change to this world. He is our shining star, our one true hope in this world. He will lead us to victory. There was a little bit of confusion to begin with, and some of the crowd who didn't appear to be too happy with what was going on, but then Shigaraki spoke. You want to be in a world where you can be free, right? Join us, and I swear to you that I'll make your dreams a reality. We will unite and become the Paranormal Liberation Front. Shigaraki said, the world is not ready for us. We will take them by storm. He added, with Redestro clapping beside him. Believe in this man, Redestro called into the crowd. He is the rightful successor to the throne. Redestro's sudden and intense loyalty to this newcomer swayed the crowd, and some clapped in agreement. Pretty soon most were on board, and you looked around at everyone, and then looked at your man up the front. Even though he still had his fringe covering most of his face, he appeared to be shining, and he was right where he wanted to be, and you were proud of his efforts for what it was worth. Well, I guess I do need to give credit where credit is due, you thought, as you clapped to show your support. Darby was watching you closely and was mildly amused when you started clapping. This girl has got no idea what's about to come her way. Not even Shigaraki knows what surprises I have in store, he thought with a grin as he started to clap as well. I'm applauding myself because I'm going to be the one who wins the most out of all of this, he thought to himself. Once Shigaraki was done being announced as the new leader of both gangs, he stepped off stage and took your hand again. That's all for now, he said as you all headed back to the van. Call the others. We'll need to lay low for a bit. Right, Spinner said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone to ring Jin. Hey, he said into the speaker as soon as his league mate had picked up. Where are you? Did you see the speech? We're going to meet at the van. It's out the front, he said. Get Toga and Magne. I have some bad news. No, it's really bad. It's the opposite of good. It's bad, Jin said, and Spinner paused in his walking. What is it? Spinner asked. Magne got caught by the police. They took her, he said. What? Spinner asked with a dumbfounded look on his face. They took Magne? He said out loud. Now that sentence caught the attention of everyone else, and everyone stopped and looked at him. What about Toga? He then asked. She's fine. She's with me, but we won't be able to get Magne back, Jin added. We're down one, Spinner said sadly as he looked at Shigaraki. A hush fell over everyone present, and you could feel the sadness mixed with anger rising in plumes from everyone there. We've lost a comrade, Shigaraki then said, stating the obvious but also cementing it in reality. This was not part of the game, but we must stick to the plan. Magne would have wanted to see this through. Just then Jin and Toga came running up, and Toga ran straight into your arms. Yin, they took Big Sis. They took her away. I tried to stab them, but one tasered me, she sobbed, clutching onto you. You got tasered? You gasped, the rest of her sentence being put on hold for a bit as you focused in on her well-being, first and foremost. I'm okay, though, she said brightly with a giant blush on her cheeks. You should have heard his scream when I slashed him with a knife. Yeah, he replied numbly. But they took Big Sis, she suddenly wailed again, and your poor mind was having a hard time keeping up with all this emotional whiplash. Toga, you said, holding her by the shoulders and pulling her back so that you could look at her. Tomorrow has promised a change in this world, hasn't he? She looked up at you with tears in her eyes and a blush across her cheeks. Yes, she nodded sadly. Trust in him, you said with a gentle smile. Tomorrow wants for you all to live free and to be happy. Just continue with the plan and trust that it will all work out. We don't know what will happen along the way, but I know he will make it all right in the end, you said. Darby looked at Shigaraki, who had a very satisfied smirk on his face, and he sighed to himself and rolled his eyes. Well, now she's whipped right back, he thought, but deep down he was a little proud of you for saying something like that, when it still felt like you weren't even convinced of it yourself. She can put things aside and let them be as they are, even when she feels like it's wrong, and still say something to help someone she can't relate to, He thought. I think I'm starting to see why Crusty Lips chose her. You continued to console Toga as you all walked to the van and got in the back, with Spinner driving again, and he took you all to a place a little way out of town, but somewhere you'd all be safe for a while you regrouped and got ready for the next stage. It was just a warehouse, so you and Shigaraki couldn't have any alone time, which kind of annoyed him, since he'd gotten a taste of you and was craving more, and same with you too. Another day passed, and as the sun started to set, Shigaraki called everyone together to start the next step. From what you gathered, the main core of the League, Darby, Toga, Spinner and Jin, were to gather themselves a group of the Meta Liberation Army lackeys and go out into the worst parts of town and cause some disturbances. We need to highlight the power that we have and show the police that we mean business, Shigaraki said. All the supplies are in set locations like we spoke of before, so go to your posts and I'll organise with Redestro to deploy people to you. Well, he's a very good strategist, you thought, as you sat beside him on the crate and listened. He gave a few more instructions and then directed them to leave. Okay, he says. He looked across to you. Finally we can be alone. You got up off the crate and turned to face him just as he spread his legs a little wider and leaned back on the crate behind him, opening his arms with a smirk while beckoning you to step between his legs. Did I not tell you that you would be by my side? He asked as he gently placed his hands on the back of your thighs and then ran them up the back of your legs. You did, you said, as you placed your hands on his shoulders and leaned your head down to kiss him. He stood up and pulled you closer into his embrace, and you two made out heavily, making up for all the lost time that you'd sustained over the last day and a bit. After making out for a while, he pulled back. I need to look out for you now. The police are after you, I presume because your dad has asked them to look for you. He said, things might get a little bit intense, but don't leave my side. I'll protect you. The more I'm seeing of your world, the more I'm trusting you, he said. You make an amazing leader. He smirked and then took your chin in his hand and grinned down at you. Then put your whole trust in me, he replied. It was then that you let go of any fear or doubts that you had in your heart and gave it all over to him. Whatever happens, happens, you thought as you nodded into his hand. Yes, master. He kissed you once more before reaching into his pocket to get his phone to call for Jin. He had a plan and he needed someone to pave the way. Are you as excited as I am? Toga asked Darby as they both headed down a back street to get to the points that they needed to be at to meet with those that they would be in charge of. What do you mean, crazy? Darby asked, walking along with his hands in his pockets, while Toga jumped up on a wall nearby and put her arms out to balance herself as she stepped one foot in front of the other, keeping up with Darby as he walked below. You know, fighting, stabbing people. This is so much fun. I feel like I'm already free, and we haven't even gotten full freedom yet, she giggled, grinning to herself as she walked along. Yeah, that's fun. But I can't wait to see the look of shock and horror on his face when I expose him, Darby sneered. Is there anything better than watching the light die from inside someone? He let out a malicious little chuckle. I got a taste of it when I exposed Yin and the man who kissed his grandfather's ashes, he said, still with a grin. Oh, that look of horror on the old man's face when I dropped that bombshell. His grin grew. And now there's a rift between him and Yin, he added. Brilliant, huh? Messing up their cosy little world. But I don't like it if it hurts Yin. I love her, Toga replied. Though, I would love to stab her just once so that I can hold her in my arms while she bleeds. Darby threw Toga a weird look and then sighed. Yeah, you really are crazy, he said. What? She yelled. And like you're not? Anyway, my plan hasn't begun yet, but it's a good one, Darby added as he and Toga reached the meet point. There's a little extra surprise in there for Yin too. She'll love it. But Toga was busy jumping down from the wall and then looked at the mass of people who were walking towards her with pitchforks, sticks, baseball bats and hammers. I think these are our people, she said. Sir, the policeman shouted as he sat at the computer tracking satellite images in the local area. We just got a ping off the missing girl's phone. She's within this area here, he said, pointing to the computer screen as his attendant came over to have a look. Okay, good. We'll scour the area. I just got word that a bunch of gang members and delinquents have started a riot downtown in Sector B, so we might be stretched too thin tonight, but finding this girl is a priority, especially if she is related to the gang warfare that has ramped up as of late. Do you think she's part of the gang? The policeman asked. No, she's not, but she does appear to be affiliated with the League of Villains. The criminal we just brought in yesterday, Chizaki, was most cooperative and told us that she was with the leader of the League of Villains. And if we find her, we find him. That's good, the policeman said. Anyway, ready 2 cars, we'll go after them now, the attendant said. If we can drop a tracker on her, that would be good. So even if we don't catch them, we can plant it and follow them, the attendant said. Yes, sir, the policeman replied. Although it was night time now, the whole area seemed to be alive. There were heaps of people out and about. You could hear yelling far off, as well as sirens. Helicopters were flying around with spotlights flicking left and right, and it just felt like there were airs of emergency and panic all around. As you followed quickly behind Shigaraki with Jin following behind you, you took a moment to accept the reality that you were in. There's no coming out of this unscathed, you thought as you followed them. I'm pretty sure I've been linked with Tamura now, so I just have to accept my fate. But what about Dad? What's going to happen to Dad? You wondered. Shigaraki had still been watching you as you moved and noted your face was drawn with pensive lines, and he reached back to take your hand in his. They won't get us, he said firmly. I know the streets. They won't ever catch us. You had your trust in him, and so relaxed when he said this. He had never failed you before. No one stops the Shigaraki train, choo-choo, Jin said from behind you, and you giggled a little. Thanks, Jin, you replied back to him. No worries, guys, we made her laugh. She's wife material, Jin said. Onwards you pressed, being expertly led from one back alley to another as you made your way across town to a location that you were unfamiliar with, but your guide and boyfriend obviously knew the way, so you were happy to let him lead. For the most part, you appeared to be moving in areas that were unaffected by the night disturbances, and you barely saw another soul until you came to a large area where you would need to cross over a main road. Shigaraki stopped when he got to the end of the alleyway and looked out and around. There were a few people around, but no one seemed to be on alert or hurrying worriedly, so it looked like it would be okay to just slip out from the shadows, cross the road, and duck into one of the alleyways on the other side. And so that was the plan until the car traffic started to pick up. Shigaraki, sir, we can't cross. It's too dangerous. I love danger. Is there somewhere else that we can cross? Animal Crossing? Jin asked. Shigaraki continued to look around out from under his heavy fringe and thought about the best possible way to approach this. A little further down was a pedestrian bridge crossing over the road, and he watched it for a bit and then turned back to you and Jin. We'll cross over, using the pedestrian bridge a little further down, he said, turning around to face you before walking past you and making you turn to follow him since your hand was still in his. Good plan. I like plans. Plans are fun, Jin said as he followed behind you and your boyfriend. You had to backtrack a little and pick your way out until you got further down the road, and then Shigaraki walked to the end of the alleyway again and looked out. The bridge was right there, and you didn't know why he didn't just pull his hoodie down over his face and then walk straight out. It was like he was waiting for something. After a long pause, he finally stepped out from hiding. Whatever happens, just keep your head down, and if I run, keep up with me, he commanded you. Has he seen trouble? You thought. Is there someone around? You looked up and around as soon as you stepped out, and Shigaraki squeezed your hand. Head down, he commanded, and you obeyed immediately, as did Jin behind you. As you climbed the stairs to the start of the bridge, Shigaraki paused for a fraction of a second and then started moving faster. What's going on? You wondered, feeling the tension flow from his body to yours. What's up? He's tense. I can't lift my head to look around, otherwise he'll tell me off again. But has he seen something? Suddenly something shot past you, like some kind of bullet, and Shigaraki clutched your hand in his. Run, he commanded, and you started sprinting across the bridge with him. Deal with it, Jin, he called back to his loyal companion. On it, Jin shouted, falling back a bit, and you could hear things whizzing overhead and behind you, but thankfully nothing hit you or Shigaraki. It felt like forever, but finally you made it off the other side of the bridge and into the closest alleyway and disappeared. As soon as you were hidden, you looked up and then back behind you. We've lost Jin, you called to Shigaraki. He's taken it for us. Keep running, he called to you, so you did, sprinting as fast as you could. What does he mean? Were they bullets? Who was shooting at us? Was it another gang? You wondered as you continued to run. Suddenly, from nearby, you heard sirens, and you felt Shigaraki pull up a little, and then pause mid-run, and then quickly duck down a smaller alleyway, and ran to the end, quickly pulling you in behind a giant laundry chute of some kind, and then he sat down and pulled your body into his, holding you in his arms as you both panted heavily. You looked up into his face, your hands on his chest as you sat in his lap. Who? You whispered, but he lifted his hand and placed a scratchy finger against your lips to keep you quiet. You obeyed and remained still, looking into his red eyes as you waited for him to give you an all clear, but it was taking a while for him to move. There was no other noises, but he still didn't seem comfortable with moving just yet, so you waited patiently. Finally he nodded, and you got up slowly, and he got up as well, and then you both looked out from behind the chute. "They're all around," he said to you. "They've got Jin, but he'll never tell." "Tell what? Who? Who is it?" you asked. "The police are onto us," he said. "The things that they were shooting at us were trackers." "Oh," you said. "How did they know that we would come this way? Were they waiting in an ambush?" you asked. "Yeah, they have a bit of insight into our movements," Shigaraki said as he led you by the hand out of the smaller alleyway and on into the larger one. All was very quiet, and after a few steps he paused. "It's too quiet," he whispered back to you. You were about to say something when someone came out from ahead, plain clothed but holding a gun up and ready to fire. "Hands where I can see them! Get on the ground!" the person called. "Cops!" Shigaraki hissed, before letting go of your hand and jumping to the side to grab for a crate that was sitting next to a bin, and then up and lobbed it in the direction of the cop. Because he was a good aim and threw it well, the undercover policeman had no choice but to divert his attention to the incoming crate, and while he was distracted by it and trying to dodge it, Shigaraki pulled you in a different direction, and you were both off and running again. You were filled with adrenaline this time. You had seen the cop, and you knew this was serious, and certainly didn't want to get caught, so you were keeping up pretty darn well with Shigaraki. Down and around some other back alleys you both went. You could hear the policeman behind giving chase and calling for backup on his radio, which helped you and Shigaraki gauge how far back he was, and then Shigaraki called back to you. "I have a plan," he said. "Trust me on this one," he added as he ran down another side alley, and you looked up ahead to see that it came to a dead end. "Stay here. Pretend that you've been left behind. Ask for help," he said as he let go of your hand but kept running. "I'll be on the other side of the fence, watching. Trust me," he said, and with 2 well-placed steps and a jump, he kicked himself up the wooden fence, using the building wall on one side, and then lifted his legs nimbly, placing one hand on top of the fence and sailing over, landing on the other side softly and silently. You slowed as you got to the dead end and then turned around panting. It was a punishing 2 minutes of waiting, but all of a sudden that undercover cop came sprinting around the corner and spotted you there on your own. "Help!" you called as you dropped to your knees. "Please help me!" you called. "You're okay," the cop replied as he ran towards you. "Are you hurt?" "I'm not hurt," you panted as you gave him your best begging face. Please help me." "I'm here to help," the policeman said as he slowed and then walked up to you and crouched down in front of you. "Were you kidnapped by that man in the hoodie? Your dad is worried about you. Can you tell me your name and the name of the man who took you?" "Yes, you started to say, still remaining in character, but all of a sudden your boyfriend dropped from the sky, landing square in the middle of the back of the cop in front of you and knocked him off kilter. There was a scuffle, but Shigaraki had the upper hand and lay into this cop, knocking him out cold before stealing his handgun, taser and baton and tossing them over the fence. "No one touches my girl. No price is too great. No atrocity beyond my reach. For her I will do anything," Shigaraki said while reaching one hand back and open to you. "Iconic Viego line. Nice," you replied as you took his hand and he pulled you up into his side. "You are mine," he said again before he jerked his head in the direction of the open alleyway. "Let's go." Back at home, your dad had been worried sick about you. He had been keeping up with the news and it really wasn't looking good out there. What's more, he had tried to ring your phone on a few occasions to apologise and beg for you to come home, but your phone kept telling him it was switched off, which only made him panic even more. It had now been 3 days and you hadn't come home on your own choosing. Outside his window he could hear a lot of disturbances. Glass being shattered, screaming, yelling, police sirens, but thankfully, even though there was a lot of malicious activity outside, no one had touched his place. A few times at night he had seen smoke and fire a street over and had noted that someone's house or business had been torched. His place never got touched though, and he wondered if it was because of Shigaraki and the protection money. He hated to admit it, but he was grateful that nothing had happened to him, and he felt like Shigaraki deserved at least that much. One night after he had turned off the lights in the bakery, he thought he had seen Darby out on the street, but the League member didn't do anything, so he didn't worry too much about it. Back at your new hideout, it was just you and your boyfriend. Everyone else was either out running rampant or caught by the police, and it appeared that you two had been able to avoid all of that. You were wrapped up in each other's arms on the lounge of the place, making out heavily when Shigaraki decided to tell you his plan to get you out of the area. You have trusted in me and the League. You have helped us move forward to true freedom, he said to you, pulling back so that he could look at you in the eye. You nodded and nestled into him. Yeah, you replied, placing a kiss on his rough-skinned arm. Your dad needs you, so I'm moving you both out of this area. I know someone who can make people appear and disappear, he said, and you cocked your head at him. What do you mean? You asked. I'm giving you and your dad new identities. You'll be able to start anew, he said, and you sat up and looked into his eyes, searching them for the answers to your unspoken next question. What about you? You asked. Did I not tell you to trust in me? He asked. Your heart sank. I do, but it sounds like you're making us both go away and that I won't see you again, you said, your heart clenching when he didn't deny your claim. Tomura? You asked again. He stood up, and you had to sit back off him to get off. Your dad has thought about this enough. He will take you back, he said, as he put his hand out to you. Tomura, wait, you said, as you stood up as well, but didn't take his hand. He looked at you. Take my hand, Yin, he said. You shook your head. I'm not taking your hand until you promise me that you're not leaving me, you replied. He kept looking at you but refused to say anything, still with his hand out. Tomura, you said again firmly, but your bottom lip was quivering now. You can't take me on this whole wild ride just to take me back to my dad and leave forever. I told you to trust me, he said back firmly, and you shut your mouth, but the tears started coming hard and fast. Tell me you trust me, he demanded. I do, you sobbed. But I don't want to be away from your side. If you trust me, then you will not question me, he said firmly, and you buried your face in your hands and sobbed even harder. He let you cry until you were able to come around a little, and then you stepped up to him, and he turned and engulfed you in a giant hug. I trust you, you cried into him, but your heart was breaking. It was hard to trust when your own fears were before you. Finally, after you had calmed down, Shigaraki left the house with you, in broad daylight, with his hoodie on, and you both headed out into the quiet streets. So much had changed in 3 days, you almost didn't recognize the world. There was so much more graffiti and desolation everywhere. People were keeping more hidden and weren't talking like they usually would. It was while you and Shigaraki were walking down a back alley that you walked past a run-down second-hand store that appeared to be selling a lot of cheap TVs. They were all lined up out the front of the place, up and on open stands, and as you passed, the channels on the TVs suddenly blurred and went fuzzy, and then another channel took over. Surprised by this, you paused to look and see what had happened, and were even more surprised when you looked and saw Darby sitting on a couch, his shirt off to show how scarred and burned his torso was, with his head resting gently against his fingers. He looked frightening in that position, and you stopped dead in your tracks. Tomura, you whispered, but Shigaraki had already seen it and had stopped as well. Is this part of the plan? You asked him. Shigaraki shook his head. No, he said. Greetings, Darby said ominously as he finally raised his head to look dead into the eyes of the camera. I hope everyone is well. The sneering smile that he gave made the hair on the back of your neck stand on end, and you remained still as you waited to see what he would say. So you're probably all focusing on the gang-related violence happening around the city, yes? He asked as he rested back against the backboard of the lounge. Well, you know who you can thank for that. There was a pause as he waited before giving the answer. Enji Todoroki, he said. What? He asked, replying to his own question. Why Enji, you ask? Well, I know the man quite well, and he's not who you think he is. He sneered and leaned forwards again, resting his forearms on his knees. How do I know him, you asked? He asked into the camera. Well, the answer to that is easy. Ha! I'm sorry, he then said quickly, slapping one hand to his forehead in mock forgetfulness. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Toya Todoroki. Yes, that's right. Hi, Dad, he said, the grin on his face growing and his eyes lighting up as he dropped this bombshell. Now look, I know some of you are going to say it's fake, and that it's not real. Well, guess what? I have the DNA results that prove Enji is my father. So you know what the best part is? I'm about to tell you the truth about what happened to me and my family. What my so-called father did to us. How about you take a seat so I can explain it to you? You looked at Shigaraki, who had a stern look on his face. I don't think Darby was supposed to do this. I wonder if he's been using the League to further his own cause. It looks like he's been planning this out for a while. You thought? My father got a gang to burn our house down, didn't you, Dad? Darby asked into the camera. Those pesky gangs that you're always preaching about getting rid of. Those good-for-nothing gangs that are a stain on our beautiful city. Yeah? Well, explain why you got a gang to burn our place down. Can't explain? Then I can, Darby said, his grin growing as he prepared to expose his dad even further. Greed, Darby said, and he wanted money and cared for nothing more than that. He organised for a gang to come and burn our house down so he could claim the insurance money. We were all still in that house, but do you think he cared? Of course not. He still went through with it, and after, while I was hiding, burned to within an inch of my life, I watched that man on TV pretend to cry at our funeral, but the very next day was back at work like nothing happened. Makes me sick, Darby said vehemently, spitting on the floor next to him. I hope you all enjoyed my story, and I hope you enjoy the fruits of your labour, Dad, he ended with, before the stream cut out. We need to move, Shigaraki said quickly, as soon as the TVs all went back to normal. Oh, wow, you thought as you followed him down the alley further. That was intense. I wonder how this is going to change things. Somehow you made it back to your end of town without any hiccups, but everything was so much worse. Many houses and buildings were burned. Many businesses had their windows smashed in. This place looks terrible, you thought as you looked around at the carnage. I hope Dad is okay. Around the corner you and Shigaraki turned, heading onto your street, and although a number of the places were decimated there too, your dear bakery was untouched, and tears welled in your eyes when you saw that it was still okay. I hope Dad has changed a little bit. I hope he greets Tamura kindly at least, you thought. Then you had another idea. Wait, Tamura, should I just go by myself? I don't want there to be any bad blood between you and Dad, you said sadly. I'd hate for that to be a parting thing. Shigaraki thought for a second and then nodded. I'll walk you closer and then wait for your dad to be with you. Then I'll go, he said. You continued to walk and got nearer to the bakery and then you stopped. Here is good enough, you said, pausing in your walking but not letting go of his hand. You stood there for a second and then turned to him and let his hand go so you could hug him. Tamura, you whispered as you wrapped your arms around his neck and he reached around and held your body against his. You wanted to say so many things but you just couldn't get them out. You were choking up something fierce, and also you didn't want to say anything that would upset him, so you just held him as tight as you could. Finally he let you go and then placed his hands on your arms and pulled you back. Go, he said, keeping his eyes averted from yours. Your throat clenched, tears stinging along your lower lids while your voice box seized up. You shook your head, unable to speak. Go now, he said firmly. Suddenly the door to your bakery swung open and your dad stepped out. Yen, your dad called out in a wobbly voice. You spun around, seeing him standing there looking worried and relieved, tears in his own eyes. Dad, you said, standing there looking back at him. Go to him, Shigaraki said in a low voice, his hand pushing into your back, and you just obeyed blindly, stepping towards your dad and then running as he opened his arms to accept you. Dad, I'm sorry, you cried into him as soon as you reached him. Yin, thank goodness you're safe. I'm so sorry too. Come here. Oh, you're okay now, he cooed gently, patting the back of your head and holding you as tightly as he could. You just cried into him. There was so much emotion penned up, but mostly you were upset that this was possibly the end of you and Shigaraki. You just had a gut feeling that you would never see him again, and that was hurting you. It was as you were still crying into your dad that you felt your dad shift and he lifted his head. Tamura, he called out to your boyfriend. You ceased your crying and quickly looked at him over your shoulder. Dad, please, you begged. Please just Thank you, your dad called. Thank you for bringing her back to me. Shigaraki had already turned his back to you both by then and was walking away, hoodie up and over his head, and he raised one hand up in the air before letting it fall back to his side as he continued on. He never looked back. More tears fell from your eyes as you watched him walk away, but you couldn't yell after him. If you did, he might be angry at you if you insinuated that you didn't trust him by claiming that you wanted to say goodbye one last time. So with a heavy heart you watched him go, and then your dad took you back inside the bakery. A lot had happened and a lot needed to be talked about, but that could all wait until your dad could make sure that your and his relationship was okay first. Are you okay, my sweet Tibbers? Your dad asked gently as he walked with you back upstairs. Physically, I'm fine, you choked out. There's just a lot going on in my mind right now, you said, tears slipping down your cheeks at a rapid pace. You'll need to give me some grace. There's a lot I need to process, you added. Your dad nodded his head and patted you on the back. Understandable, my sweet bear, he said gently. He was ever so grateful to have you back, so was being extra careful not to upset you. He couldn't afford to lose you again. Those few days not knowing where you were or if you were safe or not had been really hard for him, so he never wanted to repeat that ever again. Once upstairs, you explained a little about what was going on behind the scenes. Did you see that thing Darby put on the screen? You asked your dad. It looked like it overrode every TV channel. Your dad nodded his head. Yes, I saw it, and I'm very shocked to say the least, he said. But I guess everyone has skeletons in their closets. Yeah, I think Darby was going for the shock factor there, you said. So that much worked. Has that been the plan of this gang? Your dad asked you. You thought and then shook your head. No, I think that part of it was Darby exacting his own revenge, but Tamura does want to bring about a change in this area. He's successfully taken over the other two gangs in the area, so it's now just the League versus the police, and I guess now because of Darby it's versus the local government as well, you said. Your dad nodded. I don't like what's happening though, your dad said. The violence is even worse here. Tamura said he'd get us out of here, you said, remembering that he had promised that. I don't know how, but he said he would. Where will we go? Your dad asked. I have no idea, but he told me to trust him, and he's always managed to come through in the past, so I think we should trust what he has to say, you said. I haven't told the police you've come home yet, your dad suddenly added. Don't tell them, because I'm pretty sure they'll know I'm connected to the League, and if they come here and ask questions, what's going to be a problem? You said. Your dad sighed and hung his head. I don't like to go against authority, but I will not tell them, he said. I'm inclined to trust your Tamura too. Thank you, Dad, you said with a teary smile. You both talked a little more about the things in the area, and your dad said that he hadn't been getting any business either, which you suspected. Everything had come to a screaming halt around here. The rest of that evening was spent laying very low, and then you both went to bed, apprehensive about the future, but just glad that you had each other. You initially tossed and turned upon getting into bed, but then slowly fell asleep until you were woken by the distinct and pungent smell of smoke. You sat straight up in bed and then started coughing violently, the smoke was that thick. In a sudden panic, you jumped out of bed and ran from your bedroom, calling out to your dad. He didn't reply, so you ran to his room and threw his door open. Dad! You choked out. Dad! We need to get out! Dad! You ran to his bedside and dropped your hand onto his side, making him stir. What is it, Tibbers? He asked groggily as he rolled over in bed. Dad! Dad, there's smoke! You need to get up! You urged. It was only then that he realised something was wrong and sat up. Oh my, he said softly as he got out of bed. You helped him out of bed and got his slippers on, and then you took him by the arm and headed out into the lounge area. The smoke was getting thicker, so you told him to lift his shirt over his nose, and you did the same, pulling your pyjama top up and scrunching the fabric over your nose as you ran to the stairs to look down at the bakery below. But as you got closer, you started to see the flames and gasped before running back to your dad. Dad, we're going to have to somehow climb down off the roof or something. The bakery's on fire! You gasped in a panic, running off as you raced into your bedroom and raced over to the window to look out at the backyard below, but the horror of more flames licking up from under the bakery roof met your gaze. We're trapped, you cried internally, running back out to your dad, who was just standing in the lounge room area. Dad, there's no way out, you cried, running over to the kitchen and looking out the window there. Tibbers, your dad said as he came up behind you. If you can get out in a way, do it. No, Dad, that is insane. I'm not leaving you here. You're coming with me, you cried back to him, your voice being muffled by your shirt and the sound of the fire below as it grew louder. You hadn't noticed at first, since you were so focused on getting out of the apartment, but it was getting hotter now too. If we break this window, we might be able to... you started to say, but all of a sudden the window right before you smashed in as a person came barreling through from the outside, feet first. You screamed and jumped back, but suddenly someone's arms were around you and you were held still. Follow me, the voice of Shigaraki said, and you looked up into his eyes, your own welling with tears. Tears from the smoke, relief, fear, surprise, everything.
Tomorrow,
you gasped. You and your dad need to get out, he stated. There's no way down. We have to jump to the next roof.
Okay,
you nodded, then turned around to your dad behind you.
Dad, go first. No, Tibbers, I'm not.
Your dad protested.
Tomorrow, take Dad first.
You then said quickly to Shigaraki.
I know you'll come back for me. I can deal with the smoke longer than Dad can. Hurry!
So at your begging, Shigaraki grabbed your dad, and then you and he wrestled him up onto the counter, and then helped him out the window and onto the roof beyond. You stepped half through as well, waiting for Shigaraki to help your dad across the small gap to the next roof on, and then once he was safely across, he came back to take your hand and lead you across as well. You were now safely out of the house, but with nowhere to go, but it's like Shigaraki understood that and told you both to follow him. It was a weird feeling following him with your dad through the back streets in nothing but your pyjamas and slippers, and it felt like you were walking for a good hour across town before Shigaraki took you to an old building. It was still dark when you got there, but there was something oddly familiar about this place, and you paused as you looked up at the sign overhead that read Freedom Bakery. Shigaraki walked to the door and pushed it open, gesturing for you and your dad to follow him inside, so you did. There were a few lanterns lit around the place, with people sitting at rickety tables that had been salvaged from various second-hand shops or gifted in, and others sitting on lounge chairs around, and again, that they looked like they'd been given or salvaged, and you paused as you stood there. Suddenly the smell of fresh bread filled your nostrils, and your eyes widened. This smell, this place, I feel like I know it, you thought. Shigaraki was standing still, side on, watching you, but your dad just looked around. This place still feels the same, your dad said wistfully with a smile, and you looked at him. What? What do you mean? You asked softly as you walked up beside him. It's got a few different chairs and different faces, but it's the same as when your mother and I started it, he said. You walked around a little further so you could look him in the eye. Sorry, you and Mum? You asked, looking around, your eyes settling on a painting that was hanging on the wall, the same painting that was hanging in the lounge room area of your apartment that you had just escaped. Yes, your dad smiled as he looked at you. I wouldn't expect you to remember this place. You were only about 5 or 6 when we started this. We ran it for about a year, and then our own bakery, the one you know now, our home, started to get really busy, so we sold this place and then used that money to move to the apartment above our bakery now. But we used to live behind this place. This was our contribution to the area, a shelter for those who didn't have a home and that couldn't afford to buy food. He said, you'd spend your days here playing with some of the other kids while we cooked meals for the parents and other adults. Obviously for the kids too, but they were far too preoccupied with playing than eating. Your dad chuckled. How serendipitous that we would be back here on the other side of the counter. Wow, you whispered. Then you turned to Shigaraki. And you knew about this place? You asked him. He nodded and looked away, his hoodie falling over his face so you couldn't see it. I came here, he said softly. Wait, you did? You asked with surprise. When? Just after my house collapsed when I was 5. I lived in the area and was looking for food, he said. You looked at him. Is there a chance we could have met here when we were 5? You asked softly. He paused and then nodded. We did, he said. Wait, what? You asked, turning to him while your dad walked on a little, more interested in checking out the place that he and his beloved wife had started up more than 15 years ago. You kept looking at your man. We met, he said again, though I doubt you remember me. I'm so sorry. I don't even remember this place, you said sadly. How did you know it was me? Tibbers, he said. The first day I met you, you were carrying a bear in your hands, and you jumped out at me. I was hiding behind the fire hydrant, a door down, watching you all play in the front yard of this place. I jumped out at you? You asked with surprise. Yeah, he said with a nod, still unable to make eye contact. You'd obviously seen me, and you snuck out and then came from along the fence line and jumped out at me, holding your bear out in front of you. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, you chuckled. Then you said, have you met my bear Tibbers? He said, and you almost laughed again. Yeah, I was obsessed with that line, you chuckled. Like I said, my cousins used to play a lot of LOL, so I was used to seeing and hearing it every day. Well, I knew it was you when I saw you again. He said, I had a feeling when your dad contacted us about protection. He looked familiar. And then when I saw you, I knew it was you. And when I heard your dad call you Tibbers, that time that you called him from our place. Oh, wow, you said softly, covering your mouth. You were kind to me back then. Shigaraki said, You didn't ask me anything about myself. You just invited me to play with you and the others, and then made sure I had eaten food. And then you moved and I lost you. I'm so sorry that I don't remember any of this, you said sadly. Don't be, he replied. I'm not worth remembering. Don't say that, you said firmly, as you placed your hand on his arm. I'm telling you now that I'll never forget you. I hope you won't, he replied before stepping away and turning to go. Tomorrow, can you stay a little? You begged as he made for the door with you following behind. Have some food at least. I want to thank you for saving us. I have to go, he replied, but remember to trust me. A lump formed in your throat, so all you could do was nod. Okay, you whispered as he opened the door and left. But I still wanted to give you a hug and say goodbye, you thought, as that lump grew and blocked your throat. You stood there, looking at the closed door, fighting back tears. Then you turned around to see where your dad had gone. He had walked up to the counter of the place and was chatting with the owner, who appeared to be a lovely-looking older lady, and so you walked over to be with him for company's sake. Laura, this is my daughter Yin, your dad introduced you as you approached. Hello, you greeted politely. Where's Tamora gone? Your dad asked you, looking over your shoulder to see where he had disappeared off to. He left, you choked out, doing your best not to cry. Would you both like something to eat or drink? The lady named Laura asked you and your dad. I'm ever so sorry to hear about your house. Oh, thank you, Laura, your dad said kindly. I might have a glass of milk if that's okay. Oh, of course it is, she replied happily. And for you, Yin? She asked. No, I'm okay, you replied sadly. She gave you a small smile and then turned to get some milk for your dad. That night you stayed at the shelter. Well, what was left of the night anyway. By the time you had gotten to the shelter it was about 4:30 a.m, so you fell asleep next to your dad on the lounge there for maybe an hour before you were woken by the sound of people chatting and the clinking of cutlery against plates as the breakfast rush occurred. You were still very tired and depressed about everything that had happened, so while your dad talked to a few of the people there, you just sat in your corner and kept your eyes on the wall beside you. He said he wouldn't burn our place down, but it happened. Was that his doing? He said he wouldn't. He also said for me to trust him, but so far things aren't going to plan. Well, that's what it feels like for me, you thought, feeling a mix of anger and sadness at your plight. If I hadn't fallen for him, would we have been better off? You had a good think about that, and then remembered all the kind things he had done, and you sighed and sat up looking around. I don't know. I really don't know, you thought. Later that day, after you and your dad had changed into some spare clothes that had been donated to the Freedom Bakery, a man carrying a briefcase arrived and spoke briefly with Laura, the lady who ran the place, and then walked over to you and your dad. Hello, you two, he said as he took his hat off and nodded to you both. Would you mind coming with me? I have something to discuss with you. You looked at your dad and he looked at you, and you both nodded slowly and then got up to follow the man into the office of the place. Laura had obviously told him he could talk privately with you both in there, so as soon as you were all in, he closed the door so that he could speak with you without anyone else hearing. I've been asked to do this, the man said, placing his briefcase down on the desk and turning it so he could open the clips. By someone known to me. You would know him too, but he's asked for his name to be kept out of the conversation lest something happen and the police get involved. If you don't know his name, you can't say anything, the man said. It's Tamora, you thought. The man then pulled out 3 new passports, driver's licenses, birth certificates and a few documents, and then handed them to your dad. New identities for you, your wife and your daughter here, he said. There have already been arrangements made for your wife to be moved to a hospital closer to where you'll be living, and your names have been removed from all traceable records in police database or any other government records. He said, if you'll now come with me, I'll take you to your new place. New place? Your dad asked with surprise. Yes, sir, there's a new house set up for you and your daughter, in a much nicer part of town. It's all been arranged and the house is fully paid for, the man said. All the documents are in here. he added, reaching out and tapping the stack of documents he had handed to your dad. Your dad looked shocked and just stared at the man. "Don't ask any questions," the man said. "Just accept gracefully, and I'll take you there." Your dad looked at you and you nodded. So he's come through with this much after all, you thought as you followed both men out of the room, out of the bakery, and to a waiting car. Soon you were all on the road, in the back seat with your dad, being taken well across town. It was almost like this area of town had never even heard of gangs and violence. It was pristine, clean, gorgeous, and you remembered back to what your old place used to look like when you were a kid, remembering something similar. This is a really nice part of town, you thought, as you watched the houses slowly move past your window. Soon the man slowed and then pulled to a stop in front of a bakery that looked very similar to your old place, with an apartment above. And you got out of the car, as did your dad, and stood there looking at it. "Well, here are the keys," the man said, holding up a set of keys for you. Your dad took them and then ambled to the door and placed them in the lock and opened it. Curiously, you followed behind him and stepped in as well, looking around at the place. The bakery was a little smaller than the other one that you had, but the foyer was a little bit bigger, meaning that you could put some chairs and tables in there if you wanted to extend it to have a walk-in, dine-in customer. "This is nice," you said to your dad, who nodded, too stunned to speak. After having a good look at the bakery, you both went upstairs to have a look at the apartment upstairs and noted it was a little smaller bedroom size-wise, but this place had 3 bedrooms and the main kitchen and living area were bigger and had much larger windows too. "I like this," you nodded, noting that all the bedrooms had their own little ensuites. After having a look around and being satisfied with the place, the man bowed and then left, leaving you and your dad standing there looking at each other. So now what?" you asked your dad. Well, I don't really know," he replied sheepishly. "This has all happened in the matter of seconds, it feels like." "Yeah, that's true," you replied. "Should we have a look at our supposed new names and check some of the documents? Oh, and see which hospital they've sent Mum to and check her new name." "Oh, yes, good idea, Tibbers," your dad said as he walked over to the kitchen bench where he had placed the documents. You both sifted through them and found your new names, and you nearly laughed when you saw what your new name was going to be. "What does yours say?" your dad said. "You'll never guess," you said, holding it up to show him. Your dad looked puzzled and read the name and then looked at you. "Oh, it's a League of Legends name," you replied. He's got a sense of humour. Okay, so in this section you can pick your new name, but I'll be going with AN for alias name, or I'll say Anne for short. "Oh, well, mine is my middle name and Mum's is also her middle name, so that will be fine. It's hard for us oldies to remember new names," your dad said with a smile. "I'm glad he's picked good names for us," you said with another smile. "Now we just got to go and get our feet under us. Should we go and visit Mum?" "Yes, I think that's a good idea," your dad said. "I might need to go and buy some new clothes too." He looked down at the clothes he had borrowed from the Freedom Bakery, and you looked down your front as well. Yeah, definitely need new clothes," you said. Once you had sorted through the paperwork, you and your dad left your new place and you pulled your phone out to work out where the closest train station was. It was much closer than the other train station near your old place, so you were grateful for that, and the hospital was the next stopover, so again, you were glad everything had been well thought out. Your mum only had just been transferred in that morning, so everyone was running around getting her admitted, and you got to meet the new doctor and test out your new name. It felt weird saying it, but this was something that you were going to have to get used to, so may as well start now. While you were sitting by your mum's bedside, the new attending doctor came in and smiled at you both. "I hear you've managed to escape the area with all the riots," he said as he walked over to the bedside. "Yes, fortunately," your dad replied. "It was not a good area to stay in," he replied. The doctor nodded. "Yes, we've all been watching the news reports. My parents live not far from there as well, so I've been begging for them to leave, but you know how it is," he said with a sad chuckle and a shake of his head. "They can be a little stubborn." Your dad chuckled too. "Yes, I do understand. And I've been thinking about what happened with us. My hand was forced," he said with a small, sad smile. "If I hadn't been moved out of there, I don't think I would have chosen to," he said. "But keep on your parents. Maybe they will see the light and get out. I can tell it's already much better on this side." The doctor smiled and then turned his attention to your mum. "I've been reading over your wife's history in her medical notes," he said with a shake of his head, "and I will admit her condition has us all stumped. But, now call me a lunatic, but I recently read a paper on something that sounded very similar to her situation, and with your permission, I'd like to try a new treatment that I think might work." You looked at your dad hopefully, and he looked back at you and then looked at the doctor. "Well, we're always willing to try anything that will help her, but how much is it going to cost?" he asked. "We've just been through a bit of an ordeal, and I don't know if we can afford—" "Oh, pardon," the doctor said with a chuckle. "I don't think money will be an issue," he said. "You have more than enough credits in her account." "Oh?" your dad said. "I think there was about 2,000 in there." He looked at you for confirmation. Well, I thought that maybe they used it, but I'm not sure," you replied. "Oh, well, forgive me, but there's over 10 grand in there," the doctor said. "That is more than enough for this treatment." "10?" you said incredulously. "Grand?" your dad asked, backing onto your comment. "Yes," the doctor added. "If you're happy for me to explain the procedure, then I'll happily do so." "Oh, yes, please," your dad said. "I'd definitely like to know." Later that evening at your new house, you and your dad were discussing what things you'd need to set up. Thankfully, there were already beds and mattresses in this place, but you would need bed sheets, cutlery, dishes, other bits and pieces, so it was going to be a little while until you're both properly set up. Do you think you'll be able to start up the bakery here?" you asked your dad. "I think you'll be able to get people to buy stuff. Who doesn't want yummy food?" "It'll be a little bit of work, but I'll try," your dad said with a small smile. "I'm a bit too old to be doing things from scratch again, though." You gave him an apologetic smile and then remembered him mentioning about his hand being forced, and that's how he had felt, that he had gotten out of the riot-stricken area. Hey, Dad, what did you mean by that?" you asked him. "You know, when you said that your hand had been forced, and if it hadn't, you probably wouldn't have left." "Oh, well," your dad said with a small smile as he pushed his glasses further up his nose. "I don't think I would have been able to leave our bakery and house had it not burned down." He looked down at the floor in front of him. "Sometimes you just don't know what better things are waiting for you on the other side of the fence," he said. "I fear I would have tried to stay there and continue to make a living from what I had. It's hard to face the unknown, even if it's better for you in the long run." You nodded and looked down as well. "I had been thinking," you said, "what if I'd never fallen for Tamura? Would we have been better off?" Your dad thought for a second. "Well, I don't like to admit it, but he really has been a blessing. Although he doesn't go about it the legal way, he has certainly helped us," he said with a sigh. "I'm a very black and white person, but most of life ends up being lived in the grey areas." "Yeah," you sighed. "I have regrets, but I also don't." "Never live with regrets," your dad said with a smile, looking up at you. "Everything that happens in life is a lesson. Never regret anything." "Thanks, Dad," you said softly. That afternoon was spent shopping and calling different places to have things delivered. Your dad didn't have a lot of funds, so you used yours. You didn't tell him you were using your money, but he didn't ask either, and so you knew it was his pride keeping his mouth shut. The less he knew, the better. That next week you were quiet, but so was your dad. You both had a lot to process, and he acknowledged and accepted that, but he knew you and he were okay. You were both in the same boat, and he was just grateful to have you with him. You did a lot of thinking about Tamura and about your future, and a few times late at night you tried messaging him, with no reply. So tried calling him. His phone had been disconnected. Disheartened, you had decided to try and move on, but every time you were out and saw someone in a black hoodie, you immediately froze up and stared. But when they turned, it was never him. So with a sigh, you would continue on, your memories of Shigaraki flooding back to you. Seeing your dad struggle in his old age to establish the bakery had you feeling really sorry for him. There was definitely a part of you that blamed yourself, but every time you tried to tell your dad that you were sorry, he wouldn't hear of it. "Don't apologise," he would always say. "Don't regret anything. Everything happens for a reason, and we're already in a much better place, so we just have to keep going." You would always let it slide, but deep down you felt you really needed to repay him. So after thinking about it, you left to head back to college, but to withdraw from your studies. You explained to your supervisors that things had taken a turn and your mum and dad needed you. It was the truth, they did need you, but maybe you needed them a little too. This experience in life had changed you. Your dad hadn't known about your withdrawing, so he was surprised when you arrived back at the bakery a week later, telling him that you were back for good.
But your studies,
he had tried to protest. Dad, you need help here, you said to him, and you can teach me everything. You already know far more than my teachers back at college. I'll help you build the business up and help bring the money in. It'll be okay. And so fast forward to a month later, and the house and bakery were feeling much more like home. You had worked hard to get the bakery name out there, and slowly people were coming in to get food. You had purchased some tables and chairs, and some people were choosing to come and have their morning tea at your bakery, so you were now accumulating regulars. 3 months later, and the orders were starting to come in hard and fast. Word had spread of your quality of work, and those who had bought goods from you had shown their friends, who had then placed orders, and so on and so forth. The deep lines on your father's face were starting to fade again, and he was starting to laugh a little more now. You were happy. Things were looking up. Over the following months, you shared with your dad more about what happened with you and Tamura, explaining his past and that your dad and mum had helped him when he was a homeless 5-year-old who had come to the Freedom Bakery for some food. Some people get handed coal for their life, your dad said, sadly shaking his head. It makes sense that he ended up being involved with gangs. Yeah, but there's still a softness deep inside his heart, you said. I know it's hard to see it, but I know it's there. I see it. Your dad had just nodded and agreed. There was no point arguing, especially since he had set you both up now, with no asking for anything in return. Things were getting so busy at the bakery now, 6 months in, that you were going to visit your mum on different days to your dad so that someone could be there to serve the customers at all times. The trip in was on the train was always nice, and you'd be lying if you said you didn't look around hoping you'd see Shigaraki sitting somewhere keeping an eye on you. And you'd be lying again if you said that you didn't feel disappointed when you didn't see him. You missed him. It had only been a matter of months that you had been together, but they were a wild and crazy few months, and he had embedded himself deep inside your heart and mind, and you felt it was going to take a good while before you could forget him, if that was even possible. Your mum's treatment was going very well, and she was awake most times that you went now, smiling and greeting you as you entered. It was this time that you turned up and you saw she was sitting up in bed, looking out the window. Mum, you said with delight when you saw her upright. She turned her head slowly in your direction and smiled. Well, hello, my Tibbers, she greeted sweetly. Isn't the sky so blue today? It really is, you said as you pulled up a chair and sat down next to her bedside. What temperature is it outside? She asked you. Is there a breeze? It's a nice temperature. It's moving towards being warmer now, you said happily, but it's not super hot yet. Oh, she said happily. How I wish to go outside again. I can't remember what it feels like to go outside. Next time I come, I'll take you out, you promised her, if the doctor says I can. I am a doctor, she joked with a cheeky grin, and I say I can. You giggled. Hey, Mum, you said, your face falling a little. Dad and I went to Freedom Bakery. Her eyes widened and then softened. I have so many lovely memories from that place, she said tenderly, her eyes showing her fondness. Did you remember it when you went? She asked you. You shook your head. No, I didn't, you said sadly. You were quite young, your mum said with a gentle smile. Do you remember me playing with the kids there? You asked her. She nodded her head. Yes, you and your bear Tibbers would play with everyone. It didn't matter who they were. If they wanted to play, you would play. You were such a beautiful girl, and you still are. You invited everyone to be with you, she said kindly. Do you remember me playing with a small blue-haired boy? You asked. Bluish-grey hair? Your mum thought for a second and then nodded with a smile. Actually, yes, I do, she said. He never appeared to come with any adults. I don't remember his parents, but he appeared to be quite attached to you and would follow you around, she chuckled. He also had a little eczema or something. He was always scratching. Yes, that's him, you gasped. Your mum looked at you. Him? She asked. You remember him? No, unfortunately, you said sadly. But I met him again recently. He still scratches. He remembered me, though. Oh, how lovely, your mum gushed. What was his name? Tamura, you said with a smile, though I haven't seen him again for a bit. Now that you're awake, I feel like I need to tell you this story. Your dad wiped his brow and counted the biscuits that had just come out of the oven. That should do it, he thought as he placed his hands in the small of his back and arched backwards a bit. Oh, this old body isn't what it used to be. He then reached his hands up overhead and reached as high as he could, stretching to his limits, before bringing them back down to his sides. Well, I should probably go and have something to eat, he thought, as he made sure the oven was off and then headed for the front of the bakery and around the counter and then headed for the stairs. It was getting close to 4 p.m, so he had already closed the bakery to the public and so was looking forward to a slower night. He slowly walked up the stairs and then across the landing to the kitchen to get himself a drink and make a cup of tea, but decided to flick the TV on to keep himself company while he made his tea. Ever watchful of the news, he was excited when he heard the intro song come on for one of the exclusive news shows that he loved. Oh, my favourite show, Heroes of This Age, is on tonight, he thought, as he waited for the little synopsis clip to start. Ominous music came from the TV as the little clip played, explaining what that night's program would be on, and he looked up in time to see some people on screen that he didn't recognise, and then some faces he did recognise, and the deep voiceover started explaining. Riots, fights, panic and pandemonium. Over the last few months, gangs ruled Sector B of this city, but as we rebuild our lives, what happened to those who started it all? The voiceover guy asked. Tonight, we follow the aftermath of the riots, how our city has changed and what's being done to prevent anything like this ever happening again. Your dad stared at the TV as an image of Shigaraki with his hoodie on remained on screen, and he felt his heartbeat increase. Should I tell Yin about this show? He wondered. Would it upset her? Does she still have feelings for him? He hasn't come back. Was it just a little fling? And so yeah, you said to your mum with a sigh, having gotten to the end of your story of how you and Shigaraki had come to be an item and what had happened since. That is quite the story, your mum said with a small chuckle. It's really intense when I say it out loud, you said with a sheepish look on your face. Sometimes you need to live a little wild, your mum said with a twinkle in her eye. Think of it as an experience taken from my vessel since I've been in hospital for so long. You needed to live a little for me. You're not going to scold me? You asked. Dad was really upset. Your father loves you dearly, and I'm sure his reason for being upset was just because he was worried about you, she said kindly, reaching one fragile hand out to place it on yours as you rested it on the bed next to her. Thanks, Mum, you said with a soft smile. And you're old enough now, you're not a child anymore, she added. You're free to do as you wish. You chuckled. Yeah, I feel like I should have my free will privileges revoked. I've made some really bad decisions, you said sadly, looking down at the bed. Don't regret anything, your mum said. Do you still have feelings for him? You looked up at her. You paused. Do I tell her? You wondered. Your mum cocked her head gently. Yeah, I do. I really do. We had something, you said. I might just be stupid, but he made me feel like no one else has ever made me feel, you admitted. Though I don't think I'd ever tell Dad this. Well, it can be between us, she said with a cheeky little smile. Dad doesn't have to know everything. You giggled and smiled at her. I know you get me, Mum, you replied with a smile. After chatting with her a little longer, you then caught a glimpse of the time and apologised to her quickly. Oh my, you said as you stood up. I'm supposed to be getting home to help Dad ice the biscuits. There's a pickup tomorrow. Oh, you'd better go then, she said with a smile. I'll see you again soon, Mum, you said with another smile at her. She smiled back and then you left, walking out of her room and off down the hall, feeling lighter as you moved. As you rounded the corner to head to the lifts, you saw one of the doctors ahead talking with a person in a hoodie, and you slowed as you got closer. Tamura? You wondered, but then they looked up at you and you saw it wasn't your man, so you just smiled politely and then headed on, disappointed once again that you hadn't seen him that day. In the elevator, you looked at your reflection in the shiny walls and sighed. Will I ever see him again? You wondered. It had been a little more than 6 months after all. Making your way back home, you entered the bakery around 6 p.m. and headed up the stairs, hearing the TV on as you walked up. I'm back, you said as you got to the top. You noticed your dad was watching his favourite show, Heroes of This Age, and smiled when you saw that he was deeply engrossed in it. What are they covering today? You asked him as you went to walk behind his chair. Oh, Chibs, he greeted, half turning his head to talk to you, but not wanting to miss anything on screen either. It's, on the riots that happened in our old town. Oh? You asked as you walked to the kitchen to get a drink. Yes, it's talking about, he said, but the man on screen completed his sentence. The mysterious League of Villains, the man said, and you spun around and quickly walked over to beside your dad's armchair. Yeah, your dad said, gesturing to the TV. What are they saying? You asked, your eyes glued to the TV screen. They're telling, your dad started. Tonight we will find out the full story, those who were involved, and where we're headed in the future, the man said, the screen cutting to a picture of each of the League of Villain members, as well as one of Shigaraki with his hoodie on over his head, his blue-grey fringe showing, as well as a little of his jawline, and your heart skipped a beat. He's so hot, you thought, as you stood there bug-eyed at the screen. The reporter went on to talk about the riots and the other gangs that had been taken over, and then discussed firstly Darby's impact on the government. Following the Todoroki son's expose, Angie Todoroki resigned amid turmoil and backlash and has vowed to turn his life around, the reporter said, showing scenes of Angie being escorted from the government building with his jacket up over his head so that he couldn't be filmed properly, and people standing around booing him, holding signs with various slogans on them to show their disgust and displeasure at his actions. Apologising amounts to nothing, he was seen saying in an interview within a public building around his resignation. All I can do to atone is to try and live a purposeful life, one of humility and humbling, and think about the things I've done. Your heart felt heavy. It must have been a huge shock for him to realise his eldest son was still alive and hurting like that. The scene then cut to Darby, who had been captured and was being held in a high-security prison. He was seen smirking at the cameras, and you had to smirk back. Ugh, that's so him. He looks so proud of himself, you thought. The story then moved on to the other members of the League of Villains, and you saw Magne was in jail, Jin, who had also been captured, but it was said that he had been placed in a mental institution to assist with his disorder, and Toga, who was sent to a juvenile detention centre, but was being rehabilitated in there, and then it moved to Spinner, who had done an interview on how hard it was to be an individual in this society. Because of his cooperation with the authorities, he had been allowed to walk free, on the proviso that he do something with his life, and so the story went on to tell about how he had started his own manga and anime studio, employing those who didn't fit in with the usual look of people. He had become a beacon of hope to those who felt shut off from the world, and you smiled, grateful that at least some good had come of this. I wanted to do something to change the world, he said in the interview. He believed in me. He was a gamer just like me. And then the screen went dark. So where is the mastermind behind all of this? Where is the leader of the League of Villains? The voiceover man asked. Then it cut to a lady standing outside a run-down house, the house you recognised as the place that you'd been kept at when you first met the League. Not much is known about the leader of the League of Villains, she said. He organised on a grand scale an uprising that has never been seen before and then vanished without a trace. The only name we have for him is Shigaraki, she said. The hair on the back of your neck stood up on end at hearing his name. As soon as the riots got to their peak, he disappeared, and no one has seen him since. But although he never got his league to the freedom that they all strived for, his legacy lives on in the changed lives of those around him. The show then came to an end, and you looked at your dad. That was intense, you said. Your dad nodded. It was, but it looks like he's still out there, he mused. You haven't seen him, Tibbers? Honestly, no, you said to your dad. And I'd tell you if I had. I did try and call him and message him, but his phone is no longer connected. Your dad was about to say it was probably for the better, but then decided not to. I'm sure he's okay, he then said, looking up at you through his glasses. You smiled softly at him and nodded. Yeah, you replied. Time went by, and you still ached for Shigaraki. He would cross your mind daily. As the bakery boomed, you noticed a number of construction workers coming in regularly for lunch, grabbing themselves a pastry each, and you made light talk as you served them. Lots of work today? You asked one of them. Yeah, got an apartment going up next street over, he said as he wiped a sweaty brow on his arm before accepting the pastry you passed to him in the container. Then got a knockdown rebuild just down the road here, another said, stepping up to get his apple pie. You should come by and see us, another flirted, giving you a wink as he took the strudel that you passed him. You chuckled politely. Oh, that's a very kind offer, but we're very busy here, you said. Shame, the flirty one said with another wink. You idiot, the first said to his friend after they had paid and they had walked to the door of the bakery. He reached out and smacked the back of the head of his flirty friend. What are you thinking? Don't make her uncomfortable. They sell good food here. I don't want to get banned just because you can't keep your mouth shut. Oh, what? His flirty friend replied with a laugh as he reached back and rubbed the back of his head. She's cute. I do want her to come by. Yeah, that's not the point, his friend said, and the rest of the conversation was lost as the door closed and they headed off down the road together. You chuckled again and sighed. If Tamura had been here, he wouldn't have let that slide, you thought with a sad smile as you went to check on the bread out the back. That night you were feeling very lonely and so scrolled through the messages that had been shared between you and Shigaraki over the months that you'd known each other. It was really hard to move on. With a sigh, you got up and walked to your computer, turning it on and deciding that playing LOL might help you. I guess playing a game that he and I both loved might make me feel a bit better, you thought, as you clicked on the game and waited for it to load. That only helped marginally, as every other online player who played as Viego had you staying close and trying to work out if it was him or not. Sometimes you just pretended that it was. It was easier on your heart that way. Another week passed and you were going to see your mum again, but when you got to the train station there were big signs up saying there was some unexpected track work in progress and that buses would be replacing the trains. But the longer you stood there, the longer it was taking for the replacement buses to arrive, and so you ended up just pulling your phone out to see if there were any other train stations nearby and if it would be quicker to go to one of them. And so upon seeing that the next stop was only a 10-minute walk from your current station, you decided to do it. It was better than waiting for a bus that was never going to come. Well, it'll be nice to walk around and have a look around, you thought. I haven't really been around to see what's beyond our street. And so with that, you turned and headed out of the station and off down the road towards the next stop. The weather was good that day, and you turned down the street next to yours and walked along quietly, looking at the houses and buildings as you went. Oh, there's a small pet store here. How cute, you thought, as you stopped at the window and crouched down to see the little kitties in their pen. You were in no rush and so stayed there smiling at the little kitties, playing and falling over each other, for a little bit longer before standing up and moving on down the road. Ahead you could hear noises and you looked up to see some construction work going on. There were men in hard hats all walking around with planks of wood being carried between them, as well as shovels, picks, and you wondered if this was where the guys who visited your bakery worked. Oh man, I kind of hope I don't bump into that flirty one, because it's going to look real bad if I've told him I'm busy and then all of a sudden I'm walking past. He might think I've come to take a sneak peek. Should I go back and around? You panicked internally. You were honestly going to do it, but then thought if you just put your head down and kept walking, you'd be okay. Just quickly slip past, you told yourself. Putting your head down, you picked up the pace and started walking much quicker, intending to almost jog by, but when you got closer, you noticed the pavement underfoot was very uneven and you had to slow to make sure you weren't going to trip. Watch your step, miss! You heard one man call out to you, and you paused to look up as one of the workers came over. Missy, you should be walking on the other side of the road. This here's a construction site. Ground's all uneven. Can't have you falling over, he said kindly. Oh, I'm sorry. You stammered. You were about to turn and cross over the road, but then another voice stopped you. Oh, hey, it's cute bakery girl, the voice said, and you nearly died. Looking up, you saw the flirty worker smiling at you from under his hard hat, his body hanging out from around the side of the construction fence. Oh, you said, and then tried to smile. Hi, I gotta... But as you were about to turn to go, you spotted another worker paused in the background, their black hoodie hanging low over their face and their bluish-grey fringe obscuring their features, and you froze. Miss, you need to move over the other side where it's safe, the first guy said again, but you were staring at the guy in the black hoodie now and didn't move. The guy in the hoodie was turned side on to you, but had stopped in his tracks as well. Your heart started pounding. I'll walk you across, the flirty guy offered, but your eyes were still on the hooded male. Both workers were now moving towards you to move you on, and the guy in the hoodie took a step as if to continue his work, but you desperately needed to know if it was him or not, and so you called out, Tamura! You called. The male in the hoodie froze again, but didn't look at you, and the first construction worker took you by the arm as he got up beside you. Come on now, miss, he said gently. Wait, no! you said to him, looking at him before looking back to the hooded male. Tomorrow! Who are you calling for? The second flirty one asked you as he came up on your other side. You need to move over to the other side of the road. Ain't safe here, and your safety's my first priority, he added with a little chuckle. Wait, no, I know him, you said to the flirty guy, getting desperate as they moved you on. Tomorrow! You called out, again more urgently, and the hooded male turned his head slightly, his eyes finding yours. It was very bright out, so his face was still in the deep shadows of his hoodie and hair, but you could have sworn you saw red eyes. Ain't no tomorrow here, the flirty guy chuckled. Who is it? Black hoodie, you said, your eyes never leaving the man in the hoodie as you were lightly walked across the road to the other side, the fence surrounding the construction site finally obscuring your vision of the black hoodied man. That ain't Tamura, the flirty worker said with a chuckle. That's Tenko. He's very quiet. He never comes with us to your shop, so you wouldn't know him. He wouldn't know you either. I think you got the wrong person, he said. You finally tore your gaze away from the fence line and looked at the flirty worker. I could have sworn it was Tamura. We were really close for a bit, and then we lost contact, but I really want to see him again, you said sadly. Oh, a bit of a boyfriend situation? The flirty worker asked. Yeah, you replied sadly. The guy had only been joking, but when you admitted that it had been romantic, and you looked really sad about it, he felt bad. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to poke a sore spot, he said, but I make no apologies about how I find you attractive. So if you ever want me to be a replacement, I'll happily step in, he added. Kind of you, but I'll politely decline, you said, looking down and turning away. I just don't think I'm over him yet. You turned and walked off, still headed for the news station, and the flirty worker watched you go and then headed back to his mates. What was that all about? Another worker asked as soon as his friend had come back to the construction site. I know her. She runs the local bakery with her dad, next street over, he said. She thought she recognised someone that she knew and was calling out to Tenko there, he said, gesturing to the hoodied male. Was calling him Tamura, though. She's so cute, but she's hung up on this guy. He let out a sigh. Maybe I should change my name to Tamura, he joked. The others chuckled lightly, and then they all went back to work, but the black hooded male was a little more unsettled that day than what he usually was. You went to visit your mum like you said you would, and by the time you finished up there, the track works had been completed, so you could go home your usual way. All that day, when you had a chance, your mind would wander back to peek around the fence at the guy in the black hoodie. You could have sworn it was Tamura, but why didn't he acknowledge you? Why didn't he look at you? It must have been someone else, but man, it looked just like him. That night you were laying on your bed when you got a message from an unknown number. Come to the construction site, was all the message said. Your heart immediately sat up and started throwing a fit against your ribcage. Who is this? Construction site? You asked yourself as you got out of bed and grabbed for your shoes. You hopped out into the lounge area, still pulling your shoes on, and your dad looked up from his chair at you, half chuckling when he saw how quickly you were trying to put your shoes on. Where are you going? He asked with a half chuckle. Dad, I need to go out for a sec, you said urgently, and the look on your face made your dad stop laughing immediately. Why? He asked as his face fell. Someone who knows me, but I don't know who it is, sent me a message about meeting, so I'm going, you said. But, Yin, you can't just... He paused and looked at you, a war going on inside of him. She's actually telling me the truth. She hasn't lied about needing to go shopping or something. We need to make sure we keep the lines of communication open, so I can't berate her, he thought quickly. Okay, but please be careful, he said. You smiled. I'll be okay, I promise, you said as you fixed your shoes and then ran for the stairs. I'll be back! Out the door you ran, taking off down the street at a run and then slowing as you got to the corner to walk to the next street. Who is this? I can't turn up out of breath. It wouldn't be that flirty worker, surely. The message was too abrupt and too familiar, you thought, as you walked to the next street and then headed towards the construction site. All was quiet, and the fence at the front of the site had been secured shut, so you stood there for a second before following the fence line around to the back to see if there were any other ways in. At the back there was a rip in the plastic covering and a hole cut in the fence, so you walked over to it, crouched down, and poked your head through and then crawled in. Dusting your hands off once on the other side, you stood up and started walking around to the front, keeping an eye on where you were stepping as there were bits of things lying everywhere. It was while you were stepping over a plank of wood on the ground that movement in the corner of your eye caught your attention, and a male in a black hoodie stepped out from the shadows of the half-built building. You froze in place, staring at him as he came towards you. "Tamura?" you asked. The way he moved and the way he held himself was so familiar to you, but you were still unsure, and you took a step back as he approached you. He kept coming, so you stepped back again, your back now against the fence behind you. "Tamura?" you asked again, but he just took one hand from his pocket and then reached for your neck. "Wait, who are you? You gasped, reaching back to grab the fence as his hand gently wrapped around your neck. "You might not know for certain that it's me, but your body gives itself to me with no restraints," his voice said as he held you. "Tamura," you said again, this time with relief as you let go of the fence and raised your hand to his that was around your neck. He stepped up closer and lifted his head a little so you could see his face, and then he bent his head to yours, his mouth meeting yours hungrily. It had been close to 7 months now since you'd seen each other, and he moved his hand from your neck and then grabbed for your hips and waist, pulling your body against his as he deepened the kissing. You made out for what felt like ages, and then you pulled back. "Why didn't you find me? Why didn't you come after me?" you asked abruptly, the pain in your voice evident. "You told me to trust you, and then you just left me." He reached for your chin and tilted your head up. "You think I left you?" he asked with a bit of annoyance in his voice. "I've been watching you this whole time." "You have? But why? Why didn't you show yourself to me? Why?" you begged. "Did you see how down I was? I've missed you." "I know," he replied. "I saw it, but..." He stepped back and hung his head. "Why? What?" you asked. "I failed," he said bitterly. "Failed? What do you mean?" you asked him, trying to catch his eye. "You all trusted me. And I let them down. I let all of you down," he said bitterly, lifting his hand to scratch his neck. No, don't scratch," you begged as you reached out and took his hand and stepped into him. "You didn't let anyone down." "I said I would create a world where we could all be free," he said, trying to pull his hand away from you so that he could scratch again, but you wouldn't let his hand go. "You did! You actually did, Tamura," you said. "I ran," he replied darkly, "like a coward, and changed my name. I go by Tenko now," he added. "Would you listen to me for once?" you asked with exasperation. "There was a program on TV last night about the League," you said. "Did you see it?" He shook his head while you held his arm. "It was about the changes that have occurred since the riots. You've changed things for the better. Toga and Jin are getting the help they need. Spinner has started a program for those who society looks down on. The government has had a big shift. You did that. You started that. So I don't want to hear anything about how you failed. You did not fail. You changed what needed to be changed. It may not have been the freedom that you envisaged, but it's a freedom that was needed," you said. He looked at you. "Believe me," you said firmly. "And you did what you needed to do. You even got me and Dad out of there. You did not fail." He hung his head and let his arms slowly lower and stepped into you, dropping his head to your shoulder. "You did good, Tenko. You did very good," you said, wrapping your arms around his body and then moving them up to his back and then finally patting him on the head. His hold on you tightened. "I couldn't face you in my failure. You deserve better," he rasped out. "All I wanted was you," you said as you held him. "I missed you so much." "Every time I saw you down, I wanted to reach out my hand to you, but I couldn't do it," he said. "But like I said, I watched you, and I knew it would only be a matter of time before we were together again." "Don't ever leave me again," you whispered as tears sprung into your eyes. "I can't be without you again." You stood there a while longer hugging, until he pulled back and looked at you. "I told Dad I was going out, but he doesn't know it's to see you. I was hoping it was you, but I couldn't be sure," you replied with a little sweat-drop smile. "I don't want to lie to Dad this time. Would you be willing to show yourself to him?" Tenko tensed up a little and then looked at the ground. "I'm not ready to face him yet," he said to you, and you nodded. "I understand, but do I tell him I've seen you again?" you asked. "You can," he replied. "I'll come to the bakery when I'm ready." "Okay," you said, your heart playing jump rope with your nervousness. You then kissed a little more and then left to go back home, elated that you had seen him again. Your dad was still awake when you got home, and he looked at you expectantly as you appeared at the top of the stairs. "Glad you're back safe," he said with a smile. "Do I ask what the emergency was, or do I leave it be?" You weren't expecting Dad to give you an out, so you decided to take that route, but be open about it. Can I opt out? But just know it's good, and that you'll find out in due time what it was all about," you replied with a smile. Your dad cocked his head curiously. "Oh, I see. Well, I won't ask any more then," he said with a smile. Later that night you messaged the number that Tenko was using, and he replied that he was glad he called you out to see him. You slept soundly that night with a smile on your face. Things were starting to look up. The next day you were working in the bakery, more lively than usual, and your dad noticed a pick-up in your mood. "She seems a little happier than usual today," he thought as he watched you happily serve a customer. "I wonder if it's got something to do with her going out last night." He then remembered another time when you had suddenly been a little happier, and his blood ran cold a little. Is he back? Is he in touch with her again? Is he bringing a new gang to this area? Your dad wondered, correctly connecting your happiness to your being in touch with Shigaraki again. He felt a sudden urge of fear, but then did his best to quell it. "Come now, you and Yin are on good terms again. She told you what she was doing, and you promised her and yourself that you wouldn't be overbearing," he berated himself. "But what are you going to do if she does bring him home?" He thought about this as he pottered around the kitchen of the bakery, tidying up and keeping one eye on the bread that was baking. "I need to keep an open mind and be kind, but I also need to remind her of what happened. I don't want her to go through any of that again, and I also don't want to lose her. I need to talk to someone about this, but I'm not allowed to be in contact with any of my old friends. I wonder if my dear wife would have any advice. She did mention that Yin had told her about Shigaraki," he thought, keeping his thoughts to himself. But when he saw you smiling and bright, his heart hurt. "I wanted to be happy, but why does it have to be with him?" he thought sadly. You organised to meet with Tenko that night, again, at the construction site, and told your dad that you'd be going out again. He didn't ask any questions and he let you go, so on 7 p.m. you could be seen sneaking into the construction area and meeting with your man, making out as soon as you were in his arms. You spent most of the time kissing, but then you also wanted to hear what had happened to him after the riots, and also what had happened with your house. You'd made him promise he wouldn't burn your place down or increase the prices of protection, so why did one of these things happen? "It's so good to have you back," you said to him, as you pulled back from kissing him. "But I want to hear what happened after you helped me and Dad get out of our house. Where did you go after that?" Tenko sighed and then looked around to where there was a bench seat set up, left behind by his worker friends. "Do I have to tell you?" he sulked, walking over to sit down, so you followed as well. "Well, no, but I'd love to know," you asked. "And what happened to our house? I knew you were getting us out of the area, but I wasn't expecting the house to be set alight." "It was Darby's doing," Tenko replied. "I found out from Spinner that Darby had stolen a lot of our goods and set them up in certain places to go off when he set them to go off. I didn't know he had set one in your place, but I had a feeling he was up to no good, so I came to check on you and found the place alight already." "Well, thank you for coming to check. If it hadn't been for you, we might not have made it out," you said gratefully, placing a hand on his, which he then flipped his hand palm up so that he could hold onto your hand in his. "So, after you left us, where'd you go?" you then asked. "Nowhere," he said softly. "I live on the streets, so I know where to hide." "Tenko," you said sadly, squeezing his hand. "I thought I'd be fine, but," he said, glancing at you from the corner of his eye, "no one has ever shown me kindness, except you. So I found myself running away from being the leader of the league. I got my name changed, and then I moved into this area." "Were you looking for me back then?" you asked gently, ducking your head to look at him through his fringe. He glanced at you and then looked away. "Like I said, I was always watching you, but I couldn't face you," he said. "I wish you had," you said sadly. "I really, really missed you." "I'm not going anywhere," he said, still looking away. "I don't have anywhere to go." "Where are you staying at the moment?" you asked him. "Here," he replied. "Wait, what?" you asked with surprise. "Do you mean the construction site?" Tenko nodded. "But what about when they finish and you have to move on?" you asked with surprise. "I live on the streets until the next job," he replied. Tenko, you said softly, you can't sleep on the streets. Come home with me. I can't, he replied. Yes, you can, you said back emphatically. The only family that I had, the League, have all been taken from me, he said, and you felt that sentence punch you in the chest. He was completely broken now. He felt like he had failed. He had had those who he loved and trusted taken from him, and he had lost anywhere to go to. My dad and my mum will accept you. You're already a really important person in my life, and I want you to stay with me, you said firmly. He stood up, letting go of your hand. I won't, he replied. Stop being stubborn, Tenko, you said firmly. I bent myself to fit what you needed before. Now you listen to me. I love you, you said to him. And you're doing the best to make a new life for yourself. You've helped us. Now let me help you. He didn't say anything for a bit and then spoke. Give me time to think, he replied. You were going to ask him what he had to think about, but there were things about him that you didn't fully understand, so decided to give him time. That much you could do. I will, you said, but I'll be coming to visit you every night, and I'll bring food to you too. When was the last time that you ate? One of the workers didn't want his sandwich today, so he gave it to me, he replied. Well, tomorrow you're going to get a lovey-lovey waifu lunch, okay? You said firmly. No boyfriend of mine is going to starve. You quit your degree, he then said, turning to face you. Oh, you said sheepishly. You knew about that? I've been watching you, he replied. Well, yeah, you said, suddenly feeling vulnerable. But Dad is getting older and he can't run the bakery on his own, especially starting up a new one from scratch, so I wanted to help him. He grunted. And it's doing really well, you added. Oh no, he replied. Well, anyway, you said, so you're a construction worker now? Demolition, he replied. Mainly, but I also help with construction if needed. Well, I'm glad that you have a job at least, you said with a smile. I'll let you sleep, and I'll come back and drop lunch to you tomorrow, you added, stepping up to him to kiss him again before parting ways. That next day you made lunch for Tenko, as you said you would, and then talked to your dad about going in to see your mum in the afternoon. Oh, yes, please go and see her. It looks like it might be quite a quiet afternoon, your dad said with a smile, watching as you packed a lunch that you had made in a brown paper bag. She would love to see you. Okay, you replied. I'm going to head out a little earlier to drop some lunch to someone and then go and see her from there, you added with a smile. Your dad looked curious, but he didn't ask, and so you made sure everything was in the bag and then you took your apron off. Is it okay if I go and get ready and then leave? You asked. Is there anything else you need me to do? Oh, no, I'm all good from here. You go, your dad encouraged. I'll go in and see Mum tomorrow. You gave him a smile and then hung your apron up on the hook and then headed for the front counter and then out and around upstairs to your place above to get into something nice before heading out. It was a lovely afternoon. The breeze was warm and you felt good. It also helped that you were going to see your mum and Tenko, two very important people in your life, and you walked around to the construction site on the next street and slowed as you approached. There were men walking in and out, and you made sure to keep on the other side of the road so you didn't accidentally end up in the way and get hurt, but it was while you were standing there with your brown paper bag that flirty worker spotted you and came out. Hey, here's a pretty face, he said brightly, and then spotted the brown paper bag. Oh, is that for me? No, sorry, this is for my boyfriend, you said with a smile. Is Tenko there? Tenko? The flirty worker replied. But he never speaks. How would you have gotten to know him so quick? Just then Tenko stepped up behind the flirty worker and grabbed him by the shoulder. Don't even look at my girl for too long or I'll decimate you, he said darkly, and the flirty worker backed down immediately. Oh, hey man, whoa, sorry, I meant no harm, he said, shrinking back when Tenko kept a strong, threatening eye contact from under his hoodie. You had to hold your smirk in. No one here knew that Tenko was Tomura Shigaraki, the former leader of the League of Villains, an expert strategist and ace fighter, so it would have been a shock to poor flirty worker to suddenly see this side of him, but that was all tucked away in your mind as your man stepped out of the sight and walked across the road to you. You smiled as he approached you and gave him a kiss before handing him his lunch. Enjoy your lunch today, you said with a smile. Get used to it because there'll be plenty more coming in the future. He smirked from under his fringe and then turned to go. I'll see you tonight, he replied as he headed back to the grounds. You smiled and then left, continuing on to see your mum. While with her, you told her about getting back in contact with Tamura, but his name was now Tenko, and she seemed really happy. I'm hoping I'll be able to get out of here soon, she said with a smile, her face looking brighter and brighter each time you visited. I'd love to meet him again. Me too. I want you to see him grown up, you added. He's a good-looking man, if you could see him from under his hair, you chuckled. He's still kept it long. I'll ask the doctors when I can go home, she said. Your father is coming tomorrow, isn't he? I'll have a talk with him and them. That'll be good to have you come home, you said with a bright smile. We can all be together again. That next day, your dad was the one going in to see your mum, and he smiled brightly as he pushed his glasses up onto his nose, stepping through the hospital doorway with an elderly smile on his face. Sunshine, he greeted her as he walked over. You're looking radiant today. I feel it, she replied with a smile, sitting up in bed, which was her default now. Shall we take a small walk in the garden? He offered, extending his hand to her. I would love that, she replied with a smile. Ever since Tibbers took me out a week or so back, I've been thinking of nothing but getting back out there again. The weather is so lovely at the moment. It really is, your dad said as he took her fragile hand in his and helped her out of bed. Oh, I feel so stiff in this bed, your mum said. I've started doing hydrotherapy and that's been wonderful, but I still feel like I have no muscles. All in due time, my dear, all in due time, your dad said as he walked with her to the door and then out down the hall. Once out in the garden, they talked about you and about your Tamura, whom you had told your mum his name was now Tenko. I had a feeling that he'd found her again, your dad said apprehensively. Don't be worried, your mum said to him. You always do tend to worry about things and blame yourself for things that you can't be blamed for. I know, he sighed. I just don't like the idea of her being with a man who has strived to keep her, a man who has done his best to provide for her. You know he lived on the streets. He's not perfect, but none of us are, you said. Was it not your idea to start the Freedom Bakery? Well, that was your idea, he replied with surprise, his eyebrows raising above the top of his glasses. No, I remember you wanted to start it because you wanted to give people a helping hand, a chance, she said. Oh, I think you're misremembering, he chuckled. That doesn't sound like me at all. Oh, poppycock, your mum replied playfully. You're just being humble. Just then her attending physician approached them both with a smile. Good afternoon, you two. Good to see you on your feet this afternoon, ma'am, he said to your mum. Oh, it's good to have feet to be on, she replied with a smile. I have some good news for the two of you, so I'm glad I caught you both together, he said with a smile. I've spoken with all your other specialists and we've all collectively decided that you're fit to go home, ma'am. Oh, really? Your mum gasped with excitement. Yes, in a few more days, he said. The physiotherapist wants you to finish your rehab, which he said will take another day or so. Then you're right to go, if you pass his tests. Well, there's some incentive for me, your mum replied with a cheeky smile. Consider it done. Very well, the doctor replied. You have recovered very well. I'll be happy to send you on your way. Thank you ever so much, Doctor, your dad said with a grateful smile. My pleasure, the doctor replied, before bowing and heading off. Well, how about that? Your dad said excitedly. Wait till Tibbers hears about this. She'll be thrilled. And you were thrilled. You ran into the hospital the next afternoon, later than usual, to see your mum, bursting at the seams to give her a hug and tell her you couldn't wait for her to come back home again. Oh, this is so good, Mum, you've done it, you said excitedly. I'm very excited myself, your mum said. I'd love to go out and watch the stars come in, she added. I haven't been out under the starry skies in such a long time. Let's go now then, you said. It's still warm out. Sounds like a getaway plan to me, your mum said excitedly, getting out of bed with more ease than she had the day before. She wanted to be in a pretty setting to talk to you about Tenko and your dad, and she felt like this was weighing heavily on your dad's mind, and it was up to her to keep the boat steady. You both headed out into the hall, your mum walking with a little less of a stumble as she moved, and you only had to offer your arm to her a few times. She had improved so much, and you were so proud of her. Out into the garden you both walked, heading down to the far end where there was a white bench seat, and sitting down together. Ah, your mum said as she looked up overhead. There are already a few out. It's so pretty, you commented, looking up to where the pink sky faded into dark blue overhead. Your father is a little worried about you seeing Tamura again, your mum said, still looking up into the sky. Did you tell him it was Tamura? You asked her, looking at her. I did, your mum replied, though he had a feeling it was him. Everything just got off to a really bad start, you sighed. If we had met another way, it would have been fine. Oh, your dad is just very protective, your mum said. And so is Tenko. It's a bad matchup, you chuckled. Just then, movement at the corner of your eye caught your attention, and you looked over to your left casually and then froze. There was Tenko, standing there with his hoodie over his face, and you stood up. Tenko, you said with surprise. What are you doing here? I saw you coming here, he said. Tenko, your mum interjected kindly. Come here. He looked past you to your mum and she smiled. You look exactly the same as when you were a child, just a little taller and, I'm told, more handsome, she added, giving you a cheeky look. Hello, Tenko mumbled, looking down at the ground. Mum, this is Tenko, and Tenko, this is Mum, you said, doing the most basic introduction since you couldn't really think of anything else to say. Come and sit with us, Tenko, your mum invited, and surprisingly he accepted, walking over and sitting down next to her, and so you sat on his other side. While your mum made small talk with him, you took a moment to really listen to him and catch his vibe, and realised he was just a scared, lost little boy. Without the bravado of the league and without the power of friends around him, he was quite broken, and you could feel that in him. He just needed safety, someone to love, and people around him who accepted him for who he is, and your already soft heart softened even further. I really want him to live with us, you thought. I love him, but that aside, I want him to finally have a family, a loving one, and if my dad can put how this all started aside, we could be that perfect loving family for him. Tenko wasn't much of a talker, so your mum basically did all the talking, but she didn't seem to mind. She even had a few stories of him when he was little, and you saw the corners of his cracked lips turn up slightly as he smiled under his fringe at her words. You were a bit of a menace, though, your mum joked to him. What? He asked, glancing at her from under his fringe before hanging his head again. You used to steal the bread straight out of the oven before it was done. You'd come in the back door while we were out the front talking to those in the place and take one and then run, she said. Tenko, you gasped playfully. How could you? He smirked and then let out a little chuckle. You can't talk, he replied, looking at you, and your mum started giggling. Yes, Tibbers, she said to you. What? Wait, why? You asked, confused. Because you were right there with him, helping him, she said. You told us about it later when you overheard Dad and I talking about how some of the bread was missing. Oh, wait, so I helped steal it and then dobbed myself in? You asked. Yes, your mum laughed. I should say both of you were menaces. Fresh bread is so good, though, you said with a cheeky grin. It is, Tenko replied, and you smiled. I really do think he'll fit in, you thought. You and Tenko stayed with your mum until the gardener came and told you it was time to go back inside, and then you both walked her back to her room and said goodbye. She happily went to bed, and Tenko left with you, escorting you home. I remember the first time we went out at night, you said to him, as you walked hand in hand back to the station. Same, he replied, tilting his head back to look up at the sky. By then I had realised that you didn't remember me. I'm sorry, you replied. My heart must have remembered you, though. Whatever the reason, it worked out, he replied, still looking up into the sky. Hey, Tenko, I know I've asked this before, and you said I'd give you time to think, but would you move in with us? There's plenty of room. I really want you to stay with us, and you don't have anywhere else to go either, so... You asked him. He looked down at the ground. I've never had a proper family, he said. We will be your family, you replied. I know Dad is kind of on the edge at the moment, but I know he'll accept you in due time. We started on the wrong foot, he said, as he kept his eyes on the ground. I know you did, but that can be changed. Don't worry, and Dad is more likely to follow if Mum is on board, and she loves you already, you said with a chuckle. Mum is a very open person. Tenko nodded. He stayed with you and took you from the station back to your house and slowed as you got to the front door of the bakery. Did you want to come in? Are you hungry? We still have plenty of food, you offered. He opened his mouth to say something, but then your bakery door opened and your dad stepped out with a smile. that faded slightly when he saw who you were with. "Dad," you said with surprise, feeling a little put on the spot. "Tibbers. And Tamora," your dad said. "Oh, he's in the same boat as us, Dad," you said as you walked yourself and Tenko closer. "He's had a name changed too, it's Tenko." "Oh, Tenko," your dad said as you approached him. He smiled and then gestured to the open bakery door. "Come in, will you?" you offered. "I was about to pack the cakes away, but we should have some," your dad said to you and Tenko as you both walked in with him behind. "Come and have some," you said with a smile as you pulled Tenko towards the counter. "We've packed up all the chairs and tables now, but come into the kitchen." Poor Tenko didn't have a choice, as you took him in and then showed him the array of cakes sitting on the bench ready to be put in the freezer. "Have some of the sponge," your dad said from behind you both as he followed you in. "Tibbers made that one." "Oh, it's not that good," you chuckled. "I kind of messed it up a little." "Oh, you didn't," your dad chided. "Don't listen to her, Tenko. Have some." "Okay, fine. I'll cut you a slice," you said to Tenko. "We'll use it as the cake of the day tomorrow, right, Dad?" "Yes, that sounds good," your dad said. "It was a flan today, so nice to mix things up." Tenko was a little overwhelmed by the friendliness and calm in this place, and just remained quiet, but was quite happy to eat the slice of cake when you handed it to him. "It was good," he mumbled through a mouthful, and you smiled. "Oh, I just need to check that I've set the freezer at the right temperature, excuse me," your dad said as he turned to walk further into the kitchen and then into the pantry to check the freezer, and Tenko kept eating the cake while you watched. As soon as your dad left, he took a bite of the top of the cake and got frosting on his nose, which you found cute, and before he could wipe it off, you'd grabbed his face with both hands and pulled him towards you so you could suck it off the tip of his nose. He looked a little startled and then put the plate down while you giggled away, licking your lips free of the frosting. "Don't forget who you belong to," he suddenly growled, reaching for you to pull you into him. "I haven't forgotten what your body feels like under mine." Your whole body flushed with goosebumps and your eyes widened as you stared at him. "Just because I'm not my usual self doesn't mean I can't dominate you. Once I get my feet under me, you'd better be ready to be on your knees for your master." "Yes, master," you whispered, your fingers gripping into the front of his jumper. "Ah, all fixed," your dad said as he appeared again, and you and Tenko broke apart and tried not to look suspicious, but it was impossible to do that, so you both looked very odd, just suddenly standing far apart and looking up at the ceiling or the wall. "Ah, cool," you said to your dad, giving him a sheepish smile. "Shall we go upstairs, Tenko? Come with us." And so your dad, Tenko, and yourself sat in the lounge for a while, chatting, before Tenko left and you told your dad about him meeting Mum. "I know you two didn't get off on the right foot, but Mum has accepted him," you said to your dad. "I really feel for him, romantic feelings aside, and I'd like it if he stayed here. He's nowhere else to go," you added. "Would you please think about it and talk to Mum too? Think with an open mind. What if it was you in this situation?" you added. Your dad sighed and then nodded. "I'll think about it," he said with a small smile, "and I'll talk to Mum too." A few days later, as promised, your mum was released from hospital. She didn't have much to leave with, just one small bag of goods, and you and your dad met her at the hospital doors to bring her back home. "Are you okay to walk to the station and then walk from there to our new place?" you asked her as she walked between you and Dad. "I will be just fine," she said with a smile. "I've had a lot of practice with walking and I'm feeling much stronger now." "Good," you said with a grin. "And I spoke with your dad about Tenko," she added. "We had a phone call last night." "You did?" you asked, looking at her and then past her to Dad. "And?" "If Tenko is willing, he is more than welcome to live with us," she said with a gentle smile. "Oh, really?" you said excitedly. "Thank you both. He really does need some help. I really do feel for him." "I reminded your father about Freedom Bakery," your mum said with a chuckle. "It's funny how life sometimes does a full circle." "I never thought Freedom Bakery would be brought up so much as an Exhibit A for this case," your dad said with a shake of his head. You chuckled lightly. "Well, he has helped us so much, and we're going to help him," you replied with a smile. "I feel like I might need to force him a little, though. He can be quite prideful, but he's slowly opening up a little. He actually came upstairs last night and sat with us," you added to your mum. "It's something," your mum said with a smile. You all continued on and got on the train, and then got off at your stop and headed for the road to take you all home. It was a lovely day out, and everyone was going about their lives without a care in the world. Your dad had put a sign on the bakery door that he'd be closed today so that you could go and get Mum and bring her home, so you weren't expecting any customers, but as you approached your shop, there was someone in a black hoodie waiting outside the door, and you smiled when you recognised him. Your new family member is waiting to greet you home too, you said to your mum and dad as you approached him. Tenko looked up when he saw all of you coming towards him and pushed off the wall and stood facing you all. You're out of hospital now, he said to your mum as she walked up. Yes, and you're outside your new home, she added, stepping forwards to hug him. He stood frozen as her fragile arms embraced him. He hadn't been hugged by a mother figure in the longest time and didn't know what to do, so just stood there with his hands in his pockets. Come on in so we can show you your room, your mum said, as your dad opened the bakery door and gestured for you all to come in. You took my daughter as a Gage, and now we bring you in as family, your dad said as warmly as he could. Welcome home. You took Tenko's arm in yours and grinned. No backing out of this now, Viego. You're in my house now, and we have some duos to run. You want to play LOL with me? Yeah, he said with a smirk. I always wanted to be a gamer anyway. And there ends the completed book of Gage. Thank you so much for listening, and I will see you in the next book.